Playoffs time here for the Asia League, and this is where things get very interesting. BO1s are gone, done and dusted. We now move into BO3s. Unfortunately, however, this region is now missing a slot to the major, which means only one of the top 6 will be headed, and there is going to be a lot of competition throughout this treacherous road. And it's time for us to welcome in our analysts for this evening, at least for the first matchup. Bev and Mandy join me on the desk to break this one down. But look, I'm not going to lie, the BO1s really gave us a bit of a surprise toward the end, Dev, but apart from that, it was a very decisive league.
Yeah, we had a few upsets. I think, Mandy, we were talking yesterday, we had like maybe 3 upsets in this entire stage. But one of them, thankfully, was actually yesterday, Direwolves taking down Elevate. And the way that the standings shaped up as a result of that was pretty exciting. Elevate looked like they were going to be maybe number 1, maybe number 2 in the league. They ended up dropping down into 3rd place, so of course that means we will see them play today in our quarterfinals. Fury managed to steal their way in after losing their first 2 matches in the season to coming in the top 2 at the end of it. Every team lost a game. Every team got at least some points. Every team won a game. And of course, the big storyline is that South Asia has made it into the playoffs with Knock Knock playing later today.
It's big. It's very big. It's very exciting. But let's go ahead and just recap very quickly how the standings panned out, Mandy, because, I mean, look, we always hoped to have seen Bleed and Fury up the top, but it was probably after that where things got a little bit interesting. I'll let you break this one down and give you the floor.
Yeah, so essentially I think the conversation that we started to have about Asia League in general was that I think there was a pretty clear top 4 and bottom 4. It started off as a top 5 and a bottom 3, and then at some point Dial started getting kicked out of that conversation of the top 5 and down, especially after their loss to some of the teams down in the bottom 3. We were really worried for them, but I think yesterday's match where they were able to beat our Elevate might have given them back that status where we can consider them in contention for that major spot now. That's what we're considering our top 5. Realistically, I think here in Asia, there are 5 teams that can actually be contesting for that Manchester major spot. It is super tight and competitive in the top there. We've seen upsets in some of the top teams. Fury have lost some pretty shocking games. So have Elevate, actually. Fury beating those guys 7-0. It's just been really tight all around between the top 5 teams, and I don't think we can expect anything less out of the playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like a 3 certified team race. Then you've kind of got the 2 outside chances with 1 lagging very deep behind. It would take a miracle. It would take a trip and a stumble, but you don't want to knock out of the conversation just yet. I can't believe I just said that. That is absolutely woeful. But of course, the playoffs do mean that we go to BO3s, Dev, and that changes a lot of the conversation. Now looking ahead, Fury and Bleed, obviously, as Mandy's mentioned, they get the free place directly into the semi-finals, which means that these quarterfinals have a lot of weight to them. It's brutal, but single elimination is the best way of doing this.
I'm a huge fan of single elimination. I know back in the day we always wanted double elim, we always wanted to make sure that teams got a second chance, but I prefer these high stakes matches. Like, we're playing best of 3s here, so at the end of the day, the better team will win the series, and the fact that it's high stakes not only creates a better experience for us as viewers, but it really tests how well these teams perform under pressure, and it's all about pressure. When you go to a major, when you're trying to qualify for a major, and of course that is what is the prize at the end of this bracket. Whoever wins that grand final on the far right is the sole team from the Asia region that will get to go to the major. So I just think this is a fantastic format. It's hard to say who will go through. I know that everyone is looking at Bleed to be the main team, but there's a beautiful story about the Bleed Fury rivalry, which if they meet in the grand final, I think Fury may indeed end up being the favorites in that game. And who knows, maybe Elevate will fire up with their European imports. Maybe we'll see something crazy, Knock Knock or Jalita or Direwolves being in there, as those 3 are definitely the least favored teams in this bracket.
Yeah, maybe a Jalita of old comes out. Maybe they reprise their old role of the APAC Kings and claim top spot. It's obviously a far stretch at the moment, just with how we've seen the BO1s pan out. But of course, the conversation can really start to shift and change as we now get into these quarterfinals. It's an interesting game for me. The Jalita one, obviously, is probably the closer one. Mandy, this is brutal, but how much, like, if you were to give me a percentage, what chance do you think we see Knock Knock make it through to the semis?
Very low. A percentage, like, damn, maybe like 5 to 10%, I think. I think, yeah, Elevate look really in form. I know they lost out the game yesterday, but aside from that, they managed to take down Bleed. It's pretty monumental stage for them, really. From the beginning of stage 1, they looked a bit quiet, but as the weeks went by, we realized that this team was really going to make a splash in the region. And I think going up against Knock Knock today, I don't know. I think it'll be a really tough task for Knock Knock.
Certainly will be, and they come to our latter game. So we've got 2 BO3s tonight, and we will have to wait at least the first BO3 before we get to the matchup between Knock Knock and Elevate. So you'll want to stick around for that, but really, all eyes, and I mean all eyes, are on this Jalita and Direwolves game, Dev. This has, I would say this has the most weight to it in terms of the actual the competition that we're going to be seeing, but also, the winner of this game then goes up against Bleed. So this is probably the most intriguing match of the night.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the Direwolves Jalita game is likely to be the closer game. If you had to really bet or you had to really predict, it's probably going to be the first series that goes to 3 maps. If it doesn't, I would be disappointed. I think that Direwolves especially, after showing what they can do yesterday, they do have a real chance at taking down Jalita. If they can take down Elevate, maybe they can do anything. This is, of course, a rematch of last week as well, where we saw these guys play each other, and Jalita won, even though it was a really tight game. So yeah, I'd love to see that one. Knock Knock versus Elevate, exciting in prospect, but who knows whether it actually will end up being a good game. That one could well be a massacre if Elevate fire up after losing yesterday.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a stinker. And I think that we've seen Elevate do this before, right? Where they just stumble a little bit and then all of a sudden they're back on the bandwagon. They change completely their approach in terms of maybe even their aggression. I'd love to see them come out and really make a statement. In fact, that's what we need to see from Elevate, is a statement after their unfortunate demise yesterday to Direwolves. Speaking of Direwolves, they go against Jalita, the team that coming into this I had such high hopes for. And look, I think, Mandy, they've lived up to what I hoped they would do. They've stayed competitive, they've looked good, and now I think it's time. BO3s, playoffs, this is where this roster needs to shine.
Yeah, look, I think these guys in the last year have gotten through a bit of turbulence as to whether they were actually going to stay as a 5, how that all came about, how they all ended up on this Jalita roster in this org together. But in their hiatus of not playing, I think they've really come back, not just as no cap, but now under an organization named Really Strong. I think they've got a really strong identity as a team. Of course, carrying such a historic name to 4 of the 5 of these players. IDFC has been an amazing pickup for these guys too. And I think going into playoffs, especially off the back of IDFC's last interview, it sounds like they're really ready. Like, they sound like they were quite prepared to go up against Direwolves. I think they knew that they were going to be on this side of the bracket. And I don't know, I'm expecting good things from them today. I think they look very ready to play in this best of 3 series. I think they've got the experience that they're going to have the stamina to make it through all 3 maps. And that's what scares me the most for Direwolves.
That would be the conversation I think that is most prudent to bring up, Dev, is just the difference in the history, the difference in, I guess, the experience that this roster brings in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys have been to 6 Invitationals and Majors of the past, of course, with the exception of IDFC, the new guy on the roster. But I don't think we've seen many teams in this region, maybe in any region in the world, that have actually stuck with a core 4 for as long as these guys have. I mean, this is the same core roster of 4 that went back to that 6 Invitational, that went back to the Berlin Major and performed as well as they did. And I don't know what to say about these guys. Obviously, last year was a bit of a rough slog with the no-cap R6 situation when they didn't play under Elevate, and how everything went with that Elevate for them was really unfortunate. Now, Onigiri's on the bench, but these guys are firing up. Like, it's a much better year this year than it was for them last year. They proved that when they took down Fury on Playday 1. They're an experienced roster. They're finally hitting their stride again. They're back in that team house with that terrifying clown on the cams in the background. And I reckon that they are the favorites in this match, despite what Direwolves achieved yesterday. And as I've said many times, the Thai teams have a real special place in my heart because of the history and because of what they've achieved overseas. And so these are like my dark horse pick for the major. I don't think it's likely, but if there's any team that's not the obvious like Bleed or Fury to go to the major, these guys are my pick.
Well, the outside chance is the team they're going up against. Direwolves is in 5th place at the moment, coming into the playoffs, and I think that is fair. I think that this roster right now is on the outside of the top 4. However, that does not mean that you write them off, Mandy. Any given day, they've got a mixture of experience, of young gunners, of new players looking to impress.
Yeah, I think Direwolves are one of those teams that if I'm an Asian team in this region that is not Direwolves, I'm thinking like, okay, these guys, they're the bogeymen of the region, right? I think the way that they play the game and some of the just weird pocket ideas that I think they bring into the server can really catch you off guard if you're not paying attention and just keeping tabs on some of the things that they're going to try and bring into the server. I feel like for Jalita, that actually might be something that they will struggle to deal with. Especially after we saw Direwolves take down Elevate yesterday on Clubhouse. I thought that was a big shocker for all of us on the desk, but I think it was just the brand of Rainbow Six that they brought into the server was just so strange. There was just some really odd things that they did that I honestly, if I was in the server, I wouldn't have known, but I'm not a pro player. And the pro players, I think some of them got caught out by it as well. So yeah if I'm Jalita, I'm just going to be keeping tabs on every part of the map, making sure that no one's sneaking in and doing something strange.
Is it fair to say that they've kind of kept their childish doesn't seem like the right word, but maybe like childlike atmosphere? Do you feel as though that they have been able to maintain that, as Mandy's alluding to, the kind of unprepared strats that will catch any team off?
Yeah, I don't know how to split it with these guys. Like, they have some nice ideas. To be honest, like, I think as a team, like, they looked the best in their game yesterday. I wasn't hugely impressed with these guys. Like, to be pretty blunt, like, their first few games were closer than they should have been. Like, the games that they played against Daystar, Hasib, and Knock Knock, I thought they were closer than they should have been. I think these guys actually looked worse against those teams than they did against teams like Jalita and Elevate, which in theory would be better competition. And it does speak volumes that these guys almost went to overtime against both Fury and Jalita. They were both 5-7 losses. They could have stolen points out of those games. I was never truly on the Direwolves are actually a solid team bandwagon until we saw what we did yesterday. And it's not just the fact they beat Elevate, but it's the manner in which they did it. They looked like a well-rounded team. It wasn't just like a Joe Gore carry or anything like that. I think these guys do have what it takes. But whether that was a flash in the pan, whether that was a one-off, I'm not sure. I guess we'll see them tested today in a BO3 setting, which is a whole different beast entirely.
It is, and that's where you actually get to see teams' real grit, because things can start to shift quite dramatically. But sometimes a team's grit comes with the individual performances. Mandy, I know that, both of these teams coming into this have kind of, quote unquote, picked up newer players. They're picking up players that are younger, that don't have that T1 experience. But to be fair, generally when we talk about those newcomers, it takes a stage for them to get into it. However, both IDFC and Joe Gore have absolutely kickstarted this with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them, I think, have come into their teams and played their respective roles really well, and they've just slotted themselves into this group of 5 in such a fantastic way. Joe Gore was quite, he's quite obviously the top-rated player of the league and the superstar fragger of Direwolves as well at the moment, whereas IDFC has played a very different role for Jalita. He's come in and been that middleman for the team and played your operators like your Vertical on the Buck, like we're seeing there, and like Castle, operators that are not super desirable to be playing, right? If you get shafted on Castle on the strat, you're like, well, damn, right? But IDFC is that person that's come into the roster and has been okay with doing some of the tougher jobs and just fulfilling the shoes of course, the previous player Onigiri, right, who was also a player of a similar vein as well. So these two players, even though they're new and even though they've got really great stats between the two of them, they played very different roles in the team, but they've flourished in them as well.
I honestly just want to give the plaudits to IDFC. I think, coming into a roster like Jalita is drastically different to entering where Joe Gore has, for example, on Direwolves. Like, as much as they both are, coming into a roster, they're both new, they're both faces that we haven't really seen or heard from before. Individually, I think IDFC, for me, has been a standout performer in terms of consistency. Joe Gore is just on a completely different level. I don't even know how to start that conversation. I'll be completely honest. He's been ridiculous. But what we can do is shift this conversation a little bit into the Veto's, Dev, as I know you're the Veto King. So what maps do you want to see?
So look, if you're Direwolves, you've shown a really good Oregon yesterday, and that was a map that we hadn't actually seen all year from them. So if I'm Jalita, I'm tossing up, am I going to ban out the Oregon or let it through? Jalita do historically have a pretty good Oregon. Now, they're not actually going to go for it in their first 2 bans, so it is left on the table. It's up to Direwolves if they want to jump in on that Oregon or go elsewhere. And they're actually... Okay, so Bank, pick by Jalita. I want to know what Direwolves are going to go with here, because Oh, so, well, okay, back to Chalet. So we've seen them play Chalet about 10 million
Chalet.
times so far.
Back to Chalet.
I'm actually a little bit confused as to why they didn't go for Oregon, because they obviously, won on Oregon. I guess Jalita also beat Fury on Oregon, but I think Direwolves maybe should have gone for that. Yeah, see, Jalita end up are the ones banning it out at the end of it, so we won't get to see Oregon. I think that would have been a great map for these teams. Like, both teams, bloody awesome on Oregon. Both teams have beaten some of the best teams in the league on that map, and instead, Bank picked by Jalita. We saw them beat Direwolves on this map just a few days ago, a week ago, so I guess that kind of makes sense from them. Yeah, Chalet, as we've said, I don't know if Direwolves keep going to this map even though they keep losing it, so that's on them, I guess.
It's tough. It's tough, but I guess in a BO3, this is where it is. Push comes to shove, Mandy. This is where you've got to perform, right? Bank Chalet Clubhouse is where we head to. Does this change your feeling in the matter?
Oh, not personally. Actually, a little bit. I'm surprised to have seen Jalita play out the Veto in the way that they've done, because the way that I view it, Direwolves, I don't think have as strong of a map pool as Jalita do, especially after the back of the IDFC interview. I think he made it pretty clear to us that they seem pretty ready for this Veto. And so I'm actually quite surprised to see them go to Chalet, which is clearly a comfort map for Direwolves. Maybe they've got something on them, like they've VOD reviewed them and they must know what's going on to actually have gone to that. But overall, I'm quite surprised with the way that they played it. I thought they would have been able to ban out all the weaknesses of Direwolves. So I'm interested to see what they're going to bring into the server, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that we've seen so much Chalet. But overall, I don't think it changes my story too much. I still think Jalita will win this one, whether it's going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1. I think they can still do it.
Well, the real campaign for the major starts now. Playoffs, BO3, single elimination. This is where the storylines get interesting. We go to Jalita and the underdogs of Direwolves. We head to Bank, and we've got Guz and Xenox waiting by.
We do. We've been waiting for a little while. I actually just had dinner while we were getting the map Veto, so I got that timed perfectly. Big game tonight, and for Jalita, it was a big scare yesterday, guys, all the way to 15th round, 8-7, knock-knock, pushed them to the limit. They get a chance at redemption now in a best of 3. Maybe the pressure's off on these singular maps, but I'm excited for this. Direwolves as well have looked a little bit shaky. I'll be honest, these two teams don't fill me with a lot of confidence.
No, I totally agree. This is going to be a real intriguing game. I'm going in with the expectation that we will see all 3 maps between the two. It's going to be close. It's going to be competitive. It's probably going to be a little bit scrappy, but exciting nonetheless. I think there's a lot of positives that both teams can take into today. And if they can mitigate a bunch of those negatives that maybe we've seen throughout the stage as well, it's going to make for one hell of a game.
We head to Bank first, Chalet to follow after that, and if required, if we do go the distance, Clubhouse would be our final map for this best of 3 quarterfinal. Playoffs officially underway for the Asia League, and is it not anticipated a region in which only one spot is available to head to Manchester, despite how stacked especially the top 5 look. Knock-knock playing the 6th man, of course. They will play Elevate after this in the other quarterfinal matchup. But first, Jalita, Direwolves. It's really unfortunate, but someone's journey now comes to an end at the end of this quarterfinal. Technically, there'll be still a 5th place match, but who cares? That's irrelevant. That's not the same as progressing forward. The winner of this match, the winner of this series, will take on Bleed in the semi-final. That is a daunting task. So you're going to want to play well here and take that form into the next semi-final. Montage banned out by Direwolves. Twitch then followed up. Solus, no surprise on a map like Bank.
Yeah, all of these bans making logical sense thus far. Important to note that the Habana has not been banned out, and that should help bolster the attacking hard breach, especially when you think about basement. We'll see if the Kai does get banned out. With Twitch off the board, it would make Kai quite difficult to deal with. Direwolves identified that and will take him out. With the Solus banned out, that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure, or some pressure at least, in terms of map clearance. Gaining information, pre-placing drones on a map like Bank with how big it is very important. And so the attacking unit of Jalita don't need to deal with that. But yeah, keen to see how these teams both approach this map. Mostly defensively. Direwolves is going to be the sort of team that want to roam around, get aggressive. Considering they're bringing the Vigil and the Valk round 1, I would anticipate that's going to be the case to open things up.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being used by...
Who have you got, Guz? Jalita, Direwolves. Were you impressed with Direwolves' victory against Elevate yesterday? That was on Oregon. Dev brought it up a couple of times. The fact that we haven't gone to Oregon is quite intriguing. I think that win probably gives me a little bit more hope for Direwolves. If I had to give them the edge, it would be the Wolves. Jalita's performance yesterday against Knock Knock really was not great.
No, I totally agree. I think the final play day does give us an indication as to where these teams may truly be at. Completely taking that out of the discussion yesterday's results, I probably would have gone in today fairly confident for Jalita because Direwolves have looked shaky at times. Again, though, maybe we're giving yesterday a little bit too much stock, only a best of one, who knows. BO3s are going to play out quite differently, and that's why I think it's just going to be so incredibly close. I'm tempted to still back Jalita. It's just my gut feeling that this experienced roster should have enough to get a BO3 across the line, but I'm by no means convinced that they're going to win by a big margin.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because the narrative, at least from my perspective, was that prior to yesterday, it was Direwolves that looked a little bit more shaky, a little bit more up and down throughout the stage. They looked like the team that was going to maybe fall as low as 6th or, you know, at least hold on to 5th because of the gap between the bottom 3. Whipping ground here. And it's basement to begin. Jalita on the attack, and I think they might go fast through Vault. Off the back of the Blitz, Gandel's to follow through behind RDFC. They get the opening kill as well onto Seal, so the defender will fall. There's at least a trade from Pika. Nitrosol got thrown out from Velux. That wasn't able to get the kill. So far, Jalita, though, have been far better in the gunplay towards site. The fast-paced approach has certainly worked. Good kill for Souffle. Does kind of keep the round a little bit in control here. No, never mind. Battle over towards Garage does go the way of Jalita. And the fast-paced effort is super rewarded. That was a really well-worked attacking round from Jalita to kickstart things here on Bank.
Yeah, clean from Jalita, picking up the pace there in the first round, not going for the default push, instead directly from behind, down through Vault, facilitated with the util that they had in terms of being able to flush out those positions. Good way to catch Direwolves off guard, and perhaps maybe that has been one of Direwolves' biggest weaknesses, or bigger weaknesses at the stage, is maybe not adapting quickly enough to what high-quality opposition can offer. So I like that from Jalita. Is that going to be a theme that persists through every single round in this match? Most certainly not. However, it's definitely going to now be in the back of the Direwolves' mind defensively going forward in this series that Jalita are not going to shy away from that aggressive playstyle at times.
I mean, it's the perfect start, though. We're sitting here maybe wondering about yesterday's performance against Knock Knock for Jalita. What are they going to bring to the table? That's really the best way to kick things off. You know, set the pace nice and early. Good set play that pays dividends. And Direwolves, well, I think that's a bit of a wake-up call. You're not really going to allow that 2 rounds in a row either. So smart from Jalita. They just don't even bother. Instead, they'll play a more conventional roam game clear. They bring the Jackal, the Dockerby, so really nailing that down. And then for the on-site, you've still got the Ying. Couple of smokes. I really do like this lineup for Jalita. Covers kind of both avenues. The early portion of this round with lockers and CCTV, typically you'll see some kind of roam up above, depending on the team. They might go for a 5-stack, but there's a vigil in play, indicating that there is going to be a roam. And then you've still got really good operators as well for the on-site push eventually later in the round. Yeah, no surprise about that. Chokol goes for the jump out. Just as the stat was brought up with the highest EPS in the league, he just throws his life out of the window and he's 0-2 to start in the quarterfinal. All of these rounds, all of these maps are so important, and the highest rated player in the league has not been able to find a kill.
Shutting down Jogor certainly going to be a big win condition, I think, for Jalita throughout this match. Throughout this series, it's going to be impactful. Punch thrown back, though, from Pika. Still inside of bot square. Finished off is Mark with that impact grenade. So a good little opportunistic play there from the defense, making up from the shortfall that Jogor has left. Losing the Jackal now may mean that clearing these defenders on the roam, such as Seal top main, becomes a little bit more challenging. Still Logic Bomb for IDFC. And good execute util with Sapper still standing as well on the Ying. But maybe an opportunity here for Seal to give his team now the advantage.
Just under 90 seconds left. I think at this point, Direwolves, if they want to head back down to basement, certainly an opportunity, but happy to just sit over towards Stafford open area. He got quite low, but so is DCH. It's a very even round towards the box for a push here for Jalita, towards bot square, and Seal finds one towards top main on the defensive Direwolves. They haven't cleared full second floor. Punish. And Jalita largely focused with that open area. Hold Souffle then gets a kill onto Sapper. DCH slips in towards elevator side of the hallway. It does have a bit of yellow ping information. It's a swing, should be a kill. No.
Ooh.
Low on health. But it was a headshot anyway from Seal. An IDFC, the solo now for Jalita. The fast-paced round in the opening round was incredible. A little slower here in the second round. And unable to really make anything work, despite the fact that Jogor quite literally threw his life out of the building to begin this round. They had an early advantage, but struggled to clear this defensive hold up above.
Yeah, certainly a stark contrast to the first round. Dai was making up for the shortfall earlier on. Taking out the Jackal was clearly impactful. The rest of the roam then proving to be challenging to clear. And those first two rounds, I think, have the potential to really set the tone of this match. Jalita may now be thinking that going forward they want to continue to be as direct as possible, maybe until it doesn't work. Will, of course, be objective dependent, and arguably that is one of the easier objectives, to be more direct on bank, depending on how you want to play it. So we'll certainly approach his top 4. In terms of how Jalita want to approach, whether it's going to be a top square clear, then stock haul. An opportunity, though, if they want to continue to be aggressive, to hit from the rappel, bring that Capital, maybe the Ying once more. Replay that previous round, DCH good presence of mind to find that pick. Pika lurking bot square was good, and then Seal just wasn't cleared. Not tracked, logic bomb's ineffective. Multi-kill from him. And so we'll see if they can bring that momentum now into the third round.
Hey, good start to this series as well. Two teams that I would sort of value at the same level. Two teams that, for all intents and purposes, have got every capability of sending us to Clubhouse, the deciding map, the third map. Every round going to be so important. Expecting this to be back and forth. You can kind of throw a lot of statistics out the window, especially on Bank and Chalet. Mr. Punch, top blue. Swift entry again here for Jalita this time around, straight in towards Archives, and can get some Burt down below. Looks to find some gadgets that he can maybe take out from below. I think, yeah, you're right. The pace for Jalita opening round, you can't really replicate that, not only every round, but also site dependent. But I think the mindset has to be similar. How do you approach these rounds? You can't just get stalled out. You know you want to clear positions like Janitor, do it quickly. Bring over that Capital, clear it out, try and get a kill. Pinch pressure, do it all nice and early. Kind of like Mr. Punch with the entry. Archives and Tellers down below, clear out some utility. He's done it pretty early in this round. Mark now on the rappel outside airlock. So just kind of going through the checklist and through the motions.
Yeah, Dai wasn't really too eager to contest down below. They'd have to go in blind, makes sense. Space now forfeited top square as well, and you can see the blind being held by Sapper. Souffle, though, with the long line of sign of response, able to find one. Peek up, Felix also in the meantime finding one apiece as well. So not entirely sure how those fights have come into fruition, but clearly not traded by the attack.
Yeah, didn't get to see it, but we saw Mr. Punch roaming kind of down below first floor. Mark was on the rappel. Sapper was slow lurking top square. Nothing wrong with that at that point in the round. Actually, just got a collat. He just got a collat. One in behind towards long desk, and he happens to get that kill. Suddenly now makes it a 1 versus 2. On to the ace. Flash in towards Janitor. One top main. Can't get the kill onto Seal. Oh, got a little spicy there. But not spicy enough. I will hold on. And Seal, look how low he was. By the end of that, had he lost that fight, it would have been a straight 1 versus 1 with a decent amount of time. Not to beat. But questionable 2 rounds now for Jalita, as they've kind of slowed their pacing down outside of a fast-paced rush on basement, which is kind of a gimmick in some ways. Like, you're not really going to look at that as a set play. We'll watch this again for Sapper. There's the lineup.
Imagine all 3 lined up. It almost did. Would have been very winnable then.
But the issue for me is that you can't replicate that opening round. Like, that's not something that you sit back and go, okay, let's just do that again, because that worked. That's not the conventional way that you're going to approach Bank. Direwolves right now, for me, just looking a little bit better, because the way they're playing is emulated between these rounds. They look a little bit better overall. And that's without Jogor fragging.
Yeah, once Jogor gets activated, it could seriously get concerning. I mean, the last 2 rounds have played out fairly conventionally. Round number 2, which was the reattempt down below. Jalita did win the opening kill again, still lost the round. And then there's that most previous round gone. Round number 3 up above. Direwolves got that opening kill themselves and then converted really cleanly. So finding win conditions for Jalita in rounds that they anticipate to play conventionally is looking a bit rough. Jogor on for a spawn pick. Lands it. Not enough for the kill though. Sapper will be one shot though for the remainder of the round. So a bit of pressure on him now to ensure that he's not taken down, because those E1D scans are going to be really important in locking down the defense. It's about getting map control here and just chipping away slowly, I think, for Jalita. And if they're going to bleed picks, they need to be making sure they're getting traded. It's the big thing that let them down in the last round.
Yeah, not playing as a set unit. A lot of individual plays and individual positioning. In that last round, Mr. Punch, solo in Archives. Mark solo on the Repel. Zappa, solo top square. It's fine, it's bank. You're going to spread out. Even here, solo entry, basement. It's understandable. But it means that trade potential is just not quite going to be there when it does come to Jalita. Direwolves are well positioned on site. They're not throwing their lives away. I say that, and I watched Jogor, who did quite literally do that a couple of rounds back. Running around with the boss. The Vigil loses that battle. No, they traded. Never mind, sorry, didn't lose it. So trade with IDFC, 1-for-1. Vigil does get taken down. No Brava, no Clutch drones for the remainder of this round. ECH will vault back out. And a little bit of a reset moment here for Jalita. Open area, staff room, the round. 90 seconds left here in the fourth. Pika stuck over towards Archives. Has been pinged out. Should be a kill for Mr. Punch. Shot early. He shot way too early. Gave position away. And Pika's going to be able to get the easy swing. 3-4 in favor of Direwolves. And Jalita, again, just not in these rounds. At least not leading them. That was a moment, though, they should have capitalized on.
Yeah, they're just looking shaky at the moment, Jalita. 3v4. This is going to be a tough round for them to be able to convert from here. Probably going to be relying on Sapper being able to get an entry point and or mark. Kid barriers, they're going to make that a challenge. DCH at least has diffuser, and they might be able to open bot quad. In fact, it's already open, so we'll see if Mark can exploit this.
50 seconds, easy one for Mark. But at that same moment, Pierre Lux got one. That's at least a nice kill with Pika being so close. Quick reaction from Mark.
Diffuser above though. So
yeah.
Round over.
And also Sapper and Mark are very low. 30 seconds. Still a little bit of time over towards Stock. And Felix will actually take key position here to block that. Still outside of the window. Yellow ping and the shield he plays. Not a lot of time remaining. Flash, and as soon as that was out of his hands, Souffle gets the kill. Sapper makes entry. Felix still wins that anyway, and Direwolves make it 1-3. Very dominant start here on Bank. And a reminder, this is the map pick of Jalita. Great start on the defense. And I think Direwolves right now just look like the better team.
Yeah, certainly they do at the moment. Now, this could be a case of being quite a defender-sided Bank, so we'd always have to wait and see how the second half precludes, but certainly at the moment, Direwolves are playing better. And it doesn't feel as close inside of the server as I was anticipating going into this game. And if anything, I thought, map on being Jalita's pick, we could see them run ahead of it a little bit, because Bank can sometimes tend, especially on a team's preference map, to lean to the attack. It's not been the case so far. Again, presenting too many ones around the map. That 1-for-1 trades are fair enough. Mr. Punch should be winning that fight. Mark eventually got his way through, so good work there exploiting the quad entry. Then shut down that swing there, really sharp reaction times. Unfortunately though, Diffuser then got stranded on an island up above. Souffle supported it so nicely, knowing that Felix was going to be under a lot of pressure and the attack had flashbangs, so if he had been left on his own, then maybe we could have seen the round brought back, but unfortunately not enough time there for Jalita to clear top floor properly. Proved to be quite costly. Now we go back down to basement. Jalita going to go for a standard lineup, so once again a map clear. No Jackal though this time. Equally, we're not going to see the Vigil from Jogor.
Certainly a factor though for Direwolves that Jogor is 1-3, but they're up 3-1 on defense. Bank, you're right, could be defender-sided. We don't know. I'm going to be honest though, I might play devil's advocate to that and say, well, Bank's a pretty decent map when it does come to attacking. We haven't seen it all that often, only twice so far in Asia League, but in those two games, 55%. And it's been a struggle, even on sites like Lockers and CCTV. No guarantees, and I'm not going to spend the time to try and find which games those were. I wouldn't really pay too much mind to that subsample, but the rounds from Jalita haven't been really all that close, especially in the early portions of these rounds. And a good little statistic there as it gets popped up. Stage 1, 2023 LCQ, though, was a long, long time ago. I mean, quite literally this point last year. 7-3 to Direwolves, though. An interesting stat that could be replicated here with the way things are going. Sapper getting some good information over towards admin. They can open up the hatch. Slow approach once again for Jalita. And a big change up to the lineup for this Locker's CCTV. Not employing the Jackal. Not looking to bring as much roam clear. Getting off the IQ. They bring the Buck. They bring the Yana. With that can get some decent information with the Gemini. Good flank watch as well towards Beepers with that drone placed.
Well, it's Jogor to win the entry battle this time around once more. So that's back-to-back entries for Direwolves off the back of Joe.
Bomb located by attackers.
Last time it was converted as well. That's certainly not the best of starts here for Jalita. Sapper as well, the top fragger currently on that Yana. Would have been a key figure in finding an entry pick in this round back. So looking like Jalita will shape up for another back hit, although the pacing has now slowed down. See how Direwolves pivot their defense in response. Critical that they get the likes of Pika watching these positions, still a gas babe in hand. Goyo canister is also still in play, although the one bot main, I don't think they'll be able to pop.
I should mention, of course, these two did play on bank just last week. But I guess if you want to go as far back for LCQ results, you could. Jalita did win it, by the way, 7-5, and they had 4 attacking rounds in that particular game. Mr. Punch with a very pivotal kill, but there's very little time remaining. Drop into Vault. With DCH death, I think, could that be kit down? I imagine it is. Still garage control, and IDFC does collect the kit and go for the plant inside of Lockers. Not too sure if anyone's close enough to get the denial, and a big kill onto Jogor for Mr. Punch. Now puts Seal into the 1 versus 2. Slips over all the way to bot main, and an easy kill from Mr. Punch, and there you go. Jalita finally makes something happen. It's a very late round attack, reminds me of 2020, the 22nd meta, but it does work. Good vault drop, good kills, good re-pick up on the kit plant as well, and a massive kill onto Jogor. Had that not happened, well, the round would have gone the way of Direwolves. 3-2, 1 round to go in the half.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner there from Jalita. Time management probably leaving a bit to be desired, and again losing that entry fight. However, they made up for that in the late round with a lot of good information. Being forced into the plant, never comfortable for the player, then left to cover, but did a good job isolating both ones. Pretty confidently cleaned up there in the end from Jalita. And with 2 attacks in the half, if their defense is solid, it might not be all that bad. But we'll see. Top 4 has been unsuccessful for them. Last time Direwolves, despite losing the entry battle. Oh, pardon me, they won the entry battle and then were able to close out that round as well. Warden once again in play, much like it was last time. And that will prompt Jalita to not bring the Ying. We saw the Ying prominently in that first round for that aggressive rush, and we haven't really seen it too much since outside of the second round.
Yeah, if Jalita can find this last round of the half, I think it puts them back into a position where they can kind of back in their own defense. Good entry. Well, opening kill for Mr. Punch. And Jogor once again goes down. 5 deaths in the opening 6 rounds is not ideal for Jogor. Immensely struggling to have that super large impact. He certainly hasn't been without his moments, but not the Jogor level show that we typically get. Good start for Jalita. And just working their way back into this game, because it started to get a little bit... Well, started to get a little bit dangerous for them. Down 3-1. Good defensive rounds from Direwolves. Jalita was struggling. The only round they had won was a bit of a gimmick round on the rush in the opening. But these, well, last round, now this round, have certainly been far more conventional. Can they continue to just double down, find another kill, really open things up? Nitrocell from Pika.
Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, I was not expecting that to get all the way through the window. That is a sensational Nitrocell from Pika, and I think changes the complexity of this round now with the kill from Souffle, making life very difficult for Jalita despite the opening kill from Mr. Punch. It has flipped on its head to close out this opening half, but DCH on the Repel also will get one for free. So 2 kills on the Repel for Jalita. Brings that to a 3 versus 3, but a great swing from Felix inside of Janitor. And once again, Direwolves will take the lead. This has been a strange old round.
Yes, this has been a little bit peculiar. And DCH now lurking through lobby. We'll soon face Souffle. Repel comes in, so a distraction here. Can they pinch this position? DCH will. Spotted on that mirror window though through long desk. Position of both players now confirmed off the back of the Valkyrie camera. And if there's another cam on site, which I assume there is, currently being spectated by the defense, Jalita are going to have a hard time pushing this site.
Good kill for DCH, and my goodness, this round has not quite followed a normalized script. Felix in a 1 versus 2 with DCH low. Still a bit of time, 30 seconds with a Nitrocell available, but he gets chunked down to half health, and he loses that battle on the reswing to IDFC. What a strange old round for, quite honestly, a strange old half. Big round for Jalita gets them to a 3-3 scoreline to close out their attacking half. And honestly, by the point that that Nitrocell had exploded out of the hands of Pika, I thought that it was going to be a round Direwolves would be sure to win. Not to be, and a good response from Jalita. After going down 3-1 early, they win 2 rounds in a row to close the half out. Now, go into their own defense, and this is where we can start to figure out. Will this be defender-sided? Will Direwolves have the ability to also attack into these rounds? Go to CEO Executive to begin the second half.
Yeah, Jalita have done a decent job here in correcting course. Round 1 was really great from them. Explosive entry in towards that basement. Re-hit. Pace them slow. Direwolves 3 straight. Jalita respond themselves. The Repel game in this previous round proving to be quite deadly. Really good use of the previews there from Pika. Top stairs in that banana position. Able to lob that one out the lone window. But again, the Repel just was so strong from the attack. And despite the Valkyrie being up late in the 2 versus 1, it wasn't enough to change the tide of that round back in favor of the defensive Direwolves. So we switch sides now.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And we'll see who ends up on top. Information gathering is going to continue to be a theme throughout this half to kick things off. Echo from Mr. Punch. But I like this from Direwolves. They're going to immediately respond with info of their own. The 0. Quite easy to hide those cameras in a map as expansive as Bank. And they'll double down with Ying as well. We didn't see a whole lot of Ying again outside of the first 2 rounds from Jalita, but Dai was willing to bring it out here in round 7.
Get a reminder, this is Jalita's map pick. So the slow start for them was certainly concerning. But they turned it around. Good position now. Interesting to see the 0 employed on Direwolves as Felix looking to straight away get a bit of mez control and open up this wall. Nika up above as well on the roof of top square. A lot of repel in this round from Direwolves, but Jogel gets aggressive towards Stock. Bit of help as well from his team if he wants it, but so far happy to just go solo. He loses his life. Plays by himself towards Stock. Doesn't win his 1. It's been a familiar story for Jogel in this game. He's just not winning his 1s.
Yeah, just having one of those days, unfortunately. Will that be the kryptonite for Direwolves tonight? If he's not able to find himself back into the match, can the rest of the team stand up? Losing the ace as well certainly doesn't help, but at least they have Felix's back up on that Hibana for hard breach at range. Double repel, in fact triple, with Souffle looking in towards front desk position, oddly enough. Puts Mark on an island, but has that deployable shield to play behind. Opportunity goes begging in through top square. I believe that was Felix. You find that kill and it's pretty much round over. Doesn't land though. Smoke's deployed. And perhaps we'll see Divers look to aggress immediately off this. 4 Candelas for Pika to play with.
Still really well positioned on site for Jalita. Seal somehow finds a kill. Zappa loses his life and just maybe brings the round back into a certainly winnable round. Into airlock they go off the Candelas from Pika. Good little shot as well from Pika. Getting that kill onto Mark. But they haven't cleared out Janitor on a big Nitrocell. That is certainly going to get a kill onto Souffle. Felix and Seal with it all to do. Otherwise, 3 rounds in a row for Jalita on the board. 1 flash, then 2 flash barbed wire. That still needs to be dealt with. And a shotgun that you think from here should be too good for DCH. Indeed it is. Gets them both. 3 in a row for Jalita. And worrying signs now for Direwolves here on Bank as they are unable to stop this momentum.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a concern now, Joe Gore on entry. Sure, he is going 2-3, but they've only actually converted 1 of those occasions where he was able to win that opening duel back in round 4. And losing it there in that previous round, it already just compounded the amount of pressure on the rest of the attack. I think they pretty much immediately decided to pivot, play hard into the Propel game, and pray that the Ying was going to give them enough value with the smoke canisters and the Candelas. And as evidently seen, it didn't. Jalita response was pretty sound. And an opportunity now to mount a bit of a streak. Look back at that last round. Really good entry there from Sapper. Difficult angle for Joe Gore to contest. Diffuser then over towards airlock, made it tough. DCH was never flushed out properly. Side of Janitor. The displaced util of the Ying not impactful enough there. They are going to double down though. Ying into round 8. Don't know whether or not they've spotted DCH on the Warden, but that's certainly something they'll have to keep in mind.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, we say this from time to time though for Direwolves. It can't just be the Joe Gore show. He can't be the only one that's able to win them rounds. And statistically, you know, Seal, Souffle, they're fragging. Been a good game from Pika. I feel like he's probably not the kind of guy that needs to really put in significant numbers either. But it is quite strange to me that, well, the highest rated player of the league is 2-6 in a playoff match. With a lot on the line, this is when you really want said top player of the league to be fit and firing, and at 2-6, he's the clear standout. It's a sore thumb moment. Down to basement, lockers and CCTV, and Jalita are looking more and more in control of this game of Bank as we progress and we continue. Logic bomb from Joe Gore. And he's used that pretty early in this round, top square, but looking to, of course, see if there's any lurks up above. There are none. We can see that. And eventually he can facilitate his way down towards main. Oh!
That was a free.
Yeah. He gets that. On a normal play day, he probably finds that kill. It's just not going his way today. Certainly had his opportunity. Mr. Punch and Mark both able to get away from those respective duels, keeping themselves alive for Jalita on the defense as they did look to contest a little bit towards Staff and Open. Now it'll be 5 on site with DCH over towards Blue Stairs, holding on the top side of it. Mr. Punch will just tuck himself in. Vulcan canisters have already been set over towards default plant. IDFC holds towards elevators. And, well, with a minute 20 seconds remaining in the round, it's now up to Direwolves to make their way towards site. But they haven't cleared DCH. With the deployable shield on the Warden, he can hold for as long as he wants.
Yeah, time's going to be a pretty serious concern here for Direwolves. They're likely going to have to go for a backdrop or a hatch drop in towards the objective itself. Zoto canister placed to try and stall out both hatches, but no longer having an impact on the Maverick means that it's pretty easy for Felix to get out of that situation with the hatch opened up. Souffle and Mr. Punch trade blows. 40 seconds on the clock. Castle barricades now pose a threat. A lot of stall out utilities still available here for the defense. For canisters as well. Doesn't bode well for Direwolves.
And DCH as well is able to put... Oh, Joe Gore. Late flank from Blue. After DCH had pushed off a bit, guess what? There's a castle barricade. Well, if there's no rotate hole, I'm not too sure if there is, but he does make a bit of a sound. Joe Gore does get the kill onto DCH. It might just be opened up. Vulcan canister blown. Perfectly timed. What a rotate from Mark on site. Should be able to get the double kill. And did. Well, teammate kind of stole it at the end, but nevertheless, you could see Mark's rotate at the end. It was so pivotal. Nicely timed. Jogor gave his position away early as well. Shot as he was coming out of bot blue. And even though he did get that kill, his presence was already known. Server in towards CCTV. 4 rounds in a row now for Jalita, and a tactical timeout rightfully taken.
Yeah, a bit of a crisis meeting, I think, at this point for Direwolves. A latter portion of that round, they looked a little bit lost. I think a lot of that came off the back of being stalled out with that castle setup. Certainly something you don't see every day with the exterior doors in towards the objective blocked off. They didn't ration util properly to be able to clear that quickly. Players left trying to melee, and then it was quite a split attack. Clearly the timing was off as well. Go canisters were never dealt with because they're not electing to deal with that earlier on into the piece. I understand that Twitch is banned, so it makes it challenging, but still something you've got to be conscious of. Regardless though, this is a critical tactical for Direwolves. If they don't get value from this, the map's going to be off pretty swiftly. Now it is Jalita's map pick, so can't be too negative for the Direwolves. And maybe a map like Chalet is going to favor them a little bit more. But I would also counter that by saying that on Chalet, you need to be a fluid team that's hitting shots and exuding confidence. And here on Bank, we're just not really seeing that. And a large reflection of that is Jogor 3-7 not playing up to his standard at all.
No, he's not. But it also can't be a case of, you know, if Jogor was 13-7 right now, where would Direwolves be? Would they be winning this game? Would that be the difference maker? If that is the case, then that's a lot on the shoulders of just one individual. But I think the biggest issue right now for Direwolves is just simple team play. They don't look like a team that's on the same page, not as coordinated as what we're seeing from Jalita. They went 3-1 up, and yeah, I think they played relatively fine on a lot of those defensive rounds. Jalita kind of just went up a gear, and Direwolves have not been able to match them. Out of this tactical timeout now, very important round, very critical round. Jogor on the Ash needs to start finding a couple of kills. That's his role. He's the fragger. He's not going to give you supportive plays. He's not going to be playing backline. His role is to get entry kills, to find kills. Plus 11 this stage on the entry. That is a league high. Reap's the closest at 8, and that's Reap's. In fact, the only 2 players in the league with a 1.25 or above rating is Reap's and Jogor. That is the level. That is the company. And if you want to go even further, he's the only one above 1.3. So the issue, though, is his survival rating is also quite shockingly low. It's league average. It's in the middle of the pack. We've kind of spoken at times with Jogor, and you know, he can kind of do really, really well, but he does die a lot. And right now he's just doing the dying without doing everything else really well.
Yeah, in the last 3 rounds, again, entry going the way of Jalita. They're converting that. I was struggling in that aspect of the game at the moment, and no doubt that's something they would have been talking about. Well, they win it this time, though. Seal onto Sapper. DCH now on a bit of an island and could be pinched with Pika, I believe. Maybe not. No, there we go. Wasn't DCH, but instead IDFC down main. Don't know if DCH is going to look to aggress on this particular position. Looks to be now quite content on site itself. But 4v3 here looks favorable for the attack.
Yeah, and a good power position as well that can be held towards Beepers. Mr. Punch, maybe he could slip out and try and go for a bit of a flank. Right now, just kind of hovering towards Archives. Another kill below for Jalita, and then is Pika losing his life. And the yellow ping on the prone player, top square. It's the freest kill you'll ever see. What in the world is Jogor doing? 2 versus 2. Felix position known over towards Stock, and Seal just comes out of Janitor. Mark and DCH. Well primed on site, and Nitrocell available for DCH, but not really in the position to probably use it. I imagine he's just anticipating some kind of drop from Stock. Seal with the one final Salma to get some pressure over towards quad wall, bot square, 25 seconds. Now slow lurk through admin. Doesn't have kit. Felix is the one with kit, and that's an easy kill for Mark. Straight headshot. And that's going to give away Felix's position. And with that, 12 seconds, and has to hit some really gnarly shots. Can't do it. Jalita make it another round. Well, a startling turnaround here in this quarterfinal. Direwolves shot out of the gates, but Feels like they went too fast and pulled a hamstring because now they're down match points. 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it shouldn't be this defender-sided. It's really difficult to ascertain exactly what's going wrong with Direwolves at the moment. I think it's just key communication errors, especially as to what's being watched on flank. This here from Mr. Punch just shouldn't be allowed. It was traded, to be fair, but even then, 2v2, split push. They didn't know that the window is armied off, and so that tradable position was pretty quickly denied.
Rehost. Yeah, and I mean, even in this technical timeout right now, I don't think it's going to help Direwolves. I really don't think it's going to really make a difference here. Jalita have just looked in total cruise control. Man, these two teams, both of them, equally, just so up and down. I don't know what I'm going to get from them. Yesterday, Jalita almost lost to Knock Knock. Knock Knock had 3 match points, guys. 3 opportunities to just straight up beat Jalita, which would have been pretty unheard of. It's not often we see teams from South Asia being able to beat teams from Southeast Asia, especially a roster of Jalita's experience and caliber. Also, shout out Mr. Joe Gore with the Xenox chair, as always, helping out my company. But Direwolves as well. Yesterday, they go and beat Elevate. They look great. We think, okay, they're back, maybe even to a new level. They start well here, and then it all just goes away. What the hell can you expect in terms of consistency? It's impossible. Unfortunately, rehost here in play, as we've kind of alluded to. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we will play out the final stages here of this bank.
What just happened? It happened too fast. When there's 4 people on basement on a turtle, why is no one watching Garage? Turtle's just walked in. It's questionable. There was a nice clip, nice shots. Yeah. It was a nice play from Lee.
Everybody is turning his back to him.
What is Elevate doing?
He's just so tired showing his gun skills. He's just going from Harry Potter and killing everyone.
Man, that speakeasy guy and that RP guy, they're just absolutely trolling. I don't know what those guys are doing. They need to just stop trolling, really. Yeah, they're griefing. That's all there is to say about that.
How could they lose?
Wow. Not even close. Not even close from Stun Heart.
This is a very good clutch from Pete.
They've got elbow control. They can just sit. Plant default, hold the cross. Ash can play far back, but well played by Beat. He took advantage of the situation, but I'm not sure Ash running at the last guy in the 3v1 was super smart thing to do.
Win every 1v1, so that's like
Look, 1v4. Oh.
5 seconds.
Everybody is giving free picks. That's just well played. This guy just isolates the ones really well and hits some nice shots. That's a really nice clutch.
Souffle swiftly steals that away. Seal as well claims his 13th kill. Looking for number 14. 15 would get the game in his hands.
I heard of jump in. And I prefer the jump in, but I think I could do better. Like I can just hide or no. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. It's a good play. As I win.
Actually, I think they didn't have the proper information about this guy in laundry. So they all were just blindly rushing and going for the plant. I think lack of information costed them.
The 1 HP clutch. I sat there in TeamSpeak after saying, bro, he was 1 HP.
Bomb located by attack. 15 seconds left. Bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds remaining.
Ace. Oh, okay. Good play, good play. Good round. Good round from No Cap.
Crazy reaction time. Listen flicks.
This is just Onigiri show. Just what he loves to do. Like he's very good mechanically, so he's just abusing that skill. Skilling, swinging everything and killing everyone.
Oh yeah, Onigiri is just crazy. That guy is just nuts. There's not much more to say about that. He's just, every fight he took, he won. Yeah, that guy's nuts. That's a nice clip. That was really well played. I'm pulling up the Wikipedia for this one. I'm going to go with Speakeasy R6 as the primary entry player for my super team. And then we're going to go and we're going to get Reaps96 from Bleed entry. We'll have 2 superstar entry players. I have to pick a coach from neither of those 2 teams. I'm going to go with the GOAT himself, Rando Sando, R6 from Denmark. You know what? Because I was so impressed with the Lycolis shotgun on Oregon. We're getting Lycolis just to play mirror. Why not go for Joe Gore from Dire Wolves? He's a new player they picked up. I think he used to be on APR. Last player, Onigiri from Jalita. I think he's a sub this season, but he might not be. We'll go with Onigiri. So we've got all the frag power in the world. Rando Sando, mastermind behind the scenes. Easy team. Easy wins.
The first player came in my mind is PJ from Fury, I think. Yeah, PJ. I think the second one is Harvard from Bleed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the 10th round we go. Final round, potentially, if Jalita do take this out and look to make it a 7-3 victory on their map pick of Bank. Direwolves will need 3 rounds in a row to send this one to overtime. Executive and CEO for this particular round. Jalita have certainly... Oh, they've gone up maybe about 2 or 3 levels, guys. They started quite slow. I mean, well, the opening round wasn't slow, but the next 2 after that certainly were, and Direwolves were up 3-1. Since then, 5 rounds in a row. And Direwolves haven't really looked like breaking the stranglehold that Jalita have gotten over this game.
Yeah, shout out to James for highlighting it. I'm just looking at it now, as of where we sit. In the current moment, Jalita are actually the best defensive team in the league right now. So they're at 71.1%, just edging out Fury at 69.4%. So that doesn't bode particularly well for Direwolves in their attempt to close out this game. Jalita will have multiple opportunities across various sites if required to get this game across the line. And unless that technical pause has really stalled the momentum for Jalita, which I kind of doubt, to be honest, it's just naturally going to be a difficult game to bring back. Jalita have built up this round streak now, standing strong at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. Get this at 6 straight. And then certainly would throw into disarray the series a little bit as to whether or not Direwolves can bring it back over on Chalet, where I think a lot of the weaknesses they've presented in this match are probably only going to be exploited tenfold on a more open map like Chalet. But we'll see. Long-range impact EMPs from the Direwolves. They deal with Kanto Wall cleanly to open up proceedings.
Obviously, we've had a bit of a rehost, but if I reminder, yeah, it's been a struggle for Joe Gore. 3-8 in this game. Lost the EPS inside of the server. This be where he can turn things around, get a couple of really good rounds under his belt. I mean, at this point as well for Direwolves, they just need to probably find some form going on the next one. Seal with an opening kill onto Mike is important for Direwolves. I have actually been able to get a decent amount of opening kills so far in this match, but not always able to turn those into round wins. 98 seconds left. There's really not a lot of time. Still need to clear over towards Stock Hallway 2, which only a bit of pressure. Impact from IDFC. Greedy bit works. Denies that from being opened up, so he can continue to hold his position. But out of impacts, and more X-Kairos from Felix will eventually win that little mini battle, and IDFC falls back to top main.
Yeah, not being held from Kanto Repel. Instead, more of a focus here over towards this top square stack from Direwolves. In a moment, they'll be able to drone the shields clear, and they can start taking ground through stock. They just have to be mindful of the Janitor cross, which is being held. Souffle actually still is on lobby Repel. Focus now in towards Banana in that front desk position. So they have good angles. They have good pressure at the moment, Direwolves. It's just about converging at the right moment together. Rotations will now come through over towards top square. 40 seconds. First of 2 logic bombs deployed. Pika also has 2 Adrenal Surges. And that's a good pick from Seal. Repel game on this top floor can make or break an attack. So far, it's looking good for Direwolves, but only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one concern. And Sapper with a bit of flank bot square, able to maybe catch one here on the mezzanine. Souffle able to stay alive, but Sapper not getting a kill there. Really doesn't help out for Jalita. Good nitro self from DCH, but he just kind of slow walks out of Janitor. 1 versus 3 now. Sapper not really in the best of positions to deny this play, or maybe he could be if he gets a bit lucky. Lucky he will need to be. Souffle gets off!
Operators, you have run out of time.
Well, that's just unfortunate. Could have stuck that. Gets off it himself. Jalita win at 7-3. In a situation like that, guys, I can understand the pressure coming from down below. In the microsecond as it's happening, you think, oh, I'm going to die if I stay here. But there's no time. You're going to lose the round if you get off and move. At that point, you are just playing a situation out where if he kills you, unlucky. But he didn't kill you. You just got off and walked away.
Yeah, no, I mean, not the best of ways to finish things for Direwolves. Plant should have just been on that desk to begin with and wouldn't have been an issue or less of an issue. Either way, though, Jalita, good work from them. Building that round streak, they don't let technical pause get to them either. That streak, will it continue into Chalet?
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row for Jalita there to close out Bank from a 3-1 deficit. Direwolves then halted at that point and could not find a round from that point onwards. Jalita, too good. They take the opening map of this quarterfinal, 1 map away from booking a date into the semifinal with Bleed. Direwolves will need a response after the break.
I'm pulling up the Wikipedia for this one. I'm going to go with Speakeasy R6 as the primary entry player for my super team. And then we're going to go and we're going to get Reaps 96 from Bleed entry. We'll have 2 superstar entry players. I have to pick a coach from neither of those 2 teams. I'm going to go with the GOAT himself, Rando Sando R6 from Denmark. You know what? Because I was so impressed with the Lycolis shotgun on Oregon. We're getting Lycolis just to play mirror. Why not go for Joe Gore from Direwolves? He's a new player they picked up. I think he used to be on APR. Last player, Onigiri from Jalita. I think he's a sub this season, but he might not be. We'll go with Onigiri. So we've got all the frag power in the world. Rando Sando, mastermind behind the scenes. Easy team, easy wins.
The first player came in my mind is PJ from Fury, I think. PJ. I think the second one is Harvard from Bleed. He's a very good player. And I think he plays very well and he don't afraid to get kills. I think the third one is the Souffle from my team. Well-rounded player, like he knows how to play support, he knows how to entry, he knows how to when to pick, when to not pick, and where to catch a flank. A really good player. Probably the Sepper from Jalita. I think he's a clutch master. He wins a lot of clutch against us and other teams. So that's why I think it might be the Ape from Elevate. Ape is very unpredictable. Like you don't know when Ape is gonna pick or flank or do anything. It's really unpredictable. Yeah, I think the best coach in the Asia League is Studio right now. I think the champion coach.
Let's start with Fury. It's gonna be good day. So many games. He got an MVP and have a high KD in each map. That's why I chose him. So the second player is gonna be the star from Bleed. Pick him so he can disturb the enemy mind during the game because he type a lot in the game. And the third one, Ape from Elevate. He also have a high KD in each game to maybe go back to Bleed again. I'm gonna choose Mentalist. Mentalist playing this game for a long time. The fifth guys, let's say I9 from Fury, who is the coach for Bleed, and I think I'm gonna choose him. I mean, the play style changed a lot during the past year, so I'm gonna choose him.
Yeah, I want like maybe Mentalist and IGL and Reeves, and then Good J playing duo with Reeves maybe. Yeah. Okay, we have 3 now. Okay, so we need 2 more players. Let's just add some star player. I think let's just add Onigiri as the 4th guy, and who should I pick? Oh, maybe just I pick F from Elevate. Okay. Coach. Can I pick myself as a coach? Or maybe Tengu. He just fly to Talon as a content creator. Okay, just take him as our coach. Thanks.
Okay. First I will pick Cricket from Fury. I think he's the best gunner. The second is Shed from Elevate. I think he's IGL from Elevate, so we need a brain for us. The third one would be Jogo from Direwolf. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's a good player. He can play flags or support or infinite entry. Fourth one is, I think it's Risk96 from Esports. He's a very good gunner tier. So I have the best 2 gunner from this region. I think it's enough. And the last one, I think I will pick KZB from my team. He's a good player, a good lurker, can do really good from behind. Yeah. Coach, I will pick the lead Esports Julio. Yeah, he's a very good coach, W7M coach. So I think he will be good for this team.
Okay, let's start with Fragger. So I think from our team, Zidax is a very good Fragger. From Bleed, it's a tough one. I will pick Hovet from Bleed as Flex there. And then I will pick Ape from Elevate. So that's 3 guys. And then I need a hard support guy. Like Light Police from Fury is a very good hard support guy. So I'll pick Light Police. Chalet, I will pick one guy from Knockoff, like the South Asian team. I will pick Chitari from there. He's also a very good gunner and flex player. Coach, can I pick my coach or no? Yeah, I will pick Nasi Warriors coach Ashrit. He's a very good.
So we head into the second map of this quarterfinal. It is Jalita that has taken the opening map of Bank. Direwolves will need a response here on Chalet, their own map pick for this particular map into this best of 3. Clubhouse would be the decider if we do go there. Right now, though, Jalita with all of the momentum, quite literally, Guz, winning the last 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, we're having a bit of a chat in the green room before we came back for the second map, and honestly, it doesn't instill me with a lot of confidence here for Direwolves on their map pick. Yes, they've had success here on Chalet in Stage 1 of 2024, but all of that success has been against subpar teams. And Jalita, when they have performed well against the subpar teams here on Chalet, it's been better than Direwolves. So it doesn't paint the brightest of pictures here. Maybe Direwolves have been lulled into a false sense of security. Perhaps also they're trying to lull, or they think they're lulling their opponents into a false sense of security because they've continued to work on the map. Hard to know. We'll only get that answer at the conclusion of this map. But Direwolves have to get off to a good start. Unfortunately for them, they're on attack. That is mitigated a little bit by the fact that we're here on Chalet. But we'll see if they can start that bounce back. In terms of bans, nothing standing out has been too egregious. We do see the double down on the Twitch. We saw that over on Bank. And so if we're going to see mirror gameplay throughout this particular map, you think about like backstore for a bar defense or mirrors down below on basement. That could make them a little bit more challenging to clear. Every other ban, though, is very popular at the moment.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It was a stat that actually Dev kind of pointed out in the talent chat as well, that Jalita have been the best team this stage of Asia League when it comes to defense. They start on the defense here of Chalet, so I'm curious if that can get carried over, even to a map at which you can certainly get some pretty good attacking rounds. 71% defensive win rate for Jalita. It's certainly been their strength. It's been a hallmark of theirs. They are, though, 5th when it comes to attacking win rate.
Well, I mean, Direwolves have a 60% entry. They have the best entry stat in the league. But that's also when Jogor's playing well. I would hedge my bets. So we need to see Joe back in this game. He was unfortunately not up to the standard that he has set on Bank. And I don't want to be super harsh on just one player. That's not fair because it is a team effort, always in Siege. But it did prove costly. Pika falls first this time around, though. Pretty ill-advised push in through dirt. Or mudroom, rather. Probably had a bit too much confidence for that push. Not entirely sure what happened there. But not traded again. And that position, not pressured. So it's individual players again to kick things off here for Direwolves round 1 as they look to break this win streak of Jalita.
Into Piano, but position given away. Sapper getting shot from behind. And still pushing through Seal. Trying to just take his position away. Nitrocell could be good here. Just delayed a little too long. He did explode it as quick as he could. Seal was able to run past into Solar. Took only a very small margin of damage. 90 seconds left in this round already. Rounds go quick when you're unable to really be successful. Roam clear hasn't been great for Direwolves. Souffle finds a much needed kill there on to Mark. The Tubrel losing his life. Over towards Dining. IDFC actually still inside the kitchen and a couple of players. He could be in a position here where he could easily get pinched. Player entry into Trophy. Down onto Felix. Couldn't quite get the elimination though. Nice quick response from Souffle. They'll get Felix back up, and with that, Direwolves have got the player advantage now.
Yeah, a better example there where they're working together to pinch and pressure a particular position. Will the flank, though, come into play? Pika fell first. Keep in mind, he was the hard flank watch of the Nomad. And so Mr. Punch now has been allowed all the way to Mezzanine. And Pika's not on a drone. So they have absolutely no idea that he is here.
Not a lot of time left as well, so they're going to have to pick up that pace. Breach opened up through Trench. One still in towards Blue, holding strong with DCH. Can't really do a whole lot, but stay in that position. Certainly cannot allow them to get crossed in towards site. They have to just kind of hope that Mr. Punch is going to be great on the flank here. So far, hasn't been able to spot anyone, but there are a couple of players towards Dining. Souffle lurking. Zappa got one. DCH won his battle towards Blue. Running around towards Trench. Joe Gort looks lost. losing his life for virtually nothing. Didn't even have his gun up and ready. Souffle by himself. No time and no real determination to do anything in this round. Stays alive, but Jalita win the round. It'll be their 7th in a row across the 2 maps, and a perfect start here on Chalet.
Yeah, just playing around that smoke really, really well in towards site. I'm assuming the theory for Dive was there was trying to use that smoke to cut off the angle most prominently from blue, but also the swing from the connecting rotate as well. Unfortunately, though, smokes go both ways, or you can't see through it on both sides, and that then gave the space for him to push up. And if you're going to push straight through the smoke without information or utility or a layer of utility, it's not a favored fight to take. Was good work here from Direwolves in pinching out that position up above, but then it fell apart with that west main push. And I don't think much would have changed if they had gone fireplace or main breach. As we mentioned, that roam around was not spotted by the attack into that fireplace and mezzanine position from Jalita. And so that round streak will continue.
Yeah, what's it going to take for Direwolves now to stop that streak from continuing?
Setting needles. 5 seconds left.
Just have to wonder what the mental aspect for this team is currently like. Lose the first map after a decent start. Start the second map. Round lost, not really in a way that you would like after getting even a player advantage. Unable to execute on site. The star player, superstar player, the star player of the league is just struggling so much as well. I know we're kind of probably harping on Joe Gore, but when you are the top-rated player in the league, there are expectations. I'm sorry. That is the harsh reality for when you've been playing so well this stage, and then suddenly, quarterfinal playoff comes around, and the do or die, you lose this, you cannot go to the major. There are no second chances. Must win 3 best of 3s in a row, and right now, staring down the barrel already. Kitchen and dining, top site extension for Jalita. INEFC holding towards piano. Sitting actually at the default half full right now is Mr. Punch. Does have a Nitrocell. 1 deployable shield in play as well for Jalita. Got to see a DCH. Frostmat still in the back pocket. I hope DCH does get that out at some point. That's a drone. But INEFC does not allow it to get very far. Swing towards Ego, and Seal gets an opening kill. He's been great in that department, and Joe Gore gets involved. There you go, big kill. The adrenal surge helps as well. Seal does lose his life. DCH still in a really good position, but he was low on health. And here comes Joe Gore. Starting to activate maybe here on Chalet. Swing into the bathroom. Unsuccessful. Peek with the LMG. And suddenly Direwolves now are on the verge of breaking the streak and finally have been able to do so. After 7 rounds in a row, going the way of Jalita, Direwolves finally have got a round win.
Yeah, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Good work there on the map clear. And a pretty classic example in Modern Siege where as the attack, you get the opening pick, you're working together as a compact unit, you can snowball rounds quite quickly. Jalita, in response, quickly themselves had to play aggressive positions, try and make plays, and they were denied really, really nicely there by Direwolves. As you mentioned, takes the sting out of that momentum that Jalita had been building for quite some time. So an important round there for Direwolves just to settle themselves and set themselves up for a positive map. Over to bar then, round 3. As mentioned, the mirror is going to be a key operator on this site. The Twitch band out makes it quite difficult to counter the backstore position. We may see the attack look to counter it with the Mav played down below through Snowmobile, although I don't know if we'll see it here on the first attempt. Look back at the previous round, and strong mechanics. Every single fight was favorable. Every single fight converted. So I was not really putting a foot wrong there in the previous round. And we'll see if they can transition that into round 3. And again, the mirrors in play, critical that these are dealt with.
Yeah, maybe this is just a team, though, that is entirely reliant on Joe Gore being able to enter, get kills, frag out. I mean, not really entirely crazy to think that your top-rated player is important to the team, but it certainly is the case for Direwolves. Round that was absolutely required. We go to Bar Games. Pika towards Trophy, went aggressive early. No adrenal searches. With that kill from Mark, a good control towards the solar side too on the pretty heavy extension. Considering it is bar games, you don't typically see defenders roving towards trophy. So I just wonder in that moment of Pika, just missed drones, doesn't really pay too much mind, goes for a swift entry. Easy kill then for Mark. Mezzanine hold with the mirror window. As you said, it need to be dealt with. Got the Ash for a good reason in this round. No more breaching rounds. I'm assuming he got the mirror.
I hope so.
No,
can't tell. Here's the backstore play though, so no Mav, but the Ace instead. That's to pressure out backstore, make that mirror window more difficult to hold. Seal, meanwhile, is actually snuck up in a good position as well. All the way into sight. Mirror spots him. Seal needs to win the fight. Yeah, he whiffed it. Are you serious? Wow. You've got to be winning that fight. And any hope for Seal to be able to unlock the objective, bring the round back, now all but distinguished.
Souffle going for a main lobby push. Jogo into mud, barricaded off. Will have to give away his position. Could break one panel here and get some pressure towards Barstock, but Souffle losing his life. Fearlux looking just for an entry. Can't even walk through the Sawyer gate at this point. He's so low on health. And Jogor, who's basically just sitting in mud, now outside. I mean, it goes back to the team aspect. There's 60 seconds in this round. They're not on the same page. Solo push lobby, solo push mud room. Everyone's all over the place. Whoa. Well, Sapper did shoot first, and Joe Gore, his second shots were better. 1 versus 3. Full health. By the way, Mr. Punch and Mark are very low. This is incredibly winnable. Kit also has been recovered. Very much a live round here, in which Joe Gore has every opportunity. Position known to the fireplace. Well, no way that he's going to be able to take down that Sawyer gate. 30 seconds, no utility.
He's on BPC as well. There's a BPC on the stairs, so they know exactly.
One inside of mud. He's got to clear mud. Gets shot from above. Good double swing from the vert plus mud room. And yeah, they knew the whole way where he was located. I mean, to be fair, even besides the BPC, he had to shoot at default. He had to also break barbed wire in towards bar. And more or less, he couldn't get through that Sawyer gate anyway. Still around that, Jalita have been able to win. The Direwolves, again, when they are not playing as a team, when they don't look coordinated in terms of their plans of attack, they just fall apart. It looks like everyone's just trying to play by themselves.
Yeah, it's weird. For a team that has the highest entry percentage in the league,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
very weird in which rounds 1 and 3 played out. Both times Pika, maybe overconfident in pushing a position with a bit of information, has died. And oddly enough, almost at the exact same moment in the round. It was 225 in round 1, and then 224 round 3. He dies, puts pressure on others to make plays, and still positionally, phenomenal play there. He was able to sneak all the way into sight. Missed critical shots though. Rest of the team is under pressure. Clearly they weren't set up then to play off of that and try to trade and flood sight. You still had the mirror into backstore as well, which was trying to still be dealt with at that point. So the cohesion from Dai was brought back into question again after a solid round 2. Feels like we're back to square one a little bit for them. And it's their map pick. That's why Jalita get the plaudits. They're the ones playing upset currently.
5 rounds away for Jalita to booking their place in the semi-final against Bleed. Still a lot to play out here. But right now, without a doubt, looking like the better team. No over-reliance on individuals, or requiring individuals to unlock rounds. Admittedly on the defense to begin, but even back on bank, it certainly was the case. A lot of work to do for Direwolf still. So far, only the 1 attacking round here on Chalet. A map that we've seen the most in this league. And it is not exactly defender-sided, guys. 52% Master and Office, 59% on bar games. Kitchen Dining is actually 48% from 21 rounds. Snow Wine is actually statistically the best defensive side at 68%. Lowest amount of rounds played. And again, we've got a pretty good sample here. 9 plays now into our 10th play of this map. It is by far and away the most played map in Asia League. So the stats very much are saying it's not exactly ultra defender-sided. The Jalita already 2 rounds up on the defense. 1 more round could be enough for them. going then into the second half. And we've still got a few rounds to play in this one. 90 seconds, slow push again from Direwolves.
Yeah, Jalita happy to play quite passive here. Been keeping an eye on Sapper. Bot trophy, not looking to reclaim up above. They're happy to forfeit the mirror window dining. So they've given quite a bit of space to Direwolves, although time has quickly become a factor already in the round. So 60 seconds on the clock. Jogor still has 2 Boogie auto breaches. He can deploy those through Fireplace. Wall will be stalled here by Mark. So good work with the 2 morale. If they had impacts, they could probably actually come along and impact that just maybe, but they don't, so it's irrelevant. So the canister making it difficult now to drain in towards site as well. So the stall out util here from the defense, really quite strong. And on the topic of defense, we can see that retake now, right of screen, zap up, in through piano, souffle to greet him. Maybe, depending on whether or not they want to push down yet, but 30 seconds.
Yeah, what year is this?
Eventually needs to push through, yeah.
Mr. Punch gets a freebie, walks off towards blue, no trade. Souffle holds the angle. Well, we hear the shots go out, and Zappa gets the freebie onto Seal. Had no idea he was getting pushed. Double stack towards that Fireplace stairs. Souffle loses that battle too after holding it for so long. Well, surprise, surprise, a very slow-paced attack from Direwolves is going to come undone at the end of this round. The late round execution is just not going to work when there is 5 players on site for Jalita. Stalwart defense. 3-1 lead here on Chalet. Direwolves looking glum. Starting to run out of ideas as to how to break down the Jalita defense.
And again, it's probably one of those rounds where, unfortunately, it's a bit of an L in the column of Direwolves. The roam wasn't being super heavily contested. We saw the players from Jalita very deep in towards Trophy, just not having to do a whole lot. Divers are still scrambling for office control. Eventually, then, late into the round, they identified that they had to start pressuring site itself. Don't know exactly where the air jabs were deployed, but it wasn't enough to deter the retake there from defense up top floor. We saw that. Net a kill for Sapper. Mirror window, con wall site, not dealt with. Just some big fundamental holes left in the attack there for Direwolves, and Jalita looking comfortable defensively. I think tactical timeout is a good call here. An opportunity to reset. And given the even nature of this map and the fact that it's their pick, Direwolves know that the next 2 rounds of this half could very much determine whether or not we go to the third.
Incredible performance right now from Jalita. I mean, I had my concerns coming into today after the performance against Knock Knock. I mean, admittedly, I can't recall, apologies as to who we had on the interview yesterday, but I do remember a question being posed, how much of it was Knock Knock, how much of it was Jalita, and they were high praise for what Knock Knock had brought into that game, a do or die game in that playoff deciding match, whether or not they were going to make playoffs, which they did because of it. And they didn't win it, but by getting to OT, that was enough, and we'll see Knock Knock take on Elevate in the series to come after this in the other quarterfinals. So, you know, I think sometimes you can just put it down to the opponent, just clearly having a really good game. They still ended up winning Jalita. Maybe it took a little bit from that, maybe a bit of a wake-up call. And yeah, I mean, these 2 teams, of course, played only a week ago, and Jalita did win that match. They were competitive against Bleed, 4-7, not the end of the world. So, 4 rounds away. Direwolves off the back of this tactical timeout. I'm going to say it feels like must-win round. If this gets to 4-1, it is a long, long way back into this game.
I'm scared here for Pika. Again, playing the flank watch. He's lost 3 entry duels in this match. So, certainly a play to watch here. Again, committing to the lurk. I hope for his sake he's getting fed some good information this time that he can rely and make a play off of, and then the rest of the team is close by to follow up. Post up now top library. IDFC Piano will be the closest alongside, although forced to peel back. Top office will now be opened up. IDFC just to hold the line for a little while longer. Jalita aren't going to contest up above all too much. Naturally, as the case, you'll fall back to Solar. And then when the plant goes down and the rest of the attack is weakened, you can look to maybe aggress forward. Maybe IDFC has identified that the double window repel, though, isn't in play. If it isn't, offers a playmaking opportunity. Now, though, on an island. Bathroom window held. This should be a free kill for Direwolves.
You say should, but I feel like at this point nothing is a should. Main breach opening up over towards dining. So at least getting some pressure towards site as well. Still trying to clear out IDFC.
Oh, they've just ignored him.
Kind of just has to sit here. Oh, the drone, the timing, and he gets away. No, he goes back. I thought he's going to maybe make his way through Solar. Logic Bomb being used. I mean, they're taking some time here, but yeah, the double pinch has arrived. Jogor in a good position towards that half wall. IDFC may be expecting the push to come in from bedroom. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sapper gets an opening kill onto Pika. They still haven't dealt with IDFC. Jogor's still sitting at the half wall. Now,
Yeah,
mind you, it's still a good position to hold because he does need the vert. Looking for that plant. Yellow ping, headshot, IDFC! What a shot, and Jogor's sat down permanently in this round. Nitrocell gets shot out, but the vert is there for Jalita. You can't now just hit directly. No longer into dining. 5-on-1, and this tactical timeout has done nothing for Direwolves. Seal by himself. The Sharks are surrounding his location, and they bite. Jalita make it a 4-1 lead. 3 more rounds required to send them to the semifinals and send Direwolves out of Asia League.
Yeah, big statement made by Jalita in that previous round. They clearly look more composed and confident at the moment. And the biggest example of that is that top floor clear. Direwolves open office wall. They have a easy pinch established. They know exactly where a player is. Yet they completely fell off it. Jogor then eventually repositioned. And then the pinch never came through. They had the utility, the means, the info to deal with that. Would have been an entry battle that they should have won. Yes, it may have been traded. But I think they just lacked the confidence to execute on that information. Instead, then focused on hard breach. And meanwhile, Pika died again on entry, 4th time in the match. And then they don't have the systems in place to bring a round back because, again, not traded. So there's big holes at the moment for Direwolves. Unfortunately for them, the tactical timeout has not been able to plug them. Jalita now poised for a 5-1 half. Look back at that position from IDFC. Plaudits go to him. Very cool, calm, and collected in that position. Did not give away his life for free. Forced Direwolves to work for it. Eventually then rewarded on the swing.
Well, a massive round now for Direwolves. I mean, the last round was massive. The rounds before that were massive. It's been incredibly frustrating for them, but the reality of the situation, guys, is it's out of the 11 rounds last played in a row, 10-1. 10-1 in the last 11 rounds played overall between Bank and Chalet. That statistic alone tells the full story here. The utter dominance from Jalita. Direwolves' inability to turn the tide. And at this point, it's, well, a team effort for Direwolves. It's not just about Jogor. They're all struggling. Good entry for Pika, but the trade did come through. Claymore onto Mr. Punch. I guess he got super aggressive, and this is the kind of round that Direwolves need to capitalize upon. Red ping information. Right leg sticks out, and IDFC just gets tanked up down to half health. This is the best position that we've seen really Direwolves since the round that they won, and Souffle finds a second in this round. 2-on-4 now. And should be able to take the final round of this opening half. A much needed one. Another run out. 2 in the round, and both have failed, and Souffle ends up with a quad. A strange round to finish off the half, but a glimpse of hope, maybe. That Direwolves are still in this series, still in this map. They find their second attack. Now they go into the defense. 2-4 scoreline. Still just 3 rounds away for Jalita. But that was certainly a round that Direwolves absolutely required.
I feel like Pika is the main character in this match at the moment. Finally wins an entry, and boom. Round converted, snowballed quickly. The 2 rounds in which Direwolves have won have arguably been 2 of the better in the match, but they just haven't been able to consistently produce those results where they get the entry and then they snowball it, which is unusual considering that their entry stat has been the best in the league so far heading into the night. So they're having issues in that department still, but it does mean that there is a win condition for this map for them to latch onto, which is defensively, make sure you're winning that entry duel. And then you can compound that elsewhere, provided it's not traded immediately. So if that's the case, top floor we go. First round of the second half. Jalita, I'm sure, are pretty content with how things have played out thus far. And we'll see how they go about breaking down this site.
Certainly think that it's capable for Direwolves to do well enough on this defense. We saw a little bit of it back on Bank in the opening map. They've got the capabilities. They get a much needed round win as well to just maybe offset some of this momentum that has really built up though for Jalita. I mentioned before, out of the last 11 rounds played 10-1, well now it's 10-2. It's still quite a damning statistic, but at least starting to get a couple of rounds flowing here on Chalet. And on the defense, you could maybe just take a little bit of that pressure off. You don't have to force as much. Leader, though, should be pretty confident and comfortable. Map advantage, couple of rounds in the back pocket. Like Mr. Punch is just going to go for the solo entry in through basement. One watching bot library stairs in Souffle on the Valkyrie. 7-3 has been really significant for Direwolves. Of course, in that last round, picking up 4 kills. Couple of runouts from Jalita that did not bode well for them. And the first of 2 logic bombs to be utilized here by Mr. Punch.
Yeah, layering the logic bomb with the hive launcher for solo entry. That's well played by Jalita. But Seal will dismiss Sapper. Can DCH land? Swift trade. That's the question mark. At least 5 on back. Get it to the 4v4. They have an opportunity to pinch dining. Although Mr. Punch is not going to go up West Main. Instead, Library Stairs. Maybe playing the long game. Another logic bomb to come through. He'll hear one top library.
Oh, saying where's the response in my head, and came a little bit late and delayed. DCH can't find that kill as well. And just a couple of little moments now going the way of Direwolves. Adrenal Surge was used by DCH, who holds this angle, the yellow ping, this peek and the swing, and Fearlux wins it. Well, those are the kind of fights that have been going the way of Jalita. But just here on Chalet now, Direwolves starting to find the ignition and get things going. A 3rd round found. And the gap has certainly closed from 4-1 to 4-3. And Jalita just reminded momentarily that this Direwolves roster will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's 8 entry conversions in a row. Or 7 entry conversions in a row, rather. So it continues to be a very important stat in this matchup. That first duel is so impactful at the moment. Both teams showing the ability to then snowball that advantage. Funnily enough, none of those entries are being traded either. So it goes to show just how separated the attacks are at the moment at times. A couple of those fights, unfortunately for Jalita, not really going their way, and you could make the argument that the one bot trophy at least was favorable there for TCH. Does not win it out. And Direwolves is now beginning to exude a little bit more confidence and conviction in this game. I am very surprised that Valkyrie camera is disconnected. Probably just not in the correct position. Either way though, Mirror now in play. Kaid as well, so Util is going to be critical here. And we see a full switch up here from Jalita in response. Thatcher's going to be critical, double hard breach as well, and the Ash to directly counter the Mirror.
4 Nitro cells brought into the round as well for Direwolves, so certainly a lot of firepower. And starting to build bits of their own momentum now here on Chalet. It is their map pick after all. The expectation certainly was for Direwolves to do well here, and after a slow start, I've certainly picked up the pace, and there's every world in which this just ends up being a super defender-sided Chalet. 4 rounds on the defense from Jalita, and now for Direwolves, they've begun their half with the defensive round win as well. Big stack over towards main breach for the Thatch Thermite combo. Okay, Souffle's not done. 4 kills in the previous round and an open kill towards Mez, and IDFC's just done. That's a huge kill as well onto the ramp. So no real pressure in terms of that soft breach on the floorboards over towards main lobby. Put pressure onto site. 1 and 6 for IDFC. A struggle. Despite that amazing kill onto Joker a couple rounds ago, that's the only kill that he's found.
Yeah, minute 30 then remaining on the clock here. And another good position for Direwolves to play off of. It's going to be difficult for Jalita to force themselves into the objective. Main garage rotate with Claymores to cover the flank. Range hard breach critical here, but the second half of that somewhat denied by Pika on the west main stairs. He'll be able to post up in this position with the DMR. Shot a peek for some information. Jogor as well coming for a pinch. Although those Claymores may make it a little bit more challenging. Someone's to come through. Sound cover now in play. Drone goes down. Means that Ace is able to get that pick. But as mentioned, Jogor on the flank, able to trade 2v4.
Wow. Quite concerning right now for Jalita. Their attacks have looked a little bit poor. Direwolves' defense is very strong right now, and it's getting them back into this game of Chalet and into this series. Sapper by himself now outside main breach on the solo position. Nitrocell thrown on the wrong side, but it doesn't really matter at this point. There's no real time. So much to do for Sapper, and eventually just shot out through the window from Souffle, who's on a bit of a heater now on Chalet. Looking up the storm. 4-4 scoreline and 3 rounds won in a row for Direwolves. Starting to just find that form and momentum that we know they are capable of. And Jalita, still no tactical timeout, still not wanting to talk things over. Kitchen and Dining, the next site coming up. I tell you what, every single world in which Direwolves can really just go on, take this map, and who knows then on Clubhouse. Jalita, this close, but now maybe this far.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, good work again. Direwolves entry, they're picking it up. Couple of multi-kills in the previous couple of rounds. Souffle 4k, Felix 3k. Having those star performers begin to step up. Good drive by in blue, but at this point of the round it was really just a formality for Direwolves and ensuring that they don't throw away that advantage that they had chipped away at. They're looking good here to bounce back on map 2. Storyline changing and evolving quite quickly here on this particular map. Onus now on Jalita to respond. Dining we go. And it's going to rely on this clear being, pretty clean and efficient here from Jalita. Pika looking to get very aggressive over towards Ego Bulk. Default camera not dealt with. And so now they have a full read that it will be library across.
Just controlling the game a lot better now, Direwolves. It's not even just an aspect of the rounds being sort of back and forth and opening kills for either team. It's total dominance. Not really allowing Jalita to kind of get their game plan going, not really being able to get inside of the building with comfort, with ease. So to push in towards games, for instance, this time around from Mark. Drone towards library stairs can allow him to push forward. There was a player top library that has pushed off from that position. Double stack into bathroom. Frost map placed by Souffle. Anticipating pressure on the library and balcony side. Outside of piano and bathroom. One logic bomb remaining for Sapper. Slowly but surely clearing across. It is kitchen and dining, but you want that control. What's Master in office? An IDFC off the back of that. Gone 6. Air jabs go out. Maybe anticipating some close play. But no, piano clear. If not mine can get shot out. And the Zoto canisters now from Pika to delay the breach up above in towards office.
Yeah, it's going to ultimately mean there's about a minute for the final push. Exothermic down below going to be important in ensuring the wall gets opened up. Without the vert contested though, it means it is vulnerable. DCH has played against the wall despite top floor not even being opened yet. Big floor. Exploited well by Pika, who's really stood up in this match after a slow start. Now finding his feet. So errors now starting to creep in for Jalita, and Direwolves are capitalizing.
Yeah, I'm starting to think here for Jalita that they just haven't quite got it in them to finish this match off. We could be heading to Clubhouse if they can't turn things around. The form is a little worrying. A tactical timeout. I'm concerned as to why they haven't called it yet. They might have to after this round if they're unable to bring it back. Not a lot of time. They haven't really cleared above, so they're just going to get a little bit greedy, a little bit desperate, and send it straight towards site. But the run through isn't successful. Good shot from Felix. They do have one still over towards the mezzanine, but all of the shots landing on one side, the Direwolf side. 4-1. Sure, Sapper does get one kill. Finally clears the tuber up above and Pika. But too little, too late. And damn it to hell, Direwolves are looking really good right now. Where was this? Back on Bank at the start of this game. The form has completely flipped. I mean, to their credit, guys, they haven't mentally checked out of this series at any point. They kept themselves locked in and focused, expecting it to turn, and it has. Timeout, Jalita.
Yeah, good work from Pika there, holding up above half wall, had that line of sight down below. DCH was too far ahead of that particular checklist. There has to be pressure above to stop the vert from denying you hard breach on that wall. Simply to advance in that position, couldn't contest up above, unfavorable angle, loses it, and without that wall open, makes that push a whole lot harder for Jalita. A small mistake, but one that was punished well by the vert up above. Looking back at the replay package, you can see everyone then forced to flood into positions left unclear. Every single fight going the way of Direwolves. So 5-4 scoreline. Looking good here. I do wonder if this attack from Jalita is going to have an impact.
All rounds, 1 in a row for Direwolves. And completely off the back of dominance from Jalita. I mentioned that statistic of 10 out of 11 rounds, and then from that point, Direwolves just suddenly been able to flick the switch 4 rounds in a row themselves. This Chalet has ended up being ultra defender-sided. Still no attacking round 1 from Jalita at all in this half. Heading into the 10th round now. Quite pivotal. Direwolves close to maybe sending us to a 3rd map. Still some work to do, but a lot more now for Jalita. At one point, it looked pretty comfortable. I'm not going to lie, at 4-1, with already 1 map in the back pocket, I thought Jalita had this. But they have just come to a grounding halt. No one is able to get anything going. They're losing all of the opening engagements. In fact, 4 in a row for Direwolves. So, for rounds 1, 4 opening kills in a row, it's been a total flip in terms of dominance. So, I mean, how can Jalita change this around? They bring a blitz. They bring Ying. They maybe might pick up the pace a little bit. Go for broke.
Yeah, probably can't hurt at this point in time. We cast our minds back to Bank. And it was that strategy that caught Direwolves off guard in the opening portion of that map. Probably going to be reliant on how much information they can gather here. And how many they spot off-site. If it is just backstore, I think they might be able to exploit that. It's going to take a mad dash, though, here from the blitz. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I think that is the goal, though. Can he get in towards Barstock? But Felix has got a little bit of a gap in the smoke. IDFC does send it in towards Bar. The mirror does get completely overwhelmed. 1-for-1. And Felix to clean up from behind. No one's watching from behind. Or at least if they were, they weren't at that moment, and allows entry into Bar. The blitz is shot in the back. 3-on-4, and Direwolves now in a great position once again. The timeout not working. The flash, sorry, the smoke from Mr. Punch. Just a surprise factor, and allows the drop down into the hatch and gets the kill. 3-on-3, slips into Barstock. 1 in towards Bar. The yellow ping, information onto the Oryx of Felix. But Joe Gore shows up. And Direwolves have shown up, and a shot again. They cannot clear the Oryx. Sapper stuck outside. No Candelas. No hope for Jalita. And on the other side of this round, surely it'll be match point for Direwolves. Sapper with contact towards Mud. Through 1 drone up. No smokes, no Candelas. He'll have to dry peek everything. With 60 seconds, he could go for a rotate, but maybe hoping and anticipating a swing, and it came through from Souffle. Now, 2 players remain, and all he has to do is create 2 1-versus-1s. Jogor holds above top library for Felix now into Barstock. Again, still noise made, but you cannot keep wasting time here on this ladder. Entry into the building is paramount right now for Sapper.
I mean, it's the best rotation. You cannot go through double window. Needs to isolate the ones, and he'll go up above to try and find something, but the default camera will stall that out. 20 seconds.
He doesn't know where the second player is. He doesn't know where Felix is. I actually don't even know if he knows where Jogor is. Not a lot of time. He's taking quite a bit of time. Goes for a bit of a peek over towards the hatch and a bit of an entry into bar, hoping that maybe someone will make some kind of move. There's one. The kit, though, unfortunately, as soon as he sticks that, he needs to find some kind of position where Joker's not going to be able to get a free quick kill. Drops down a little slowly, but there's the freebie. Match point, map point, Direwolves. What a turnaround. The attacks from Jalita have not been succinct enough. And even with that tactical timeout, they falter. And still no attacking round one by Jalita. Direwolves with a massive turnaround in this series, in this quarterfinal. When their spot in this league was on the line, they have responded.
Yeah, correct read there from Direwolves into the Oryx. Good response. Jalita trying to go for that very aggressive push through Fireplace. Didn't account quickly enough that there was going to be that swift flank from Oryx. They promptly got site control, but didn't hold it for very long. So reminiscent to the last map, Direwolves now leading this, have built up a big round streak. Here was site control, but only very, very promptly. A couple of seconds it was held, and in a couple more seconds it was lost. Felix is winning every single engagement, bar this one where Sapper, not much time on the clock. Credit goes to himself and Jogor playing out that particular 2 versus 1 very, very well. They had each other's back at every single moment there. Let the clock bleed out. That's exactly how you play out that situation, so good work from them. Jalita now. 2 rounds in a row. They need that to push the game to overtime. And with the streak that Tiles have been able to build up here, that looks increasingly unlikely.
Yeah, it looks quite difficult to imagine it happening now. I mean, my thoughts on this has changed. And when you go to a Sens, I'm not going to lie. Every time I see Sens get pulled out in these kind of desperate rounds where match point or you feel like the game's not quite going your way, it just never really works out. It's a very counterable operator. Bufflet aggressive towards games. I guess the idea with the Sens could be a little bit better entry towards Trophy. You can throw it through the drone hole, block vision off from dining. But we are going up above this round. I'm not too sure exactly what the game plan is with those ROUs. And it's not as if they've doubled down when they're bringing Glaz. Gordon on the board as well as Pika holds Trophy Stairs. They need to get some pressure on this Trophy Stairs position from Trophy. This is where you can use the Sense. ROU down below through the drone hole. Block sight lines and swing and push Trophy Stairs and pinch Pika. Clear it out.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Warden, though, to be fair, so complicates things a little bit. Doesn't matter, though, as Souffle elsewhere finds the first in this round. Nitro deployed, in effect, as Pika goes for the jump up on the boost. Hasn't been able to cover the sound on that cross. I don't think he has. It looks like Jalita have a read. Need to go out. Will dislodge. And they don't get the kill.
Wow. Well, that's just going to delay even more time now. They're in a bit of a world of hurt. They're out of frags. I mean, they got some flashes onto Sapper. Still 1 logic bomb remaining. Here is that ROU that I was talking about, by the way, through the drone hole into Trophy. Certainly can help facilitate a bit of a push to down below to eventually swing Trophy Stairs. Felix now in a good position, though, to counter that. This round is increasingly more difficult for Jalita.
Yeah, I think they need to get pressure main wall here. So DCH rotates over towards Ego Balk. He'll begin to open up exterior office. It's a double repel. Both players in.
Well, and both players dead. You didn't clear Solar. I understand you messed up with the frag grenade, but you needed to clear that position for a reason, and you can't then just double repel in for a reason. We will be heading to Clubhouse in this first quarter final. DCH, double kill, still needs 3 more, and the 8th is required. But 15 seconds means this becomes impossible. Even with the kit, no chance, no time. The main reasoning for no chance. Default shot out, West Main. It's still sight above for what it's worth. He can't get there in time. We, though, can get to Clubhouse. A 3rd map is required to separate these 2 teams. Direwolves with a significant response here on Chalet. Both teams are able to take their respective map picks in the veto process. Clubhouse is required.
Yeah, phenomenal defense there from Direwolves. Did not anticipate it to be quite that dominant in the end. Ultimately, though, it is their map pick, and so it resets the series one apiece going into that third and final map. Still finding it difficult to separate the two, both teams with big win streaks at the end of their respective maps.
It's incredible the way that there's so many similarities from what Direwolves were able to do at the end there to what Jalita did on Bank and to begin there on Chalet. Said it before at the beginning of this series for a reason, guys. These two teams, they can have some up and down moments in Siege, and I think we're seeing it not just in the week, but in the rounds, in the maps themselves. It's really difficult to envision who is going to be the winner of this quarterfinal at the end of Clubhouse. Before we do get to that map, though, we'll go to the desk and get their thoughts on how this is all progressing.
Look, it's looking a little bit better for Direwolves than we had originally anticipated, Dev. Maybe we wrote them off. Maybe did we give Jalita too much credit? Chalet was not a good look.
Yeah, and I think the credit goes out to Direwolves just for having really solid defenses on this map. And yeah, you can obviously point it at Jalita and say, look, bit risky. I'm particularly thinking about that bar attack that we saw where they tried to go for something really cheeky from lobby. Like, I love the spirit. I love it when you smoke here, smoke there, quick peek. Oh, Bravo drones in sight. We know where they are. But yeah, your points of failure in a and your margins in a round like that, like all it takes is Felux just. Didn't see him, you didn't know where he was, he finds a multi-kill, round's gone. And I think that was what we saw a lot of on Jalita. Like, a lot of Jalita, like, posturing up around the map, around the bomb site, and being like, oh, we just lost one player, we just lost our entire push, and now the round is done. And so a lot of those rounds snowballed for Direwolves. Honestly, credit to them. Like, it was not a hot first half for them, and it takes a lot of gusto to come back when you're down one map, and you're down 4-2 at the half, move on to their defense, they look really solid, and yeah, I credit to them. Credit where credit is due. I was the one saying Chalet was not where to go to. I said that they'd beaten 3 pretty poor teams on this map. I think they've finally beaten a good one, and they're starting to convince me that Chalet might be a good one for them.
Mandy, looking back to Bank and now on to Chalet, I mean, it's hard to kind of tell a full picture, the full story. Obviously, each team taking their respective map pip here. I am just absolutely wrong now. I know, that's what happens when I have too long of a break. Going into Clubhouse now, you know, what do we take from these maps? What kind of information can we kind of drag with us into Clubhouse to give some kind of context for where this map might go?
The way I see it is that I think both teams probably don't need to cut corners here. I think in the way that they're playing the game, their defenses look super robust. Like, they all look like they have a plan going for them. But I think it's made to look that way because of how frolicky the attacks are looking at the moment. I think once we see the attack come through, it just doesn't look very well thought out a lot of the time. I think that there's not like a super clear direction for what they actually want to do in the server. And it's okay to play without direction sometimes, but what it does mean is that when you are playing without direction, you need to know how to capitalize on different opportunities and different eventualities. And I think for both these teams, to me, that isn't quite working out for them. I'd like to see both these teams go back to a style of play where they have a plan and they actually stick to the plan. Because, like, honestly, I think they're overcomplicating it a little bit. I think if you go back to a simple idea, commit all 5 players to doing it and then going for it, to me, going for a solid, simple idea is probably better than all this kind of fluff that they're doing in the server right now. That is at least my opinion on it. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I feel like it's true for both teams here.
Dev, I mean, if we're going to go to any map for that kind of play style to be forced upon you almost, Clubhouse seems to be the one where if you don't have a good idea on your attack, you're going to be all but stuffed. Are we worried here for either team on their attack? Now, I've also been told Dye will start defense, so they kind of get to back up on the back of their impressive Chalet. Are we now worried for Jalita heading to that attack after what we've just witnessed?
Just having a look, so Direwolves played Bleed on this map, and they did get 4 rounds. I'm just having a look. Yeah, they actually quite struggled on their attack. They only got 1 of their 6 attacks that they did so far. So starting defense for Direwolves, obviously that's where you want to be. Not only is it, obviously, as you said, hard to attack, particularly when you're disjointed on this map, but yeah, they're clearly better team on that defense. But 3-3 for a defense split, I think they should really be gunning for more than that, especially because we've clearly seen a lot of holes in the Jalita attack, especially in that Chalet game right there. But yeah, Clubhouse. Great map for Jalita here. Like, they've played it 3 times in the league so far. But we have seen some red flags. The most notable one would be yesterday when they almost lost to Knock Knock. So I think that if anything, Coming into this map, Veto, I thought, well, Bank, obviously Jalita just beat Divals on that last week, so I think that's going to be a Jalita game. Chalet, I maybe didn't give Divals enough credit. I thought that they had too many red flags. I thought that was going to be a Jalita map. Moving on to map 3, this is a good map for Jalita, but I think that Divals, like if they come out with the level of fire that they saw on Chalet, then I wouldn't be surprised if they took this, because Jalita have had like a real wake-up call about their Clubhouse yesterday against Knock Knock, and if Divals watched that game and have started to figure out what went wrong for Jalita, then who knows? Maybe Divals win this game. I did not expect that to happen, but maybe they do.
Mandy, are you changing your prediction here? Are we flip-flopping? Are we Jake Xenox Vendittying?
No, I don't think so. I think Jalita should still take it from here. I think, yeah, that last map was a little strange, but I don't think that they don't look in it, if that makes sense. Like, they were still on the server, they're still trying things, they still looked like they were trying to compete, but they just didn't look super composed. I feel like Clubhouse is a good opportunity for them to come back and do that.
Scary, because this is the final step. The team that awaits is Bleed. We're going to go to Clubhouse, but before that, a short break.
I want like maybe Mentalist and IGL and Reeves, and then QJ playing duo with Reeves maybe. Yeah. Okay, we have 3 now. Okay, so we need 2 more players. Let's just add some star player. I think let's just add Onigiri as the 4th guy, and who should I pick? Oh, maybe just I pick F from Elevate. Okay. Coach. Can I pick myself as a coach? Or maybe Tengu. He just fly to Taiwan as a content creator. Okay, just take him as our coach. Thanks.
Okay. First, I will pick Trick from Fury. I think he's the best gunner. The second is Shed from LFA. I think he's IGL from LFA, so we need a brain for us. The third one would be Jogo from Direwolf. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's a good player. He can play flags or support or infinite entry. Fourth one is, I think it's Risk 96 from Esports. He's a very good gunner tier. So I have the best 2 gunner from this region. I think it's enough. And the last one, I think I will pick Kisabi from my team. He's a good player, a good lurker, can do really good from behind. Yeah. Coach, I will pick the lead Esports Julio. He's a very good coach, ex-W7M coach, so I think he will be good for this team.
Okay, let's start with Fragger. So I think from our team, Zidax is a very good Fragger. From Bleed, it's a tough one. I will pick Hoven from Bleed as Flex there. And then I will pick Ape from Elevate. So that's 3 guys. And then I need a hard support guy. Like Light Polis from Fury is a very good hard support guy. So I'll pick Light Polis. Chile, I will pick 1 guy from Knock Knock, like the South Asian team. I will pick Chitari from there. He's also a very good gunner and flex player. Coach, can I pick my coach or no? Yeah, I will pick Nasi Warriors coach Ashrit. He's a very good coach. Yeah, he does lots of stuff. So we don't listen properly. But yeah, he's very good.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the coach. I'll pick Julio from Bleed. That guy is a major champion, invitational champion. If I want to make a dream team, I think he's the guy, go-to guy, and he can even sub in and need it. For the first player, as an entry fragger, I'll pick Reeves 96. He's the most KD player or impact player in all of Asia. The second entry I would pick should be Pit J from Fury. He's also a good entry fragger. He's like close to Reeves in terms of kills, death ratio. I think for flex, I'd go for Speakeasy from Elevate. And I'll make him the captain of this team. Just because of his experience and his playmaking abilities. Fourth player can be DCH from Jalita. That guy is a great support player. For the fifth player, mainly I'd go for Hoenn from Bleed. He's like, he can play entry, he can play flex, he can change everything, and that guy is a beast in gunfights. So that's my dream team, and I think they can smash even the best team in the world.
Oh, I think this is in Consulate.
Bank or console, but my opinion is go through consulate.
I think this is bank and this should be lockers, basement.
Oh, bank. Okay. Wow.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
Yeah, Sky.
Oh, I think it's a skyscraper. Skyscraper spawn.
Oh, this is in Chalet, I think. I remember the rock and the wood.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay.
Who even looks at that?
Oregon bunker.
This is definitely Oregon bunker.
I remember this is Oregon in the Anka. Oregon, yeah.
Looks like Oregon again. It's the resource there.
This looks like.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the third map here and deciding map of the quarterfinals. Jalita, unfortunately, kind of had done to them what they did to Direwolves. A big streak and Direwolves with all the momentum, completely dominating on Chalet. 6 rounds in a row, guys. I mean, it says it all in what Direwolves were able to do, somewhat matching what Jalita did back on Bank. So it feels very much right that we're all square heading into Clubhouse. Both teams have been dominant. Both teams have looked poor. This really is as even as we could get a series heading into the deciding map.
Yeah, certainly. The onus, though, on Jalita to break that round streak that the Direwolves were able to establish back on Chalet, much like it was Direwolves' prerogative to do the same after Jalita had a red-hot finish to the first map of Bank. So parallels in that respect, third map neutral territory, and eager to jump into this one. For a bit of context, Clubhouse was the equal second most played map in Asia heading into tonight. 70% defender sided. So Direwolves need to be looking at minimum 4-2-1/2 in their favor to give that platform into attack. Both teams have generally been struggling with attack, so defensive rounds are absolutely critical to make sure that you are maximizing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to bother with predictions and who we think is going to win it from here, because honestly, guys, it doesn't really matter. There's no way in which you could predict this. It's a coin flip. I think that's the best way to summarize it. Jalita are much better defensively between these two teams, but Direwolves begin on the defense. That might be maybe a large determining factor. This first half should really give us quite an indication, but I mean, in saying that, first half from Direwolves on Bank looked good. First half on Chalet for Jalita was amazing. First halves apparently haven't meant a whole lot in this series thus far. So Direwolves onto the defense to begin. They bring the castle barricade.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And we'll look to just block over towards that kitchen side. Not too sure where that last one's going to go. Pika hasn't quite made up his mind on that just yet. Mirror employed as well. Into church with the mirror windows, and it depends if Pika wants to get super aggressive. Could block off in towards lounge. Right now just holding in lobby. Hasn't been droned.
This is a peculiar position to play, and he's droned out immediately by Sapper. Is he punished though? Nope. Able to just barricade off stage. Should be able to then make his way back towards the objective, provided he isn't cut off from the kitchen hallway, and I don't think he has been. Jalita will take space elsewhere though. How extensive really is this room? I don't think it's actually all that extensive at all, really.
I thought it was just Pika.
Yeah,
It's gone back.
they're back on site. Well, it's 4 site. Is it one up above in Logi, or am I?
I feel like
seeing
it's
things?
like, who was it? Someone was like secret, I think.
Ah, well, that's why you're the color.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, these are just pretty normal positions. Like, you're just taking out a couple of drones, especially secret and bot main. Nothing too crazy. The castle barricades don't do much other than just be a bit of a nuisance, and at first glance might anticipate some kind of pressure up above. So it really does kind of slow things down a little bit. But 90 seconds left. That is FC now can get to work with the skeleton key. So pretty stock standard round of Clubhouse. I honestly imagine this map itself isn't going to really stray too far from the norms. Unless these teams have cooked something crazy and they might bring it out for a round or two here or there on a particular site. I expect this to be pretty default club.
Yeah, no, I agree. If it ends up being default, it's going to continue to favor defense. I don't think we've seen enough from the attacks of either team to suggest that attack is going to be particularly fruitful, unless it's like a club-specific thing where one or the other team is comfortable.
Oh, Souffle again.
Well, I say that, and Mr. Punch has dropped blue for 2. Traded though eventually. Jogor gets himself into the round. 3-3 now, 40 seconds.
Well, still good power positions though off these mirror windows with Souffle and Jokor, so they haven't been cleared out. As I say that, those DCH just walks in. A couple of $10, and with that, a pistol into the back of the head of Souffle. 30 seconds left to seal now the solo, and well, as you were also saying, this is going to be defend decided. Jalita have been able to just storm their way into sight on basement. What an attacking round. Where did it really come from? Direwolves had great power positions. They still had the mirror window facing into bot main. They had one facing into blue. Both players were still up manning those positions. But the moto pressure too strong. Jalita great from the vert, and that was enough to win the round.
Yeah. I don't feel particularly vindicated, given I was setting it the storyline that this is likely going to be a struggle for defense, and I thought at the point in time in which I mentioned it, it was looking good for defense. As you said, the mirror windows left standing, power positions largely intact. I think a big part of that was the fact that Mr. Punch, one way or another, in through secret, not sure if it was a hatch drop through the stairs or oil pit, he's been facing it at the time, but he kicked things off with a 2k right about now. Eventually was traded, but then space was taken elsewhere. Yin got good value from DCH. Able to catch Souffle off guard. And the Warden never in a playmaking position to deny those $10.
Cam in position.
Yeah, I mean, this series just gets stranger and stranger every round that plays out. And wanting to reiterate, whatever Jalita can do, Direwolves can certainly do. At this point, I wouldn't be too hung up on Jalita getting even a couple of attacking rounds and thinking that could be enough, because I would imagine Direwolves would be more than capable. These two teams are pretty even. I think that was my assumption coming into the series, and I feel like I want to double down on that opinion. Don't think there is really anything separating them. Who's just going to play better on the day? Who's going to make less mistakes? Who's not going to, honestly, crumble under the pressure of a quarterfinal matchup, third map, deciding map? You lose this, your chance of the major is gone, and there's a fighting towards I put Mr. Punch with a high ground. Well, it feels like maybe one of the first opening engagements that Souffle has lost since Chalet to Club. He's been so great in that department for Direwolves. A big step up has come from him, and a big reason why they were able to bring it back on Chalet was Souffle. He went 12-5, 2-0 on the entry. He loses that one after getting an entry kill in the opening round as well. Jalita now in a good position where they could find 2 attacking rounds to begin and on primary sites. Gym and bedroom. Big stack now over towards garage into CCTV being opened up as well. Quick clear down through Louds. Mr. Punch takes control towards top red, and so far, these are good signs for Jalita.
Yeah, I mean, Souffle really has been impressive tonight. Top rated EPS through both maps thus far. Has not lost an entry duel up until that point. He won one on Bank, won 2 on Chalet. So that could be quite impactful. That utility though still will be left standing, and it will be up to Mr. Punch on the IQ to scan out. There's dark cameras. Exothermic over towards Con Breach. Rotero will deal with Seal's stronghold in Con. They're forced to peel back towards the objective and now constricts these 4 remaining members of Direwolves to some pretty peculiar positions. Keeper barrier does not deploy either, and it means that Seal has to hold a precarious line down in towards Cash. Still though, unloads a bit of damage into Mark. Now needs to be mindful of the immediate swing and the pressure from the balcony. Seal could make or break the round here for Direwolves. Well, he's halfway to making it. Good for 1, and nobody on the balcony to trade.
plenty of time still remaining for Jalita, but that's a big kill onto DCH. And with Mark Lowe, suddenly the round in disarray. After a decent start into the second, and for Jalita, they have lost a bit of a stranglehold on this round. Honestly, for IDFC, probably has to just push up main stairs and hope he wins this battle. Barbed wire in the way. Not a lot of time remaining. And a difficult task at hand, certainly. Flash still has 2 more. Forced out the swing from Felix, and it has worked. Markto, who was low, loses his battle. Prone position inside a stash. Interesting play. Sapper into logistics, gets that kill. And a bit of position, too. They got, honestly, top main, and they've also got this position of the stash. They can play off of the mirror window with the kit. A winnable round now for Jalita. Despite what looked like a bad position, they've been able to salvage things. Seal is dead and down. Last player known in towards Jim. Pika. 1 versus 1 now. IDFC should know the position. He has to go for the kill. Will not be able to stick to plant. Just so stagnant there at the end with so little time remaining. He looked like he froze in the middle of bedroom.
Yeah, these rounds are just insane at the moment. They're so dynamic and difficult to read. And we have the privilege of things like overheads and outlines. So it's understandable to an extent that some of these plays are kind of happening at the moment where players are lacking a bit of information or a bit of confidence. Strange positions being held then exacerbates that a little bit. Ultimately though, the conclusion as well, I mean, I'm still trying to digest it a little bit. 2 versus 3 at this point. Prone peak punish, so that's good work. 2 versus 2, forced then to try and trade out sight, but Pika, with the balcony not being held at that point in time, understandably the stack through Logi top main. That into play the backline of the objective, holds on. And for the first time in what feels like a very rare occasion, in fact, I'm looking back at Chalet, right? There was 1 round, and I'm not even sure if it's could be broken on the API, I'm not entirely sure, but going off it, if it is right, 1 round was where an entry was not converted. And it's already happened here, round number 2 of Clubhouse, so that's an important one for Direwolves to win off the back of Souffle dying first. And hopefully for Souffle that's a one-off, because so far throughout this match he has been a real standout performer and probably making up for the likes of Joe having a slight off day here this evening.
I mean, if it's been anything, it's certainly not been short of entertaining from both of these 2 teams in this quarterfinal. I think as expected, Joe Gore, a bit of a sound cube, hasn't been droned yet. Half a second, I anticipated him to just break down that barricade and get an attempt at a kill. Has been droned out. IDFC's going to... Oh, what a shot! Knew where he was, but still just goes for it anyway and hits the head onto Joe Gore. Felix looking for the shockwire juggle, and he does get it. That's 1 exothermic burn. 1 remaining for DCH. And an interesting decision with a bandit battle that no one is in lounge before the exothermic goes onto the wall.
Oh, don't let him do it
And they had Thatcher.
He's going to get it again, guys.
Felix,
okay,
he's got to also try and get these Selmas too. I don't know if he's going to be able to get...
Oh, he got
he does! He got both! He got the left side and the right side!
In the fire! Oh, no.
What?
It doesn't get much worse than that for Jalita. I know they've got the advantage, but losing that battle could prove very costly. Wow.
They can't get the wall opened up, at least not an entry. At best, if you can, maybe 1 Selma to just get some vision in through to CCTV. 90 seconds, Montang has to try and make his way up the rafters position. Impact from Pika, bit of damage, and quite a decent amount of damage onto Mr. Punch. And no, the final Selma actually just used over towards Garage, and so therefore, that is going to be main breach closed for the remainder of this round. Pika gets aggressive, little love tap. Reload. And now in a good position where he can hold strong, even with this Montang in his way. Keeper barriers being shot out, but Pika's still alive.
How is he not dead?
I thought he was going to get that kill.
No, never should have won that. I mean, for so long there, he's playing exposed without keeper barrier protection. He's just not being aggressed upon properly by Jalita. Finally make it work though. And off the back of the breach failure earlier, 5v3 advantage. Arguably, this round now back in their favor, unless Divers can cook something up.
Souffle holding into Con. Knows there's 1 outside on the balcony. Felix as well. Knowing for a fact there's 1 bot red. Loses that battle. I mean, Jalita have just been able to win all of these swings. Souffle to cash though. Good little pickup. Needed that. 3 onto 2 with 1 still quite low. Mr. Punch going for the kit. Plant. Doesn't matter. Jalita have won the round. They've won the round after getting absolutely destroyed in the mini-game battle of opening up Kennel's wall, they've still gone on and just decimated Direwolves anyway. 2 attacking rounds for Jalita early here on Clubhouse puts them in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those rounds where if I'm Felix right now, I'm holding my tongue a little bit because he all but secured one of the biggest win conditions on that site on the Bandit by keeping the wall closed. Jalita then didn't even have dislodge util for Rafters. They had no flashes, they had no flames. The keeper barriers were also, you know, protecting that player on Rafters. Yet despite all of that, they made the Monty work, brute force their way through every single fight, goes their way. It has to be quite a frustrating round for Direwolves, provided they're aware of the, you know, the win conditions that they were able to deny in that round. Ultimately, though, wasn't enough.
Camera activated.
So certainly the kind of round that you shake your head up.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And it puts Jalita in a great spot.
5 seconds remaining.
There's the response down for Direwolves.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
3 Nitrosols in this round, being brought defensively. Let's have a look at this replay, and it's the opening kill. Now, for context, he did have, of course, vision in terms of the drone that did spot him, so he knew he was backing up towards Rafters. Still had to hit a really good shot and still needed to get a bit fortunate. But that really kind of summed up the round, I think, for Jalita, where they just naturally hit some really good shots throughout that round, and that kind of offset the fact that they could not get main breach opened up. And therefore, it did not really matter. To basement we go, Church and Arsenal for the 4th round. Once again, for Direwolves looking to find solace on Basement Club. Again, to remind the statistic for Jalita, they're the best defensive team in this region. And on a map that is the most defender-sided. Pika loses that battle, but Mark elsewhere. That's the ace that has been taken off the board. No hard bridge, only the secondaries available through DCH, and I would imagine they're still some way short of opening up these hatches. So some work to be done for Jalita. And more pressure again, and it's 1-for-1 trades again with DCH himself, as I mentioned his name, who finds a kill onto Seal, and the aggression from Direwolves now no longer paying dividends. One of the secondaries being used over towards Dirt. The hatches may stay closed in this round, but there's not really many defenders remaining. Not even on site.
Well, Souffle in a potential position to flank now, but Jalita holding drones. No read though, but Souffle gives away his position immediately. Mr. Punch is on drone, literally right in front of Souffle. He could have killed him. Well, he does.
Oh, and they get a double. And suddenly, from a 3-on-2 to a 1-on-2, Zappa dropped sight. What the hell is going on? Go on, say something, guys. I'm out of words.
Yeah. Look, there's just the lack of awareness sometimes in this match has just been startling, because the reason I'm pointing this out is this is a playoffs game with 2 teams that have so much experience, and I'm not entirely sure what is happening tonight for these gaps to continually be opened up, and that goes to both teams. It's been across the board and relatively consistent from both teams across all 3 maps now. Just expected, you know, tighter attacks, even defense as well, because these players are so experienced and actually, you know, so good. Many of which have performed overseas, done well there as well. I don't know if it's a case of pressure or what, but yeah, it's been a funny old game. Round 5. And it very much feels like a break point here for Direwolves. We've mentioned before how defender-sided this map has been in Asia. And so the onus is on Direwolves to end this half with a lead.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Their attacking win rate does just edge out Jalita by a couple of %, but it is still at 46. So all the signs are pointing towards them needing a 4-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a, again, difficult match to predict. When it looks like Jalita's got an advantage, they lose. When it looks like Direwolves have an advantage, they lose. And I'm kind of just referencing the last 2 rounds as the case in point examples. Direwolves able to, you know, win that Kennel's Wall mini game with the juggle. They had good positioning and still lost. Last round for Jalita, dealt with the roam game, 3-on-2. No awareness and lost. Observation blocker blown off by the Retero. Red ping info. Jim bedroom in this round. Seal will fall back. I think still, regardless, the 2 attacking rounds for Jalita could be enough for all intents and purposes. So, I mean, the onus is still on Direwolves. I think they get a massive reprieve in that 4th round. Can they continue to find very important rounds here to close out this half? 5 on site, essentially. A bit of a con hold still, and logistics. Mr. Punch trying to find some information. Still 2 Nitro cells available for Direwolves. Need to make sure you keep those in the back pocket. If Jalita do find a way to slip into gym, go for a plant behind the dumbbells. Well, 90 seconds is all that remains, and Souffle still holding a very aggressive position. Could be good for one. Can play off of that BPC. I imagine he gets droned. I would imagine he did there. It could be close.
Hard to tell.
BPC, I think, did shoot it out, but I don't know if it was timed enough. Could have spotted his feet. I think he's just going to have to play the safe and back off. Right play. Oh. What are you doing with the keeper barrier? And he's swinging. There's a reason why your teammate's pushing away from that position. Seal goes down with a keeper barrier in hand. 5-on-4. Jalita with the opening kill.
Yeah, I think, again, that's probably another instance where a player getting caught off guard is just being subjected to pressure and then not responding correctly. Equally, though, the confidence from Jalita flowing at the early stage of this round. Con control now gathered. Minute on the clock, so they've got a lot of time to rotate now over towards the likes of a Logi drop, bulk pressure. Need to deal with Felix, though, inside of Logi. Poses a big threat, and so Mr. Punch, big engagement next on his plate. We'll see if he wins it out. Drop to come through, and it's successful. Anyway, Mr. Punch not even needed.
Wow. Well, Pika still in a good position. Top main. Great swing from Mr. Punch to hit the headshot immediately onto Pika. Joe Gore in a 1v2. Isolates one. Knows where the other remains for DCH, who does have the kit. Can go through logistic, and Joe Gore should be aware of that. Repositions over towards bathroom. And I like this spot. Can certainly get some sound cues. He moves off of it. He knows that he's just been picked back up. Where's he gone, though? The man's on the move. 6 seconds left, and Joe Gore does win the double. And the 1-on-2. A 3rd round found for Direwolves, and this game of Clubhouse has certainly been messy.
Yeah, good clutch there from Joe. Gifted a little bit of an opportunity. Another case of a 2v1 mistimed by the 2. So the trade then was delayed. Ultimately, the res there was probably the correct decision, albeit the positioning made it very, very difficult then in the 1 versus 1 to reclaim the round. So the plaudits go to Joe. It's been a relatively quiet night for him again. And the only reason we're saying that is he went into the night as the top-rated player in the entire damn league. Here's a look back at that entry, still caught off guard. Been a lot of those cases in this match so far. Felix certainly would be mad at that one, loses to the Logi drop. Mark then for the trade. Fortunately then pushes through with DCH still outside. Ultimately then the Thermite left in this 1 versus 1. Lack of information and time meant that he was certainly unfavored in that engagement. So good work from Joe to be able to seal it. Joe actually the bottom rated player in map 1 to kick off the night, and we started to get quite concerned for Direwolves, but clearly here on the 3rd and final map, stepping it up.
I mean, it's so hotly contested. It's just essentially round for round, punch for punch. At this point, forget about defend decided or attack or advantages. Just got to make your moments count. And in that moment, Joe Gore wins the 1 versus 2. That's going to be critical. Big round win for Direwolves. And Jalita's early advantages by getting these attacking rounds starting to be offset by Direwolves. Now 1 round away from getting that proverbial must get 4 defensive rounds. Cash and CCTV, though, last time was lost, even despite the wonderful shockwire juggling from Felix. So they challenge him again. Now, mind you, all really Jalita needed to do is get some lounge pressure onto the Bandit. And especially if they're looking to take Garage with the Montang, it really shouldn't be a difficult task to do.
I mean, they're eventually going to get lounge control. Mark will be sent down below to double impact from below. DCH, though, in the meanwhile, is going for the wall. Dislodge did come, and the wall opened up. So that's a big tick on the checklist for Jalita. they've proven they don't even need the wall open to win this particular site. So for Direwolves, that certainly increases the difficulty curve of the round. We did see the Monty though, incredibly effective. And so in the face of 4 keeper barriers, Mr. Punch is going to have to try and find a way to get some rafters control.
They probably lose the round now that they actually got the breach. It's the way that this series would really play out. Yellow ping information on the play in towards Cash, who really does not need to peek this at all. Is edge with Kit to Flay. Well, just for a split second, thought he was maybe going to lose sight of IDFC, and just like that, the round indeed looks pretty much over. I did say that. I did say they'll get the main breach and they'll probably lose the round. Solid push up, Montaigne Rafters doesn't pay dividends. A solo stock push from Sapper now in a 1 versus 3 after getting that kill into Souffle. And Jalita's attack has just been offset by a bit of counter aggression from Direwolves in that moment. 3 kills all in sync. Some really good team coordination. And Direwolves are going to get a 4th round in this half on the defense. Job done. I mean, Sapper doesn't have kit. He doesn't have a lot of time. Everything in this round pointing to a Direwolves win, and Sapper's really not making the most of this. I mean, he's still got to go outside, get kit. He's still stepping on goo mines. It's like a minefield. There's one more. Shoots it out. Doesn't even go for the kit anymore. Just sends it up top red. Immediately shot out by Felix. And Wolves have got 4 rounds. On the defense, though, mind you, guys. And so we don't really take too much stock into that. They're still going to have to get some very important attacking rounds, 2 minimum, to get this to OT. But from my understanding, I think Jalita actually double defense in OT. That they would want to win this out in regulation. If this ends up being super defender sided, that's going to benefit Jalita more. Church and Arsenal begin this second half. Direwolves 3 rounds away from a semi-final appearance. For Jalita, at least they go into the comfort of defense.
Yeah, I'm in some respects kind of glad we got that sort of round to end out the half, because I think in many aspects it sort of encapsulates this game so far. And the main takeaway for me being there's been so many rounds where fundamentals either land or don't land for a team, and it just doesn't seem to have that great of an impact in how the round actually ultimately concludes. Like, we've had attacks work with mirror windows still standing in key positions. We've had attacks work without main breaches being opened, and then when they are opened, they're quickly dismissed. Like, it's so challenging to get a read on this game and this map at the moment with just so many variables that we don't usually see. It's consistently happening. Like, it's consistently inconsistent, which is why I think I mentioned prior that I was just a little bit disappointed in some respects as to why that's the case. I suppose if you want to flip it into a positive, it's probably because both teams are putting one another under a lot of pressure, and sure, that makes it entertaining, but it makes setting the stage for this second half very challenging, because you're right, Divers have reached the benchmark, but equally, if it turns out very defend decided, could all be for nothing with Jalita double OT defense. Surely they close it out in that particular part of the match if it gets that far. Souffle meanwhile, entry duel. IDFC though, able to escape to that secret position.
Well, this is where momentum is super critical though for Direwolves. Really good close for that half, and they get the opening kill. Joe Gore starting to activate in this series. Quiet on the opening 2 maps. 7-5 now though on Clubhouse after a pretty decent defense. He's certainly got the opportunity to make a massive statement here in the final map on the attacking half. He is required for these entry kills. They didn't get it from him. Back on Bank, he was 2-3, so he went negative. On Chalet, he didn't get a single one. He was 0-0. So already on Club, he's been able to at least go positive with that here on the attacking half. 90 seconds remains. Souffle's just walked down into blue. They had no idea. Oh, how does he not get that kill? How does he not get that kill? IDFC with a 180 flick of his life. And maybe just salvages the round. It should have been 5-on-3. It should have been blue control. And now they lose Pika. 4-3 and Jalita with a massive lifeline. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Joe got opening kill. Blue lurk successful. Should have been 5-on-3 with good control close to sight. And they lose that round with 3 players still up on the defense. Jalita now get a 3rd round. 3 to 4. Lost for words.
Yeah, I don't think I really need to add too much more onto that. Everyone watching can see exactly what just happened. I don't need to repeat. And only just doubles down on my earlier point that this match has been very strange. Very, very strange. I think we can brush that one off though. Round 8 we go. Positive step forward though for Jalita. Again, defensive rounds. Important to stack them early here. Put pressure back on Direwolves. Do not get complacent. Don't expect the rounds to fall your way, given just how insane round to round has been, and even within the rounds, the ability for both teams to swing either way. It's really critical that you just keep your head down and grind away round by round. It's one of those games. Oh man, yeah, Souffle, you've got to be winning those. Don't even know how he was allowed to go that deep in towards blue. Tickled the shoulder, I think, missing that headshot.
Hackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, round 8 we go then. Map clear from Direwolves would be suggested with their operator lineup. Jackal in play. Jogor likely is going to lurk down below. Double hard breach Thatcher to open up CC wall into cash. Jacuzzi an option as well in the late round.
Well, you just got to keep your focus though for Direwolves. You're doing certain things right. Double down on that. Keep focus on the good things. Don't worry about, okay, I whiffed here, a mistake there. Got to keep the mental in check. Certainly can't be getting tilted at this point. You're only going to get so many opportunities. Jalita, they certainly got out of the woods there on that round of Church Arsenal, but now above we go, top floor. That con-single wall actually just got tricked off. That was a secondary hard breach that has, yeah, been wasted from Seal. They do have, of course, double hard breach, so it's not really the end of the world. But right now, they're still actually looking to just contest over towards Jacuzzi. In fact, they call over the Thatcher. It's like, hey, Souffle, can you come and help? And this time, Felix will actually use an exothermic charge to get that opened up. We'll do so successfully. But they still haven't opened up Jacuzzi. That's a bit of a concern right now.
Yeah, I mean, some teams opting at the moment not to open up Jacuzzi just to simplify things a little bit. Instead, they...
I'm assuming that was for a Claymore, by the way. That Impact was just making sure there's no Claymore there so you can vault it.
Yeah. Yeah, some teams just lean heavily into the balcony pressure and a Logi drop.
Which he didn't get it.
No.
Will now. Oh, beautifully played from Mark. I mean, he does get his one. Souffle dead. 1 for 1. Pika was in a good position to get that trade.
Oh, yeah, good read there from Direwolves. Ill-advised flank from IDFC shut down. Advantage now for the attack. Question now being, with a minute on the clock, can they actually convert it?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I got no idea. I really don't have a clue. Direwolves might have the extra player, but I don't know if they're going to be able to still beat Jalita on the defense. 2 impacts still available for Sapper. Very aggressive position. You got smokes, you got flashes, and a drop from Felix in front of the window. There was a second player. Just have to hold the angle. They start moving around, and Direwolves do take the round. A 5th round and a first attacking round for Direwolves, and, well, some glum faces for Jalita. Understanding that they've lost on a primary site defense Clubhouse, and that gives a massive round over to Direwolves, who are now 1 round away from at least locking up OT.
Yeah, good work in the late round there from Dai was able to collapse onto site. Mark was the one to set the tone in the round, eventually executed that jump out. Good for his 1. Was traded though. Felix drops. A little bit of an unusual position to find himself in. They double down though, and off the back of that information, swing that particular position inside a bedroom, win fights elsewhere, win the round. And so a pretty swift response there in the end from Direwolves. Back-to-back rounds though already in the second half, where the entry has not converted into a round win. And that's been a storyline and a trend throughout this match. It's been very unreliable. Man advantages have not really amounted to much in this game, simply due to that advantage not typically being capitalized upon well, whether that be on attack or defense, and the ability for so many players inside of the server at the moment to have individual multiple performances as well. So we'll see how this round shapes up. cache CCTV, especially with breach open, and the tools such as Capitator clear rafters can open up the defense significantly if played correctly. So let's see how Divals approach it.
I mean, that attacking round does also relieve a bit of pressure for Direwolves. Now for Jalita, what can they do in response? DCH going for his own juggle, which we saw Felix do so successfully in that opening half. Well, he feels like he completely mistimed that immediately. That is a 2.5 minute open up on towards Kennels despite the bandit, despite no real pressure from below. That is a significant win for Direwolves. I say significant, but maybe I'll retract that. It's a little win. Doesn't mean a whole lot. What it does mean is they can kind of rotate off very early in this round. They got more time to go elsewhere. Jogor, easy entry through Jacuzzi. So they can certainly get a lot of map control here. Jalita in a bit of a pickle. I like what Direwolves have done early in this round, but I will say big win condition here for Jalita. Sapper on the Solus, down below, I think around strip. He doesn't get droned out. They're not quite aware. It's actually Paul. And he's got a couple of options. He can go up main stairs, knowing full well there's one over towards gym bedroom, or he could go up through lounge. And I think he might opt for main stairs and catch this player off, who is Joe Gore. Lost him.
Well, minute 30 then. EMP to come down, and feel like eager to open up con wall, although it is the Salmers to get the job done anyway. That could be a route in towards the objective for a plant. The impact too late, and so a crouch hole in towards site, and they can plant to the hard right. Good denial tools though still available to defense. Nitro Cell available, and Sapper does continue to pose a threat down below as well. Basement currently. Flames to go down. DCH first fight wins it out.
Looking for another one, and one up close. That's a nice kill for DCH. Losing a couple of teammates elsewhere. Sapper's still alive. Needs to win this on site, and he does. A couple of flames you're going to be mindful of because so low on health. Cannot step into that at all. Sapper on the other side of con in through bedroom. Oh, the timing. Oh. A little tag on a Felix, but he does now give that information. DCH so low, caught on site. They're both on site now. Sapper needs to get a kill here quickly, and he cannot. Felix goes down, but he couldn't get the second. Direwolves have now got match and quarterfinal point.
Wow, another round where Dire was able to brute force their way once again into the objective. Decently good clear. Losing that first fight, but responded pretty swiftly. Diffuser got stuck in a pretty awkward position as well, but another big whiff in this game from the defense. With that pressure mounting, proving to be costly, albeit it probably would have been traded anyway. Tactical timeout for Jalita.
Desperately needed, and now it feels like a long, long way back. I mean, even at this moment, DCH Swings gets this kill. 2-on-2. 3 in the round. Had Sapper flanking. Sapper just has to go a little bit earlier there. Well, it was a straight 1v1.
He took forever to flank, so you've either got to speed it up and actually help your teammate who's on an island, or you need to set yourself in a position where you are 100% or at least like 90% plus going to win that next fight. He did neither, got stuck on an island, then whiffed, lost the fight. Never used his Solace gadget down below for that plant denial potential as well. Now, it's not, I'm not pinning all the blame on him for losing that round or anything like that. The main breach clear was, you know, pretty good from Direwolves and really aided them to get in that position, but small little things like that, stacking up, and on the defense, you cannot be making those mistakes. A full rotation now beckons for Jalita to push this game to OT. They have the carrot dangling on the end of the stick. They have OT defense. They're more than likely going to win the game if they get it to overtime. Unfortunately, though, Direwolves on attack have been pretty brutal so far.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Direwolves. Absolute full credit. When you think about the series as a whole, 7-3 to Jalita, but they won 6 in a row on that map. They then won 4 of the first 5 on Chalet. So at a particular point in time, Jalita were 3 rounds away on Chalet from closing this out in 2 maps. Since that point, Direwolves have seriously just taken control, and Jalita have really struggled to have much of a say. Even here now on the attack of Club, Direwolves are just running rampant. Easy entry for Joe Gore into garage. Of course, it is basement here for Jalita. No real extension, no real roam. I imagine they just don't want to put a foot wrong. But this is the problem. You go into your shell, now super defensive. You're not really going for any kind of denial of entry. They get easy map control. They sweep across. They get into good position. They open everything up, yada, yada, yada. It becomes even harder. So you need some players at some point to go for a bit of counter aggression. You've only got one Nitrocell. That's Sapper on the pole. So how aggressive can you really get? IDFC over towards Secret on the Fenrir. Other than that, all four deep on site. I don't know if this is going to bode well at all for Jalita. They don't have even a mirror to play off of in Church. This is honestly a very susceptible defense on site.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the two main operators to play around is going to be the Goyo stall out time and space, and then the Fenrir to swing on the those mines. Fortunately, though, Souffle on Twitch has the perfect operator to counteract both of those pieces of util. Shock drone sent through blue. We'll see what value it gets. Shot out though, so good work there from the defense. There's one more in the pocket. Strigel gets to work on Vert. He's currently being caught out by Sapper on the pulse. Nitro Cell not deployed yet. Sapper happy to just gather in for now. As I mentioned, only one Nitro in play this round, so really important that it's used properly.
60 seconds remaining. This is where you got to get some value from the pulse. With that cardiac scanner, you've also got the one and only Nitrocell, as you mentioned. Got to make the most of that. Sapper below, Nitrocell thrown up, and he does make an impact. A lasting one with the kill onto Joker. Now a player advantage for Jalita late into this match point round. Salma over towards this triple wall in towards Church, which will just make that a little volatile to a bot main push. Seal, pressure towards blue with Candelas available for Pika. Jalita feels like they're holding on. Glasses can be activated for Mark on the ward, and he's going to be so important to stop that push from these Candelas. He activates. The glasses are up for Mark on the Warden. Red ping and yellow ping. Drop from Pika. It's pretty good. It gets the kill onto IDFC. DCH fell as well. Warden still up. Glasses still active. Punch goes down. Pika somehow stays alive. Thought he was going to be dead to rights for that moment. Pistol out for Sapper. Now with Felix getting the plant down. Sapper kill into blue is strong with the pistol. And Mark can fall. Yes. So down to a 1 versus 2 now for Sapper. Here's the pulse. He can find some information. Goes for a pistol swing. Souffle puts an end to all of this. The quarterfinal is over. And look at what it means to this roster and this team. Onto the semifinals they go. Moving forward, we say goodbye to Jalita Esports. They are done for stage 1. And Joe Gore is incredibly excited at the prospect of facing Bleed in the semifinal.
Yeah, really well done by Direwolves. They casted some of the doubts aside this evening. Tough match. They really had to grind away at it. There were so many moments where they could have just put their head down and essentially given up in this best of 3, but they kept at it. They trusted in one another. Paid off in the end. And yeah, you can see how much it meant to them. A big game for them. And then unfortunately for Jalita, that's their one and done chance. They're out. See you back for stage 2.
Yeah, an incredible turnaround for that first half of the series, guys, where it was essentially 10 of 11 rounds won in a row at one point by Jalita. That feels like a lifetime ago, all things considered. Congratulations to Direwolves. They were sensational when it looked like they could be down and out. They dug deep and showed their mental fortitude. Commiserations for Jalita. Their campaign does come to an end. Officially, they will play a 5th place match later on next week or whenever. Doesn't really matter. Let's go back to the desk as they break it all down.
Yep, we can definitely try to. A map that I think had so many of us scratching our heads for a couple of those rounds. Definitely swings the way of Direwolves, and this is the difference. We were saying this before the start of the show. We've been saying this all stage long. The difference between a good and a great team is when it comes down to it, when push comes to shove, when you get to BO3s, when you get to your quarterfinal, you have to show the grit. You have to show the determination. And Mandy, I don't think we could have asked for much more from Direwolves.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Those guys absolutely ended up smashing it out of the park at the end on Clubhouse. It was a bit of a shaky first half, but the moment they went on the attack, it was just absolutely go time for those guys. There was a point where I was like, are these guys even like playing the win conditions of the map anymore? They're not like looking to get like hatches open and walls open and stuff. It's just like send a player into a really weird spot on the map, and that was enough to win them out the round. I just felt like, yeah, they just had so much energy as well going into that map too. You could see it on the player cams at the end there. They were so fired up in that last map.
Well, it's time to welcome in Harambe. Nice and quick, a quick turnaround, my friend. congratulations on the win against Jalita. That's obviously a very big name to be taking down before your bleed match. But I've got to ask you, that was a long series. How are the boys feeling after that one? Because we haven't seen too many BO3s for a while.
You know, it's just another day of scrim for us. Yeah, it's normal for us. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Look, coming into this game against Jalita, we had Jalita picked as probably the favorites in this matchup. What was the preparation like? Well, I know we spoke to you last night, and you guys felt comfortable coming into this. But what did it look like? What does it feel like coming into a game like this?
I did a lot of game preparation for the players, and it worked out super well. But for the first map, I let them to do like whatever they want, just to like warm up to get into the situation. And yeah, it turns out pretty good.
Yeah, I'd love to break down that map, Veto, with you, Harambe, because as you said, Bank was the first map. You already played Jalita on this like last week, and you lost it. But you said that you just let the team do what they wanted. So was the strategy always, from a big picture level, to go and win your map and then win Clubhouse? What was the thought process behind these picks?
I believe that Jalita has the confidence to win us on Bank, so I don't want the players to focus so much on Bank, so move their like mental and concentration to the next two maps. Yeah.
It's really interesting to hear from you as well. Once you actually hit Chalet and Clubhouse, things really started to go your way. When there were opportunities to talk to the team, what were some of the things that you were reminding them of? Like you said earlier, you did a lot of prep work going into this matchup. Are there small things that you were telling the team to do? Are you willing to reveal any of them to us? That'd be interesting.
Yogo, go kill! That's it. That's it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Oh, come on. Surely we could pry more from you on that one, Harambe. Look, obviously this was a big game, and yeah, okay. We'll keep it locked. We'll keep it under lock and key. That's fair. You now go up against Bleed, and that game is going to be incredibly intriguing. Obviously, you've got a full week away. You've not given us anything away just yet, but is there anything you can tell us? Is there any feeling you've got about this matchup? Do you think that you've got skin in the game?
We're gonna beat them. That's it. Period.
I'm gonna clip it and ship it, brother. That's all. I'm clipping this moment.
Don't jinx it, please. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx
it. It's too late. It's too late. You're the one that I didn't do anything. Don't look at me. Harambe, obviously high spirits after a very big match from you guys. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Actually, no. Just watch the game and enjoy.
Jeez, you are a man of few words, and it just hits the spot, my friend. We will speak to you hopefully next week, my friend. Take care.
Hopefully.
Well, they go up against Bleed next, so they need that hopeful spirit. They need that mentality. But Dev, there's a lot that our good friend Harambe is not giving us there.
Yeah, I did notice that he actually didn't answer my question. I don't think that was... Sometimes when we get interviewees, like, they don't answer the question because they like forgot the question or whatever. He very deliberately did not want to talk about Chalet and Clubhouse. And I thought that was a bit cheeky from him, but I respect it. I was trying to pry a little bit more than perhaps he was willing out of that one. But we did get an inkling, and I really do like the idea of hearing that, like, they actually didn't really care about Bank. That, I think, especially for less experienced teams, is actually quite hard to get through. Just be like, just treat Bank like a bit of a warm-up, like work on your mechanics, like work on your fundamentals. But at the end of the day, we're probably going to lose this map. They're really good on it. It's not one of our main maps. Then we focus on Chalet, which we've played to death, but maybe we can beat Jalita on it, and then Clubhouse, which they looked amazing on attack, by the way. Like, those basement executes were something else. And now for Direwolves, I think this has actually put into perspective their whole stage, Rob. Like, you look back, and I was pretty convinced that, like, we had a top three, right? Which was Elevate, Fury, and Bleed. And then I thought we had, like, basically Jalita just, like, in fourth, and that was, like, solidly fourth. Direwolves solidly fifth, and we had a bottom three. And I think that if you look back at the results now, like, the only games Direwolves has dropped to Bleed, 7-4, close enough. To Fury, 7-5. Very close. And to Jalita, 7-5. But now that they've beaten him in a BO3, I think it's clear that Direwolves are the better team right now. So I think this really does lift Direwolves at least up into the top 4 in my mind. And that is reflected, of course, in the bracket as now they've made the semi-finals. If they can be Bleed, though, like, Far out, go make the major, Direwolves. Maybe you can redeem the brand of this team, which once was the undisputed best team in the region for quite a time, where they went undefeated. Back in 2022, they went overseas and they had a really solid effort. Like, if these guys could go at it again, I'd be massively impressed, because we just haven't seen Direwolves return to that form of several years ago.
No, Mandy, it's probably the most gutsy thing I've ever heard a coach say. Go enjoy map 1, because we're going to be locking in for map 2 and 3. That takes guts, but from my opinion, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. That to me instills confidence in the team and the players. I mean, is this potentially maybe is there a bit more bite behind this Direwolves roster?
Okay, to me, that's like a double-edged sword, in my opinion. Because one, I think what it does show for teams watching is that the Direwolves map pool probably isn't that big. I mean, if they have 2 auto bans straight away, that means they're essentially going to be playing a map that they don't want to be playing all the time in the first pick, which to me is like a bit red flaggy, if you're asking me. So to me, like, yes, if you want to have the mindset of winning maps 2 and 3, then go ahead, you can do it, I guess, but that requires a lot of stamina to continue that energy management throughout the entire 3 maps. I know that a lot of teams train on 3 maps at a time anyway, so they're probably used to it, but it's still a gamble, and I don't know, I don't know if I'm willing to take that gamble, from the engineer. Gotta have some redundancy in your plans, so that is a no redundancy plan, if you ask me. That has no margin of safety.
No margin of safety or margin of error, Dev. But look, to be fair, if you look back at Direwolves of the old, that kind of feels like it sums them up. It was always it always felt like a little bit of a gamble. They were always looking a little bit dangerous. This roster obviously goes up against Bleed in their semi-finals. Surely you can't be doing that. Surely you can't be leading into a match like that in a BO3, just releasing one map instantly.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, Direwolves are really starting to get back to the form of old, and Souffle having a real stellar performance across the series. Can I just say that? 9 multi-kills is pretty insane. Like,
That's
3 maps.
mental.
Yeah. And, Souffle, for a long time, like, he was the star fragger of this roster back in the day. Now he's one of the veterans, and, it's time for players like Joe Gore and Seal to do most of that, but he's still putting up these insane performances, which is great, because you look holistically across the stage thus far, and he actually has had a slightly negative. He's been pretty average, just below average as a performance, but in the big games, he comes through.
Certainly does, and Direwolves going to need more of that in their next game against Bleed, but that will have to wait until next Wednesday. What doesn't have to wait until next week is our final quarterfinal of the night. Elevate, they take on Knock Knock up after this. There we go. We'll give that one another try. See you after.
I think this is in Consulate.
Bank or console, but my opinion is go to Consulate.
I think this is bank, and this should be lockers basement.
Oh, bank. Okay. Wow.
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah, Sky.
I think it's Skyscraper. Skyscraper spawn.
Oh, this is in Chalet, I think. I remember the rock and the wood.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay.
Who even looks at that?
Oregon bunker.
This is definitely Oregon bunker.
I remember this is Oregon in the Anka. Oregon, yeah.
Looks like Oregon again. It's the resource there.
This looks like Oregon.
Oh, this is same Oregon and the laundry stair.
Laundry stairs?
Yeah.
Have to be bang, but if it is skylight or stock, I think it's going stock. Bang stock trading room.
I forgot his name. Yeah, stock room. Yeah, second floor stock room.
Bank's CCTV room. Oh. I have no idea what this is.
This is, I think, this is bank as well, but bank, I think garage.
It's a bank garage.
Yeah, night heaven. Oh, yeah, bank.
I have no idea about this map. no idea at all.
Is this even from R6? I'll just take a guess, bro. Skyscraper or something?
I think this is Skyscraper.
Well, it was Skyscraper.
This one is gonna be border, bathroom or tailor or something.
This is border. Toilet Zhongho.
This is border in the toilet and the teller Zhongho.
No idea, but I believe from the pattern of the right side corner should be border, right?
This one is gonna be border again, and I think it's gonna be office.
This is border office.
Yeah. At least I got the map.
It's a trophy. It's a trophy at the Oregon trophy run, right?
Wow. This is Clubhouse. It's a Clubhouse bar.
This one, I think it's Clubhouse, but I think it should be in bar.
No.
This is Clubhouse meet room.
What?
Cafe? Fish room?
If I'm wrong, it's gonna be embarrassed. I think it is in cafe, the freezer. Yeah.
Wow. This is cafe.
This is Oregon, and I think it's game room. Yeah, this is game room. Yeah.
This is Oregon Games Room.
Oh, the game room. Oregon game room. Football like lighting. Yeah.
Easy. Yeah.
I think classroom. No. Yeah, let's go for classroom. Oregon classroom.
Wait, it's not border. I think it's Oregon. Oregon again.
This should be border armory, I think. Border armory.
Ah, it's border. Oh my god.
Oh, it's border. Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
We now focus up on our final match of the night. It's Elevate taking on Knock Knock. And this quarterfinal, we are expecting to be the most dominant and the most sure thing of this bracket, Guz. Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
short answer,
ahead.
Yes.
Say
no.
Short answer,
yeah, come
yes.
on, say no. Say no.
No, I'm not going to stir the pot too much. I think it's very fair to set the expectation in this match that Elevate could and really should be walking away with a very clean 2-0. We have seen South Asia throw a couple of curveballs in this stage, maybe compared to previous years. However, in this best of 3 format, it's very difficult to envision them being particularly competitive against Elevate, who have been quite strong.
How's Intero's mini-me going over there with his hair? What is that, Jake?
Is it this
What
bit?
is-
Or is it
oh
this bit?
my God.
I think you should shave it again.
Nah, I'm going like the opposite approach. I'm just going to go full Parker mode and just get the clown going.
Oh, God. I don't know if that'll suit you, big man. I don't think it suits him, so I don't know how it's going to suit
it means he doesn't have to maintain it, so it probably is
Very
better for
true,
him.
very true. And we all know about Jake and maintaining. Let's go ahead and look at the last match of the night. Start to break this one down with a bit more depth. Elevate really come into this the massive favourite, the heavy favourites. I feel like this is a heavyweight versus maybe a featherweight Xenox. That's probably
More like a
enough to
feather.
say. Not even a featherweight, just a feather.
No, it's a bit rude. I shouldn't say that. I retract that statement. Knock Knock were actually really good yesterday. I really enjoyed their game against Jalita. They were very impressive. Again, I can't remember who was in the interview, but they were saying, you might remember, Rob, but that Knock Knock were actually good. They were genuinely giving them high praise in that particular game. Again, it was a do or die. They didn't end up getting the win, but getting into overtime was good enough to get them into the playoffs. And so, big congratulations to Knock Knock for getting here. But, it's a matter of, is getting here enough? Is that the goal that has been achieved, or is it to actually make a bit of a splash in? Can they take a map off Elevate? Could they do the unthinkable and actually win this and force a semi-final appearance against Fury? That would be unfounded for a team from South Asia. So they could create history here and would very much be one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen if they can go and win this game. There is no expectation on this roster to win this match. So they get to go in, free punch, see what they can do, have some fun, experience the playoffs. A best of 3 against a top team in Elevate, invaluable experience.
Guys, I think that Xenox has said it best here. It would probably be the biggest upset on a single planetary day we've ever seen.
It would be, it would certainly be up there. There'd be galactic shockwaves if they're able to win this particular match. And again, it's not us trying to be particularly negative or rude or anything like that. It's just purely statistically based. Knock Knock have certainly had some teething issues throughout the stage. Some would maybe even go as far as to say they were, quote unquote, lucky to make top 6, although I think that would be a little bit harsh. You look at things like their attack win percent and defense, 26 and 45% respectively. So unfortunately, against Elevate, who have far stronger numbers in that regard, we're going to really have to see the absolute best version of Knock Knock that we've seen throughout the stage across potentially 3 maps. So it's a big task for them.
Yeah, all I'll get you to do, have a look at the EPS here, and now when we move over to Elevate, let's transition to that graphic, you can see the very clear difference. Only one player below that 100 EPS rating versus, unfortunately, all 5 from Knock Knock. Elevate have been very decent, Xenox, coming into this, but they haven't been totally convincing.
No, they haven't. And, interesting stats here as I kind of look at their numbers behind the scenes. They're not top 2 in attack win rate. They're not top 2 in defensive win rate. They're not top 2 either when it does come to some other statistics. Where they are good somewhat is entries and plants, which is kind of interesting considering their attack win rate, as I said, is not top 2. It is 3rd, but I think this is a roster, for all intents and purposes, that isn't, again, reliant on a singular individual. Maybe in the olden days, like 2-3 years ago, you could look at someone like a Speak Easy and put him as that superstar. But in this roster, no. We've honestly seen all of these guys pop off, have their moment, had their time to shine. This is a roster that I think on their day can certainly probably beat anyone. Is that fair to say? Maybe not bleed in a best of 3, but they're at that kind of level. And Carl's been at least leading the way when it does come to KDs. But entries is where very much they have their strong suit. That's something that is going to give them a big edge over this Knock Knock team. I imagine they should win this 2-0, and then their match against Fury is going to be, I think, a one you don't want to miss.
No, absolutely not. I don't think that it's a miss to say that they could potentially beat everyone in a BO3. I think even going up against the likes of Bleed, Elevate on their day, guys, they have shown that they are well and truly a part of that conversation. They have shown that they can beat Bleed, and that they are well and truly in this conversation for the Manchester Major. But it does start here, and that's probably the most important part. We want to see them get off to a good start in their BO3s. We want to see them bounce back off of yesterday and kind of just dust that aside before we really get to the semi-final. And I think maybe, guys, this might actually be something I'd like your thought on. It's probably best that they actually have to go through a quarterfinal first. Maybe get that BO3 under their belt in a competitive setting.
Potentially, right? Use this as a bit of a warm-up moment for them, get into the flow of the best of 3, and some of the additional challenges that come with that, as well as the Veto as well. In terms of head-to-head and players to watch in this matchup, looking at 2 of the higher-rated players across both rosters, and Haikul has had a standout season, came into the team, and we were questioning as to whether or not he would stand up at this level of play. Clearly has been the case. A really strong cost as well, which stands him out from other players, even outside of this particular match. For Sandy as well, still posting good numbers, but as you can see, huge difference in EPS, and equally big differential in terms of that KD split as well. So it goes to show that these are 2 teams on 2 completely different tiers, hence why Elevate go in as strong favorites.
Yeah, nearly double the KD, which is, I think, a little mortifying considering the fact that this is a new gunner. And Michael having a phenomenal debut so far. I believe the maps are ready. If not, I've just thrown production under the bus, but we can start talking about them in any capacity. Xenox, it will be hard to, I guess, spin this positively for Knock Knock. It's going to be very difficult against an Elevate that's been well and truly prepped.
Yeah, I mean, we're not sitting here saying that there's going to be a particular map in which Knock Knock is going to need to get, for example, if they're going to find a map. It's hard pressed to say that there's going to be any map in which Knock Knock are going to be favored over Elevate. That's just the reality of the situation here. So for them, what's the best case scenario would be, honestly, something like a Clubhouse in which they were competitive against Jalita. That's probably something they can kind of look to. We're going to have a look at some of the previous results for Knock Knock. Somewhat competitive against Direwolves back on Chalet. That's another one in which they could maybe aim for. Their win against the Sib Warriors, that was on Border. So it's not as if they haven't got a map pool. That's 3 different maps that I've just named, of which none of them have actually been banned out. That already might actually be somewhat of a good sign for Knock Knock in that they can go to some maps, Border, Chalet, Club, they've had good results on in the group stage.
Let's have a look at where we're going for the first map. We're going Oregon.
And they go against the Grain, and they go to Oregon, the map they got 7-1'd on by Fury last week.
And they'll let Chalet through, and Elevate will pick it next. 3, 2, 1. There you go. Yeah, okay, they've already won Veto.
What's the last map going to be, guys?
Last map's irrelevant anyway, because it's going to be a 2-0. The thing is, Knock Knock, as mentioned by Jake, like the maps are largely going to be irrelevant in a matchup which was already shown statistically the teams are so far on different tiers that you can make an argument that Elevate should be winning on all 9 maps anyway. I will say that the 2 maps that got let through, very intriguing. Oregon and Chalet have been played a lot by Elevate with success. I suppose to an extent Knock Knock must just feel comfortable on them, otherwise I'd be insta-banning them. Clearly they don't want to play the 4 maps before, in particular Cafe and Consulate, a map where Elevate actually got 7-0'd by Fury earlier on in the stage, so clearly one that Knock Knock just aren't comfortable on, otherwise we probably would have seen that selected. But as you can see, Border as that potential decider, but Oregon Chalet played a lot by Elevate, they've looked good on them, and I don't see any reason why this changes the discussion from a 2-0.
So the start sides there, by the way, were wrong. Just want to reiterate. So Knock Knock will actually be defending first in terms of Oregon, even though they picked it. And then for the side of Chalet, Elevate will also be defending first. Thought I'd just clarify there as the little spinning things were the wrong way around.
I'm just trying to digest that. So, okay, fair enough. That's irrelevant Sorry, I'm looking at the explanation as to how the veto's panned out. Irrelevant for now. We've got Oregon, we've got Chalet, then we're going to Border. Boys, you can keep reading if you want to. But I think the fundamental fact of the matter is someone's going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'll just fumble my throws. That's typically what they get me in for. It's what they pay me the big bucks for, unfortunately.
I want to know, though, Rob, what's it going to take? What are the win conditions for Knock Knock to win this? Like, quite literally. Is it just a case of, like, PC issues for Elevate? Like, 4 versus 5, and they just carry on?
Maybe 3 versus 5 might be best. Maybe just walk in and unplug, Shed and MCs, because I'm pretty sure they're playing in the same building. So just unplug their power and away we go. No, but seriously, this is a good opportunity for Knock Knock. They need to take this. It is a best of 3. This is where they can start to, gain some form, gain some momentum heading into stage 2, which is a few months away. But let's go ahead and jump into Oregon with Devin Mandy.
Bubbity bim, bubbity boom. We're getting into Oregon. Mandy, it's our first time casting tonight, and unfortunately, it could be a quick 2-0 if Guz and Xenox's analysis is to be correct.
I have a feeling their analysis is pretty good here, to be honest. Knock Knock, they really looked like they've struggled. I think they got fairly lucky. I feel like the stars aligned in that 3-way tie on the final play day for them to have enough rounds. Actually, I don't know. I don't think the stars aligned because they got their last point in that play day. They had fate in their hands. Fate could still not be in their hands today, but it's a tough battle. Elevate good.
It is. It is. Elevate are very good, and Knock Knock, they picked Oregon, and as the guys on the desk said, they got 7-1 on this map last week by Fury, and believe it or not, they also got 7-1 on this map by Elevate in their first match in the stage. So Elevate going back to the map where they last played Knock Knock, where they destroyed them on it, and Knock Knock are the ones that chose to go here. Well, at least Knock Knock have chosen defense, and that does give them some comfort, I suppose. I'm actually going to go and have a quick looky look at the game. So that game, yeah, actually, funnily enough, they didn't win a single defense round in that game. They won their attack, and they won 1 out of 6 of their attacks, and then they lost both of their defenses. So, I don't know how to spin this one, Mandy, in a way that sounds positive, but Knock Knock kinda.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going for a joke there because you said knock knock and then you did like a pause and I was like, who's there? And then.
Oh, that's smart. All right, I'll try that again. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Elevate's here and they're gonna take the map. Surely this should be a one-sided game. There's no way.
God.
I mean, I can't spin it. Like, it's actually so ballsy from Knock Knock. Like, so brave to go to the map. They've been 7-1 on twice. Like, yeah, they beat Hasib Warriors. That's cool. They got 1 point off of Jalita. That's kind of cool. Maybe less cool now that we've seen Jalita go down in the quarterfinals. But, yeah, I just don't know how to spin this one any way that isn't the obvious.
Yeah, neither do I, to be honest. I think this one should be a pretty straightforward game, all things considered, unless Knock Knock have really gone back and done some pretty advanced homework in the last 24 hours since they won their match yesterday. Well, they didn't even win their match yesterday. They got 1 point off their match yesterday.
Exactly, yeah.
It was to Jalita, right? Yesterday as well. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was, yeah, to a Jalita who look relatively weak, I think we would say, especially after their loss to Direwolves as well. And I think Elevate are a much greater Titan than they are at the moment.
Well, Elevate have their work cut out for them. Going against Knock Knock, this should be a map win for them. However, they had poor form yesterday when they lost to Direwolves, so we'll see if Elevate continue that form and continue to struggle on Oregon. And the game is about to begin, guys. You're lucky. You guys are so lucky back home. Can I just say that? We were about to go to a break, Maddie. We were legit about to go to a break.
Really?
And these poor viewers at home. Yeah, I was like spinning up a point to transition into a break, and then I just heard, no, don't go to a break. We're starting the game. And guess what, Mandy? We're starting the bloody game. It's time to dig into Oregon. Knock Knock have said, look, we might have sucked on this map in the past, but we saw Elevate lose it to Direwolves yesterday, so we're going to go to it. The Have Fun's come out in the chat, and onus is on Knock Knock to make good on this promise.
Alrighty, here we go. Ban phase is going out, and Knock Knock are not going to ban Monty straight away. You know what? That is fair enough, to be honest. But if you watched the VOD yesterday, Elevate trying to play Monty, you would learn that Direwolves had a pretty good solution for that Monty. So Knock Knock probably not willing to bring along the absorbent amount of impacts and lesion as Direwolves were yesterday, but nevertheless it gets banned now. And what that does mean is that all of our hard breach has slipped through the ban phase for the side of the attack. So Hibana's on the board, Maverick's on the board, so open up all your hatches, your walls, should be fairly simple.
Very much so. Henry is banned out, Valkyrie is banned out, Mira is in. Mira really has come back into the meta on Oregon, Mandy. I wonder if it's because of the new counters to her with obviously Ashe, Kali. Technically Zero, not that anyone does it, all countering the Mira now. Yeah, we see a lot more Mira these days.
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose with the amount of good defenders that are still in, you have to ban out the greater evil. And these days, Mira is not one of the greater evils when you pair it up against your likes of Azami, Fenrir. In this case, it's Fenrir and Valkyrie, in fact, and so it has slipped through. Nevertheless, it's not being picked out, so it don't matter. That is alright.
Well, I like this Warden pick. I think the Capital is going to be an important one to have a counter for, particularly with the smokes. Twitch will often have smokes as well. Funnily enough, yeah, no Mira here. Azami's always a bit of a tough one to deal with, but you got Flores, you got the Ashe. I do wonder if there's going to be any roam here. What do we reckon? Like, out of these ops, probably no need to roam. You can just play heavy time delay, smoke, Goyo, Kaid, all going to delay that time.
Well, it looks like Knock Knock are posturing up to at least hold on to the ground floor for a little bit longer through the early round. But they want to play it safe. Oh, except for Invi, who's looking for a spawn peek round one. You know what? I can respect that. That's fine. Try and surprise Elevate here, although no one is going to come around to the shower hallway. He's actually going to go for the peek out onto Small Tower as well. This guy is brave.
Respect it. I respect the gusto to keep up that high energy right at the start. Also, Sandy, I believe that is Sandy on the other side. He does have the ACOG as well, that magnified scope. So he's going to be able to contest this long angle. Thing is, Cal has cut off his retreat. Now there is a drone in this position. He's just going to wait for him to retreat. Like, he doesn't actually need to try and go for the kill. Let's stay on Cal here. Like, he is going to get this. Oh, no, never mind. He left the cutoff, and that did enable the retreat. So, I mean, I understand what he was going for there. I do think he probably should have just had someone watching the cutoff. Meanwhile, though, Knock Knock's actually found their first pick and managed to fall back.
Good stuff from them so far on what was a pretty light and safe roam, all things considered. Deciding to fall back early on was the right choice. Trying to capitalize now on this early pick, and Rattle is going to get away safely from Big Tower as well. Nevertheless, on the side of Elevate, they still have the tools that are necessary to work their way into the mid-round now. The Maverick still being up for Speakeasy does mean that E-Hatch is going to be open eventually. On top of that, they've got their execute-heavy operators as well in the Capitao and the Twitch to start to do work, trying to remote detonate some of those Goyo canisters on the bomb site and see what they can do from there.
Main concern for me is just being a player down in an execute. Always going to be really hard, Mandy. Attacking this bomb site is very hard at the best of times, especially with that Monty ban out from Knock Knock, which, by the way, awesome ban. We've seen Elevate be pretty good on it. It could be that Knock Knock have just done an unbelievable amount of prep work on Oregon, because I'm sure Elevate were kind of like, huh? We're going to Oregon? This is a map that we like. And so, yeah, if Knock Knock have prepped for this and they end up coming away with success, I'd be massively impressed. From the top down, we saw, I believe that was a shield in the hallway get taken down. Thanks to the Rotero, that's nice.
Not bad progress here from Elevate. There's 40 seconds left to go in this situation. They are going to try and use the remaining Rotero drones and flashbangs to initiate themselves down into the basement, but the Warden is going to pay dividends here for Invi in his position inside a pillar. That will be the perfect operator to counter those.
Okay, so here we go. Speakeasy on for a drop, but the gas does make things awkward. Time low. Need to find an entry here. They need to find a pick. They're not going to be able to execute with one player planting. There you go. That's the pick. And it's the Warden as well, which does open up the ability to use smokes. MC's found one. Numbers advantage for Elevate. Good swing, but no! The plant was denied at the last second by the smokes gas. And Knock Knock will win the round despite being in a numbers disadvantage. Very well played, utilizing that late round utility to its maximum.
If you go and win Oregon, you got to be winning your basements. That's what we like to say, right? And Knock Knock did exactly that. Elevate, yes, they made the early and mid-round work for them, but by the time they actually hit the execute, there's only about 20 seconds left to deal with it. And well, when there's that little time, that's where smoke really comes into shine, right? Being able to zone out the entire bomb site with his smokes, preventing the plants from going down. And essentially at that point, Elevate just could not find a safe spot to get the objective down or find the remaining Knock Knock players who are in some great positions, power positions on the other side of the bomb site, right? So really well played there from Knock Knock to keep their composure, especially after getting the man advantage early on. And now that's going to allow them to go up into this top floor bomb site and go for another attempt at the defense.
Well, top floor is not as much of a lock-in as the ground or basement floor, so who knows. I do think that Elevate almost read well into that early aggression. Again, I'm really nitpicky, but we were spectating Cal for so long. He was on the perfect cutoff, and then as soon as he got off to try and put some pressure on the player that he was watching the retreat of, the player retreated, and he didn't get the kill. But he 100% would have got that kill if he stayed on that angle and someone else had kind of convinced the Goyo to leave.
And Cal up here on the rappel onto Master, but no one to be met on the other side. There was initially a rotate over in closer, but that's been reinforced up since, and the rest of Knock Knock look like? They're pretty safe on the bomb site for now, other than potentially a player all the way over in Big Tower, since there was a rotation there as well, but I think that's been taken down. No, it hasn't. Never mind. MC from down below is going to take out Jittery for the first pick of the round.
Good start for Elevate. Always want that numbers advantage early on. He's very aggressive here, but this is going to be pretty solid now for MC. He's got the secondary hard breach. He can also get himself some information as well. Hang on a second! Ape on the back of an E1D has snuck himself straight into sight. Good trade, though, from Sandy. And no reply from Elevate on that one. Still, that is without a doubt a win for Elevate. The 3 versus 5, and Envy, he's forced back. Great usage of the 0 there, not only to open up the wall, but also to take out the mute jammer that was preventing the wall from being opened.
Solid work so far to try and work some as out of control. Sandy, though, is going to claim one back to even up the man count now onto N High Cal. Nice headshot. Now he's going to support Envy in this crossfire all the way in pit. He gets his first, and Sandy's going to go for the swing and claim the second. 1 versus 3 now for Speakeasy. So much time, but little to work with. Rattler will take him down.
Yeah, things looked all right there for Elevate for a second, but yeah, at the end of the round, kills came out for Knock Knock. 2 rounds in a row, both I'm not going to say reasonably convincing, because even that first round, Mandy, it just came down to smoke denial. But a round is a round at the end of the day. Look, Elevate on the second rotation of these sites could very well take them. That was where that kill came out. Yeah, I missed that one at the time. I'm actually pretty impressed by Knock Knock so far. Like, they weren't caught out too poorly by the player at that snuck upstairs, Ape. Yeah, I think that Knock Knock are in for a bit of a treat here. I'm pretty excited at the prospect of them actually giving up a serious fight here on Oregon. They already have more rounds than they did last time they played Oregon. In fact, the last 2 times they played Oregon, they only got as many rounds as they've had so far. So
Yeah.
This is actually a pretty good sign.
Yeah, they're doing well so far on the defense. Like, honestly, they're playing a pretty solid defense here. They're not overextending or being overambitious with the strategies that they're bringing into the server. They're playing stuff that's like pretty like cutthroat, to be honest, pretty simple, but they're playing it well. And I think the fundamentals that they're bringing into the server is super good. Just then we saw 2 players team up to make the crossfire work through Attic, for example, that completely shut down one half the push. Sandy as well has been a massive playmaker for this team on Knock Knock 2. So if you're facing up in a 1 versus 1 against Sandy, you're probably going down, as the scoreline would probably show at the moment, right? So yeah, so far all the pieces are falling into place for Knock Knock.
Nice mute jammer is going to make this slower for N High Cal. I've seen a lot of executes under this meeting. Bomb site across all regions. I was watching bit of EUL the other day. Saw teams doing this as well. And yeah, they always seem to come from the lobby side, go from garage, go for this long angle breach. Ooh, it's tricked. Where'd that get tricked? Was that just a shot from Z? This is the danger, right? Like, you need to contest Z somehow to prevent the swing. And it is, I believe, Beat at the moment on the mute, who was just swinging that. I don't think he destroyed the second one.
So far, lobby control, sort of, in the hands of Elevate, with the garage opening that line of sight into meeting as well, and instead they're going to try and translate this push up into the top floor. NI Cal, diffuser in hand, he's going to do some drone work in through Master. At the same time, Ape and 2 of his teammates are going to shape up around Small Tower. Peculiar push here for Elevate. It does look like they are looking to land what seems like a mini execute in through the top floor, or maybe not. Maybe they're going to try and capitalize on this control that they have and try and do dining at the same time.
Tempting. It could be an overcomplication. That gas has slowed it down. Ape's back in. He's going straight up wide. It looks a little bit like last round. Surely he doesn't find the same freebie that he found last time. He almost does, but this player is just walking straight between his bullets. And Envy's gone in from around the corner and taken down N High Cal. Ape now desperate, but he does find 1 kill. That's nice. Looking for another on the close range. That nade is beautiful. It forces the swing from Envy. 3K from Ape. 1 versus 3 opportunity for Beat, but it really doesn't feel like an opportunity. It feels like a serious lock-in, as Elevate have plenty of time to sort this one out.
Yeah, really well planned attack there for Elevate, especially in through the early round. They really poshed themselves up to be able to translate the entry in through the top floor whilst getting lobby control sorted as well. That completely flushed players out of that position. Not only that, but then at the same time, making this push through the ground floor simultaneously is now going to enable them this pretty crazy numbers advantage. 1 on 3. Beat is in a pretty precarious position here inside of green. will be hard to isolate the gunfights from here. The C4 misses. Plan hasn't gone down there.
There you go. Final lockout. Good stuff from Elevate, but much needed, really, Mandy, right? Like, you can't be losing on your tertiary side, especially when Elevate are the favored team. I will say, like, they looked pretty energized on their cameras. They didn't look too tilted or anything. I think this is just a matter of Elevate now going back to the 2 bomb sites that they had some good things on, like particularly this basement. I think this basement looked pretty close last time. And if they can lock this out, maybe don't succumb to the early aggression, lose a player early, then I think that they'll have a pretty solid chance of redeeming this half, because a 2-4 would be way below par for Elevate, just considering how unbalanced we thought this match would be. Even if Knock Knock just hits the 4-2 split that you'd expect on defense, that tells you so much about how far they've come.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Elevate, like I wouldn't be shaking in my boots or anything by this situation. I just feel like there's nothing wrong that I think they've done, like nothing particularly wrong. I would say that is a big red flag at the moment in the way that they've been attacking Oregon. It just looks a bit slow paced, to be honest. And you know, there are some plays like this where Invi just slips through the cracks, that type of thing that I think they can probably keep tabs on, keep the pace up with these guys. Knock Knock are sort of notorious to be some weird playmakers, especially in through the mid round when you've got players like Sandy, like Invi willing to go for that kind of thing. So I think a little bit more caution being exercised by Elevate. They should have this down, which is why I can imagine that they're keeping this energy up and they're probably not too worried just yet, especially on their attacking half.
It's again quite aggressive. Not quite as much. Yeah, so Sandy's actually all the way back near meeting. So no one's contesting small tower this time. Except Beat is really tempted. I don't know, are they trying to bait here? Ooh! You hear that?
Maybe.
Yeah, he can hear... he heard he's still walking around inside, so he knows he's missed the beat.
And Highcal's going to sneak down White Stairs, though, having got top floor control in their hands, and he's going to try and catch this player in Zulu off guard, but it's the player that's rotated back into Freezer now. Nape's just around the corner too, so potential double swing here on the player at the top of the Freezer stairs. Like, little do they know, he's actually on the left-hand side of that doorway. Maybe they do. Nevertheless, Jittery looks like he's going to reposition to the right side and will look to fall off. New Jammer setup in Zulu is actually quite interesting for this Dev. It means that Jittery can sit in this off angle for a little bit longer and try and catch Elevate off guard, and they do look like they're struggling with it a little bit, which is why I think they're taking the time to make this vertical work on the stairs, or the vertical just above the stairs.
Still piece by piece being worked out here by Elevate. And I honestly think like they haven't done anything bad so far. No serious red flags. At time can be an issue, like you said, like castle barricades, all this util that comes at a time. Drop the smoke though, which ironically, the one operator that won Knock Knock the last round is one of the ones that they decided to drop. And Highcal's still worried about players roaming, like they haven't full droned everything. I like the fact that there's an electric law as well, protecting that player behind the shield at the bomb tuck on Laundry side. Up A should be able to drone him in a second. There you go, it's the Goyo of Sandy. And Elevate desperately needs some kind of util to come in and clear that. He's fully out of Ash Selmas, so it means the only real util we can have to clear that is Shed, and he's not gotten on his Rotero. I really hope that that Rotero is sent into that position. It is. We can see on the mini screen on the bottom right, the pip, and it has destroyed that shield, I believe.
I must say though, Dev, with so little time, it kind of feels like they're playing against the hands of Knock Knock a little bit here. These guys look pretty ready for a front side take, but 4 of the players are there. Just one of them is keeping tabs on the back. I'm feeling a little worried for Elevate. Oh, but nevertheless, they spring into action.
And they do! Beat is the last one left, but they know where he is. The diffuser has not been picked up, however, so they have to frag out, and they do go deep. Well played by Elevate. Yeah, he looked a bit rough for a second. Look at Shed's face. Look at Speakeasy. They're having a laugh about that one. But credit to them. They managed to pick apart that defense slowly but surely. And when it came to the dire moments, they knew how to go deep and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, really solid there from Elevate. I really did not expect them to be able to win it out from that situation. Yes, they had Freezer control afforded to them, and they did clear out the position, well, at least the shield position, right in the corner of the bomb. But I just thought there was so much redundancy in the player base of Knock Knock in that position on the map, facing towards the front side take, that they wouldn't be able to do it. But those Yin Kanzels just really landed in the right spots, deep into the bomb side. The Elevate players came through so simultaneously. It was really well timed. Yeah, knock full to a basement defense, which is not something that you see every day.
But what do we say, Mandy? When you win your basement defense, what do you get as your reward? You have to go back. And so, knock. Well, I mean, they could go dorms. Where? Oh, they're going back. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 split for knock here. Like, Elevate actually had not only one, but actually two really close attacks onto that basement. Like, even that first round.
Yeah.
Even though knock won it, like I said, it was a clutch from the smoke bay, which, by the way, they brought back this round. For better or worse, I think this is almost the exact operator lineup we had on the first defense of this site. We just got the Wamai instead of the Goyo. And we are seeing a few spawn picks come through. Actually quite liked the Goyo, but with no mute, it does allow the Twitch to have a lot of rain. The real X factor here is Shed, though, on the Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, if you ban out the Monty, you can't ban out the Blitz, right? You can only ban out one of the shields, but that's an early pick from Jittery all the way in through Zulu into Small Tower. Up A taken down early. That's the Ying going down as well, Dev. That's pretty important coming towards the execute. You want those Candelas up to be able to flash out the anchors on the bomb side and allow your entries to make their way on through, especially into the basement. What are you doing, mate? He's just gone for a run out on MC, caught in 4K. He gets up, takes the headshot, and Rattler's down. And it's the smoke too. What are you doing?
I'm just going to call that out. That is an objectively terrible play from Rattler. Like, I don't care what kind of a reward you think. Like, every play in Siege is a risk-reward balance, right? Like, I don't care what reward you think you're going to get. It's not as valuable as the 30 seconds that you're going to delay at the end of the round with smoke. And we saw that in the very first round because he won the round despite being a man down because of the smoke. So, yeah, that is a real shame for knock. Like, if any other player does that, it's okay. Not if it's the smoke. And some sites maybe it doesn't matter as much. Here it really does, and we've seen that. The proof's in the pudding. Like, Elevate is so thorough, and the only weakness to being thorough is that it bleeds time. And so Elevate now, they have an even numbers, which is nice, but they don't have to deal with that smoke.
Well, here goes the Blitz on Shed, like we spoke about earlier, straight in through elbow. The reinforcement cannot be closed up, and he's going to go straight in through the rotation hole. Oh no support though from the rest of his team. That leaves NHiCal all on his own in a 1 versus 3 2K for Sandy on the round. It's not looking too good for Elevate.
Oh yeah, that was so risky from Shed. Like, you're walking into a crossfire, you're exposed to at least 3 angles, and you have to only pick one that your shield can be in front of. The rest of Elevate, I mean, that was just not, unfortunately, a well thought out execute. That's a nice shot, though. I don't know. NHiCal's pretty gamer. He could actually make this work, man.
Do you believe?
1v3. I kind of.
Have you heard the story?
Have you heard the tale of NHiCal? He was in a 1 versus 2, and he saw an opportunity. He couldn't tell where this player was. He tried to use an audio call. He ran at the corner and duped him, and therefore found the 3K. From this point, poor NHiCal was left with a choice, plant or not to plant. But he had the Bs from Grim, and Sandy had to move through them. NHiCal faked it and clutched the round! This guy is a living legend. The young gunner gets it done for Elevate.
I have heard the story, Dev, and you just told it to me. NHiCal with the clutch of the century into the basement. Wow, the Bees really paid dividends there in the 1 versus 1 as well. Perfectly placed, knowing exactly where Sandy was inside a freezer and completely locking out the possible rotations there onto the bomb as well. Really well played 1 versus 3. That was very entertaining to watch.
Oh, wow. It was quite a moment. To be honest, I kind of didn't believe Mandy, but I changed my tune very quickly. And you gassing us up, you gassing NHiCal up, you setting me up for that, that made it happen. This guy played it so well, the Bees! Oh, genius, man. I love that from NHiCal. And despite Knock going 2-1 up at the start, Elevate have well and truly pried their way back into this game and are now looking to tell a story, not the story of NHiCal, but the story that we expected out of today, which is Elevate looking to put Knock away. Knock, they gave it a really good shot, and also, as we briefly mentioned during the map Veto phase, Knock actually had a real gift, where they were given the opportunity to choose their favored side on their map pick. Now that's huge, right? Because it means on a map that you're already going to be favored on because you picked it, you now get to start on the favored side, which favors you even more, right? Problem is, They're currently losing the half on their favored side, on their favored map. And next map, Elevate have got the choice of which side they want to start on. And therefore, it will be an even more favored map towards them. So Knock Knock really need to make good on picking defense by closing out this half at the best they can now, which is even.
Interesting setup that Knock Knock have got going on for the final defense of this half as well, bringing along Mirror, but not in the mirrors that you think that they would be. There's one inside of the closet with a rotation hole as well, pretty unique. You don't get to see that kind of thing every day, but no one's playing it regardless. So the cutoff on the rappel, maybe scaring that player away. Nevertheless, pretty heavy resistance on the side of trophies, on Armory as well. Invi is at the bottom of the stairs as a player inside of Armory ready to rotate into Trophy. A lot of resistance over on this side of the map, and I think that's making Elevate reconsider. Instead, it looks more like a small tower side attack. They want to capitalize on this buck, be able to have Speakeasy in this position inside a kitchen safely where he can make vertical. At the same time, though, there is a player in security, and it seems like Arpe is trying to figure out who it is so he can target him with the death mark on Deimos.
Oh, nice from Speakeasy. Never mind, not so nice after all. Turns out the M590 is a superior shotgun. However, straight between the eyes. Yeah, Arpe did well. Now he's got the M590 and he's going hunting. Rattler's gone down elsewhere and Shed bait a little bit. However, Shed did manage to get that down as well. He's going to look for this. I think he knows the player is down. Yep, he does. He's worried about a refrag. Finishing off with the knife. 2v2. Very strange round we've seen so far. 2 minutes in, 4 players alive in the server. Invi and Shed both low HP. A lot of control taken from MC as well here, deep in Attic. But he's going to have to drone up and see where these last 2 players are.
This is winnable from the situation for Elevate. Look at the operators on board right now. I mean, you've got info on Grim with the zoning intel on Grim as well. And not only that, but you've got the Zero as well. So if you can get these cameras in the right places to lock out the right sets of angles, yeah, just like one like that, now they know that there is a player inside a closet. If MC can get in the right spot, there is a potential to actually land a 2 versus 1 onto that player. Although it would be pretty hard because there is still a player inside of dorms as well that could get the cutoff onto MC. If they can assess this situation right, it's very possible, but pretty tricky.
What's MC trying to play out here? Trying to make it... I'm not sure what he was trying to fake there. Player was last seen in games, but he's relocated onto the bomb. Well played from Invi. Shed, oh, he's found the first one. Surely not another grim clutch. 2 in a row for Elevate's not going to be the case. Beat is there to beat him down in that 1v1. And Knock Knock can breathe a very minor sigh of relief as they have evened up their defensive half. But a far cry from what they were looking for on their favored side. They were looking for 4 or 5 rounds there. And as they move on to their attack, we'll see if they can do better than the last time they played Elevate.
Yeah, close round for Knock Knock, and they're fairly lucky to get away with that one, to be honest. Yeah, the Grim almost landing the 1 versus 2 as well onto Beat, but Beat manages to land a headshot with Vector, so Knock Knock can get away with a 3-3 half, which not a favourite scoreline on Oregon defense, but nevertheless, they will continue to work with what they've got, and Elevate instead will go over to their defending side instead and try and attempt to find some better success than what Knock Knock did. Honestly, Dev, all things considered, Knock Knock, they look pretty competitive in the server. They're keeping pace with Elevate. In fact, in some instances, I would even say they're setting the pace, and Elevate have been sort of trying to match that by finding these right kills or picking the right battles at the right times in the round, especially when these Knock Knock players are getting pretty aggressive, especially with their rotations, right? You know, in that 1 versus 2, they had to keep track of the player going in through closet, rotating back out, for example. You need to keep tabs on these Knock Knock players because they aren't afraid to show a little bit of confidence in the server. Sometimes that can help them out in a playmaking situation, but sometimes that can be to their demise too. And when Elevate have been able to keep track of that, that's when they've been able to convert these rounds.
Mostly just interested to know what kind of attack Knock Knock are looking for. Looks like a bit of a sweep. West across sweep, very staple. A lot of teams love to do this. He's, I'm not sure where he wants to enter from. He's just putting a lot of perceived pressure around the map. So drone ahead of him. Sandy's pinching. I actually quite like this. So this is a really deep angle looking down into the stairs. However, Elevate have already fallen on back. Like they know that they've lost this map control already. Thought maybe the idea was to push any roamers back towards this east side of the map, and then typically they would eventually retreat down this stairs, so Sandy was looking to cut off that, but Elevate are playing much more passive.
So far, so good for Knock Knock in their process. They haven't lost anyone so far into the early round or through the mid round. That being said, though, there are still 2 cheeky Elevate players all the way over in Big Tower, N-High-Cal and Arpe, but N-High-Cal decides the better of it and thinks, alright, we're going to fall off instead down into the basement as the time ticks away, thinking they've wasted enough. So for now, Knock Knock going to get to work on some of these hatches and see where they can go from there.
Electric Claw, though, means it's going to have to be Beat that opens up that meeting hatch. Actually, a lot of secondary hard breach here. I kind of would have liked to see maybe smokes on the Ying or something. But it is the Ying I'm looking at as the main execute op. Like, we don't have the Grim, for example. We do have the Capitao and the Ying, and they'll be the 2 that will leverage some kind of explosion onto site, dismantling these positions. But you got the smoke, you got the C4 on the Kaid, you've got the Warden to counter the smokes as well. Like, yeah, I think that we're going to be a little bit low on time here for Knock Knock on this execute.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're taking a little bit too much time here through the mid-round. They're really trying to get open everything rather than sort of dedicating themselves to actually what push they're going for. They're trying to do everything, to go through all the checklists through the mid-rounds, and it's afforded them very little time now through the execute. They haven't really had an opportunity to drone the bomb site at all. They're just going to be going straight into the lion's den.
But they will find at least one pick. Good trades, and it does just leave it up to Rattler and Sandy. Good swing there from Ape. Sandy left all alone. Couldn't quite find anything. He's done a bit of damage onto Ape. I like that there. Not only trying to use a skeleton key around the corner, but a well-played smoke grenade from MC. He's going to find a pick here, but it's just a consolation prize at this point. He's going to go deep through the smoke. MC says, hey, M590 is better after all. And Elevate with that are looking pretty solid on their defense. Quite a convincing round by the end of it, to be frank. And that does give them quite a decent lead now as well.
They do be winning their basements, Steph. They do be winning their basements. That is what we like to see from the defense on Oregon. Yeah, solid one there for Elevate, but I think ultimately it was Knock Knock probably not giving themselves enough of an opportunity there in the late round. They made quick work of the early round, but took way too long in the mid round, trying to get open absolutely everything and not actually getting themselves intel on the bomb site meant that they couldn't really plan what execute they wanted to go for. And then by the end, there was sort of like a scramble to try and get down into the basement. Didn't really work out because Elevate was so ready for it by then, and they couldn't land a competitive looking attack onto the basement. Nevertheless, it is the basement in Oregon, so if there's any opportunity to try and come back here on the attack and amount something that looks a little more competitive, or at least a little more achievable, it would be on this top floor.
Yeah, you never know. Never know. I'm going to try and delve back into the archives, man. I'm going to look through the tournaments that we've seen thus far, through the history, the annals, through the every time that we have seen out Oregon played. I'm actually trying to just fill at the moment while I try and find this stat. So I want to go back and I want to see the match that these two teams played. So I want to see what bomb site was the one round that Elevate and Knock Knock actually won. You're going to have to bear with me, though, for a minute.
That is okay. I can talk about the round if you want to do your research. That is totally okay.
What do you think about this round?
What do I think about this round? Well, I think that so far, Knock Knock have got some good control inside of Big Tower. They've got the secondary hard breach on Envy as well, so if they want to get themselves into attic, they can. But what they're worried about right now is that there's a player inside of the basement posing a flank. I don't know who that is down there. I think it's Arpe on the Solace, who has got the gadget out and can actually see what's going on in the ground floor at the moment. He knows that there are no flank drones on him, so he's gonna sneak up into it too, and there he goes into the top floor. Oh, Envy's not looking at all. He lands the headshot and Envy goes down.
Massive
He's
pick
still
there.
doing research.
I am, but hey, I'm also watching the game because Elevate says, I don't care about your research. I'm just going to keep on swinging. And I'll be real with you. It does not bode well, the research I have done. The last time these teams played Oregon against each other, the only round that Knock Knock won in the entire game was one attack onto Kitchen and Meeting. Kitchen and Meeting. They also only found 3 opening picks in the entire map as well in the 8 rounds that we saw. So not a great look. Now, to their credit, they've already had pretty good openings in this game, but just, yeah, not on their attack. That's both attacks now where they've lost the opening pick. Both times it's been Envy And cause for concern, absolutely. 3 versus 5, not a great position to be in. And Elevate, I really like how patient they're being here. They're not overextending, they're not overcommitting. They know we've got numbers, we can chill.
Yeah, and Haikal all the way over in Attic as well is going to prevent that player from entering on in through Trophy. And they're playing a very cautious game now. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Arpace just realized he can go for the run out, realizing there's no claimer on that window. Jittery, though, is going to be there for the refrag. There's still a player around the corner, and Zulu, see you later. MC with the SMG-11 headshot to the face. Leaves Beat all alone in a 1 versus 4.
Yikes, that was rough, man. Look, I said Elevate were being really cautious, being really smart, but Ape, you know, he's just peeked outside twice now. He's really feeling it. Beat's essentially taking a tactical pause here. He's going to use the rest of the 20 seconds to talk to his squad. And yeah, I got to wonder, like, what do Knock Knock need to be saying right now? Elevate tempted to actually go and hunt him down. They're just bored. They're just antsy, ready to continue. B wants to farm his KD if he can. And yeah, as we move on to the one round that potentially could go in Knock Knock's favor on this attack, the most likely case, it is going to be a tertiary defense for Elevate. And this, like I said, it's the bomb site. Well, assuming they go kitchen meeting, which Elevate did last time they went to a tertiary site on this map, then yeah, we would expect Knock Knock to have a little bit more success there, but not if Elevate keeps swinging and having success in his openings.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the moment Elevate are just starting to get into their mojo, especially on the defense. Yeah, the early picks as well coming out from Arpe. This guy's just all over the map, especially he finds the flank early on through the base, but not only that, but within 20 seconds he's all the way over on the other side of the map and is looking for a jump out into the player on the balcony as well, and the rappels and that type of thing. So it's really hard to keep track of some of these Elevate players that are starting to get really confident here, right, and just run awry throughout the entire map. Knock Knock have certainly got their work cut out for them.
That shot from MC was pretty nuts as well. Like, if you're holding that angle with the ACOG, that narrow slit, you're not expecting someone to actually beat you on that, on a quick peek like that. So yeah, well played from Elevate. At the end of the day, it was kind of just a bit of wild aggression, good fragging capability, bit of a montage that round. Knock Knock need to be ultra careful, ready to punish that aggression from Elevate, especially on a bomb site like this, right? Because in theory, Mandy, we're going, is this meeting or dining?
I think this is dining.
It's dining. Yeah, okay, interesting. So, well, firstly, credit to Elevate for flexing a little bit, because last time we didn't actually see them go to this bomb site at all. They only had one round where they were forced onto a tertiary site, and they ended up going to meeting instead. But yeah, I would like to see this from Elevate.
I'm interested to see how they play this one out. 2 barrel K combo makes me think that they're trying real hard to keep some walls closed. But what walls are they actually trying to keep closed? There was a KA charge that went out in the meeting wall, but no Rios there. I suppose they are missing a few Rios. In fact, they're missing 4 of them. So the setup, it's happening. It's still going. A couple seconds into the round, you know, it's still a work in progress. It's still a work of art happening. Nevertheless, this is pretty interesting though. Azami set up in Small Tower, and I think they've dedicated a whole player as well to the top floor of Small Tower too. Yeah, and Haikal on the Azami itself. Now, Knock Knock probably have the perfect tools to deal with this, right? They've got all the flashbangs in the world. They've got Ossa. This looks like a Small Tower-sided take if I've ever seen one.
Gotta play this right though, because the thing about a power position like this is even if you do have all the tools, just one tiny little foot wrong, and you mess it up. I like that from Shed as well. He's actually got vert onto that jump in as well. That's really cheeky. Actually reverse vertical, so anyone jumping in that window isn't going to be able to peek downwards and look at him because they'll be facing the other way trying to fight Haikal. So that's really clever. But Haikal has got to not over peek here. Like, that is actually, funnily enough, like the most important thing. The worst thing he can possibly do is just like peek and then die without Knock Knock having to move into the building. Even if he just stays in there and it forces them in, well, he's going to find one pick regardless. That's Sandy. I think that was an attempted flash that failed. So Runegate will protect him for a moment, and in goes the blitz. Shed was distracted, really well played. And now Shed is going to try and force his way back. He takes a little damage, but he does retreat. At least for Elevate, they do have the numbers advantage, but at least for Knock Knock, they do have this map control.
Yeah, so far so good there for Elevate, to be honest. I felt like that small tower hold really paid dividends. Finding 2 picks, it's pretty good. But there goes Invi, straight in through Shower. Oh, and he absolutely assassinates Shed. Good night, see you later. And now we're back on a 3-on-3. Advantage that Elevate had initially gotten has been completely nullified now by Invi. As the round ticks away, there's a full minute left to go for Knock Knock to try and make the execute work.
Speakeasy's got a good gun for this, though. He saw a player for a second. I swear he saw him for a second.
Behind the shield.
Yeah. And obviously we got the Osa shields, but I thought he saw the other player as well that was running behind him.
Oh, this is going to work.
You reckon?
I think so.
He seems to have really good game sense and audio about where this player is. It is beat. He's far back. Up and needs to not overexpose. Here comes the plant. Going down. Speakeasy doesn't really have a way to deny it while there is a long angle. He has to go for the swing. He finds that first kill, but it's Envy, the last one standing, and he falls so swiftly. Ape was rewarded with his kill onto beat at the end of it. Well played from Elevate. It flipped at a moment's notice. I thought Knock Knock had that dead to rights, but no, a solid retake. Well played, well executed. And with that, Elevate, unfortunately for Knock Knock, have found themselves on map point on their opposition's map pick.
Yeah, I thought that was a valiant attempt at an execute there for Knock Knock, but to be honest, maybe the wrong one to go for with the Osa in hand. And the Blitz as well. I would have thought that with the shield setup that they'd got going, especially with the second one in the pocket of beat as well, that they might have been able to like land a more long range to execute into like the back of dining or something like that. But going deep on the Blitz, trying to capitalize off the back of that shower control that they'd been able to get, might have sort of cost them there, to be honest. It really allowed Elevate to go for the double swing onto the 2 players that were there. First of all, taking down the Osa really far back and then leaving the Blitz in a pretty tough situation. I don't know, maybe I'm reading that wrong there, because if you're Blitz, you kind of want to be close up, but it does feel like it doesn't really synthesize that well with the type of execute they were going for, the Osa and the long range fights that they were trying to take. What I'm saying here is I would have liked to see Knock Knock actually force Elevate to go deeper into the site for a retake so that the cutoff angles they were playing actually worked, is what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know, Mandy. It's just hard for Knock Knock. Like, they had a pretty good first half. They got their 3 on defense. We thought maybe it wouldn't be enough, and now, unfortunately, they haven't even had success on this basement. I like the move from Jittery to put the shield on his back. It just means he's not going to be visible to the Solus for a little bit longer, and this is going to be a rush. Like, at this point, you kind of just have to go for it, have to be desperate. But Highcal is actually one of the few counters. Oh,
they're doing it.
Their minds. Why did they change their mind?
They're going to rush through backstairs instead. Okay, I think you've pointed out correctly, though. And Highcal, it's on Oryx.
He's trying to duel off this, what he thinks is a pinch, but actually all the players just coming from one direction. I don't understand what Knock Knock want to play here. Like, they've pivoted for a bit of map control. They might have successfully baited Elevate back to site, which is something, but the element of surprise is gone.
Well, if you think about it, it's secretly really big brain, right? They've effectively done an inverse roam clear. By attacking the bomb site first, but not really attacking the bomb site, you've made everyone leave the top 2 floors. So really, the roam is clear. Is it secretly big brain?
Could be. This is like plans within plans. And Highcal is still here, though. And like, this is a dead crossfire as well. Jittery spots him. Ooh, that could have been a kill. That would have been pretty big. MC's still threatening here. Also, he's got the mute jam, which makes things a bit awkward for the Blitz. That C4 doesn't actually kill the Blitz. I thought with Jittery so low that would kill him, but here we go. Down from Pillar. Beats found a double. And he's still at large. Speakeasy does find one, but unfortunately elsewhere, Knock Knock begin to fall big from MC. Beat opened up this round, and he will have to close it as well. Elevate look poised to take their opposition's map pick in a convincing manner. 7-3. Knock Knock thus far unable to find an attack unless we see some serious heroics from Knock Knock. Now, we did see a clutch from the attack on this site before, earlier in this game. But that was Highcal on Elevate. And, well, ooh, there's one. But there you go. Trade on from MC. Bit of a slow start for Elevate, but they end up delivering on the promise that we expected. A dominant win on the first map of Oregon. Knock Knock, a very valiant effort. Getting their 3 rounds. It's 3 times better than they did last time against Elevate on Oregon, but of course it was not to be. Elevate looking very solid. Next up is Chalet, which is their map pick, and I have no doubt that they will be favorites heading into that one to take this 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. I think Knock Knock have really shown some good signs of improvement, but nevertheless, Elevate very much the titan of the region at the moment.
Very much so. Well, break is what we're going to now, as on the other side, Chalet awaits.
Gia Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para San Barullo! Matches Pro versus W7M.
To tail can be told. They continue to push. They continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of Six Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos a ser Barunia!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you. Come, he cannot. We know he can't. It's a red tie. He can't finish it. His own brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. We get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Well, it's a 1 in 3 chance.
Thanks. Is that how this works? Is it?
So,
I thought there was.
Yeah, one of us should at least get it right.
I have no idea.
This is just a guess, because I actually don't know. I did not play any of the Rainbow Six games outside of
Ready?
Siege. Someone's got it right.
3, 2, 1.
Who got it right?
98. Yay! It's not a question I'm answering.
Shit. I played a bit of Maestro recently, but I feel like I'm getting this wrong.
How could you get this wrong? I have no idea. This is such an easy question.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I did 85.
Did you say 85?
Did you say it's 80?
Perfect. Well, actually, there's 80 in the magazine.
It's
and
81.
1 in the chamber.
Yeah. That's what threw me off.
Yeah, 1 in the chamber. Can't forget about the
Is
one
that
in the
why you
chamber.
typed in 81?
I did 85.
Yeah, interesting. But not 86.
Which was
not
actually
81.
also wrong.
Could you imagine 180?
You don't even need to give me the multiple choice, man. I know this one. Yeah.
How do you not know this? You guys should be doing
not know this
straight
one?
away. How
Do you not know this one?
No.
3,
Some of
2,
us respect
1.
the law.
Really?
Could you explain why he's the youngest? Because he was born after the rest. Stop looking at Manny's homework.
Ready? 3,
3, 2, 1. Electrical. Or E, as we call it. Because there is technically a bomb site immediately adjacent.
Oh, I know this one.
Done!
Of course it's about that.
Easy. I saw Rob's answer.
I
can't
don't.
wait to see how he reacts when he finds out that he's wrong. Easy.
3, 2,
Easy.
1.
Don't overthink it, guys. It's 30.
30 plus 1.
Ah! That is not true. It is 30 because there is 30 in the bag and one in the chamber.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see this
That's
right
wrong. It
here.
is
30
wrong.
plus 1. What's 30 plus 1?
We are being trolled by Mr. I'm going to dox him right now in the content.
See, you guys are rookie if you don't know this.
I actually have no idea.
Ready? Wait. You want to cheat my homework? There you go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 5. It's 4.
5. Yeah!
Don't ever cheat off roll.
Yeah, okay.
If you get this wrong,
I'm just going with logic here. I don't actually.
No.
Logic, he's not an operator, he's a player.
There is one operator that has something really long and shiny.
What? Oh, jeez.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Kai.
Wait, did we all run K?
Yeah, we all run K. Thanks for watching Big Brain 6 quiz. Gus sat down just to come back and look down the barrel. Thank you. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Asia League. It's our second and final quarter-final here today, Mandy, and Elevate is already looking hot straight out of the gates, taking down Knock Knock on their own map pick, 7-3, and as we move on to Chalet, I'm pretty concerned for our South Asian friends on Knock Knock.
So am I. You would not be wrong in saying that. They looked relatively competitive in that last match on Oregon, but I think going to Chalet, it would be quite tricky. Elevate here, they look like they found their mojo, and starting out on the defending half as well will probably make things even harder. Knock Knock. Yeah, on their attacking half, they gave it a crack, I would say, but they look like they were going to amount to any really strong executes, not really. And I think starting out on the attack on Chalet makes me a little worried.
Yeah. Indeed. I would have to agree with you, particularly about the whole attacking point for Knock Knock. I mean, they failed to win a single attack out of 4 different attempts on Oregon. Now, Chalet, much more attacker-sided affair, but that does not mean that attacks are a given, especially in a matchup that is this one-sided. And yeah, just to really reiterate on what happened with the map Veto, because we, as the casting team, was a little bit confused on how this worked, but it's quite complicated, so I will just give a summary. Essentially, the way that the coin flip and these teams' decisions based on the coin flip has panned out, it means that both teams actually got to pick the starting side on their own map pick. Really? That's what you're saying to me. Really, Dev? Really? That's so strange. Yes, for those of you who don't know, usually if you get to pick the map, then the opponent will get to pick the starting side. And that essentially is a way of like balancing a team like picking a really defender-sided map or a really attacker-sided map. We don't have any attacker-sided maps, so it's mostly just the defender-sided maps that matters. Like back in the day with Theme Park, right? Super defender-sided map. If you pick Theme Park, then the other team's going to pick defense, and so it kind of discourages you from picking the less balanced maps. That doesn't apply here, because the way that this coin flip panned out, both teams are going to start on their favored side. Both teams are going to get to pick their own side on their own map. And of course that meant that Knock Knock picked defense on Oregon. They only found 3 rounds, and that was the only 3 rounds that they found in that game. And now moving on to Chalet, Elevate have chosen defense, and that is just why. Another reason why Knock Knock are really on the ropes here, Mandy.
5 seconds left.
Be honest with you, Dev, I don't get it. I don't think
right.
I've read.
Nobody in chat will get it either.
Yeah, I was just saying that for y'all at home as well. If you don't get it, neither do I. I've not read the rules closely enough to get
What's
it.
the TLDR? What's the TLDR? It sucks because Knock Knock now have to be on attack on their opponent's map pick. That's the TLDR.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. The way that he's panned out now is that, yes, Elevate are defending, and that is what matters to us right now. So, Knock Knock now have to mount an attacking half. That will be quite tumultuous of an activity. And here we go. So the first thing they're going to try and achieve is getting open this snowmobile wall. Combination of the Maverick and Ace will hopefully make this fairly easy. Oh my gosh, please don't overcomplicate this. Oh, they're going to kill the bandit. That's exciting.
Yeah, interesting. Not many people would make a hole with the Maverick in the middle of the wall. Oh no, oops. This is so awkward. Beat actually takes a bit of damage. Eventually they do kill the bandit. Speakeasy. He didn't know how to make that happen. He didn't know what to do. Like, oh, okay.
Oh no, there's a player
Elevate
right
the timing! Oh no, Invi got the perfect timing to make that work. Both players run out of bullets in their primary. Invi unable to confirm the kill. Upper doesn't realize there's 2 players up here now. He's pretty screwed, but he will escape with his life somehow. Elsewhere, Shed has gone for a bit of a re-roam and taken down Sandy. So at least that's the fuse going down. What is going on? Rattler completely disjointed from the rest of his squad. And another one! Beak goes down!
Damn,
oh
good night.
no! Yeah, good night. What a shot. No ACOG needed for Ape. He's a machine with that holo on the Vector. And now, from what was a beautiful little 5 versus 4 early pick onto the Bandit for Knock Knock is now a real tumultuous conversion as they have taken map control, some of it, but at a huge cost.
I can't believe that they've lost that from there, to be honest. That looked like an absolutely chaotic start to the round. They managed to take down the Bandits super early. Not only that, but there was absolute chaos over in Library as well. They managed to somehow rappel straight into a player, ripping down a barricade with their bare hands. And still, somehow, Elevate have come out on top of this situation. How has that happened? Nevertheless, here we are. They have been afforded control now of the ground floor, as Jittery's going to make his way into lobby. The rest of the players for Elevate, though, are going to fall back into the bomb site. Not only that, but an impact trick has come out as well, and that means that hatch inside a connector will stay closed. 20 seconds left to go for Knock Knock, and they've got to funnel their way down the main stairs, and even that's been fired off.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of chance here. Jittery's going to have a big entry here. A lot of patience from MC. I mean, this is losable for Elevate if they overpeak here and find freebies for Knock Knock. For example, like doing that. However, I think that was thanks to a nade. Good trade, though. That does make it a little bit more possible now for Elevate. Knock Knock. It's just Envy in a 1v2. He doesn't have a chance to plant. He won't even get swung. The round ends on time. And it's a solid first one from Elevate. Despite the initial troubles with the Bandit dying, they managed to recompose on that roam.
A very strange round there for Knock Knock. I thought they had some good things going for them, but apparently not. Elevate completely shut down their attempts at getting into the building. Mostly due to Arpe, who was really holding on to the entry points of games and Library at the same time. And yeah, unfortunately just shutting down the work that Knock Knock had done in through the early rounds. Not being able to translate it in through the mid-round. I just can't believe this has happened, really, to be honest. Like, the kill onto the Bandit was so chaotic, and then Arpe comes along, finds a 3k on the roam, and it's all over. Or 2k, sorry. I can't count. That's okay.
I don't think anyone can count, really. Like, numbers are an abstract concept.
Aren't numbers like the least abstract concept? Like,
yeah, that's what they want you to think. That's just what they want you to think. You know, they're all in on it. All of them.
Yeah, really.
They're all in on it. Yeah, they've all been colluding. You know, that's just...
I feel like, honestly, Dev, the only things that we've learned on the broadcast about ourselves is that we can't count to 5. Or 10, really. We just can't count in general. We've really struggled with that. And also, basic arithmetic is extremely hard to do while you're live on broadcast. Very hard.
Very true. Very true. But, you know, Knock Knock in this series can't even count to 4. So,
well,
where does that put us?
That makes us pretty good mathematicians, if you ask me.
Thank you. Sorry, it was a little bit of a low-key roast there for Knock Knock, but, you know. Oh well, is what it is. Let's see if they can count to 4 on Chalet. That first round, like, oh man, there was a moment there where it was like, yeah, Knock Knock got this. And then there was sadness.
Alright, here we go again for Knock Knock, looking to entry into Library. There's no one actually in Library itself, but there is a player adjacent to it. That's N-High Cal, over on the Ivy Stairs, looking to hold on to the Keeper Barricade setup that he's got going for himself, but he decides to fall off after shooting his drone. Oh nope, he's going to go straight back up to the top floor again. Valkyrie cameras are going to be spotted out by the IQ of Sandy, so once they do actually make their entry, they are going to play at the top floor a little bit more cautious while the intel's still up. MC's just taken a chunk of damage, I have no idea where from, while the Yin Candelas ring out onto NICal.
Oh, good bit of map control taken, I'll give him that. It's actually usually extremely difficult to take control of Library when you've got far on cards. Is that Twitch going to pop that mirror as well? This is really peculiar. Like, Elevates seem to be like chill with just not having this top floor control. I don't really know what they can do about it because I would have expected like C4s and stuff. They got the Valkyrie, one C4 already expended, another one hasn't as of yet. Oh, the second C4 just went out from Uppe. It's not gone for Plantinal. I didn't even hear it explode. I don't know where it's gone. A little bit of aggression there. Oh, there we go. Rattler finally finds his entry as it's quite a pivot here from Knock Knock. They've gone into lobby and they're running in through West Main. One of them is going down into the basement. That's Sandy. I don't know if he's drone this or he's got info on this, but he's lucky nobody is here. Envy's on a wild goose chase in through kitchen. They know the bomb site is over in bar. Surely they do. Well, Jittery's gone down, unfortunately. It's just a real roundabout way of getting there. Sandy's going all the way upstairs. He spots out the Azami. Look, Elevate must be bamboozled because I can't even figure out what the push is here for Knock Knock. MC, though, he's got some good information. Rattler's found a big kill on a speakeasy. Another big one for Rattler. And now Ape is locked out of the site. How does he play this? I don't think they know where he is, but it doesn't matter. Both of these doorways are castle barricaded. The diffuser has been recovered. All he's got to do is deny it. Like, realistically, if he just denies the plan, it might work. Good pre-fire, good info. Does he have information on where this plant's going down? I don't think he's going to have time to deny it through the floor, even if he did. And so he will have to retake 1v2. But there's no easy way of making this one work. He's also going to be going against a mirror window in the back of stock. So I think this round may indeed be over. Information on that first player. Needs them to peek one by one, but no, Sandy locks him in. The first attack round of the series for Knock Knock is locked in. And they're looking much better than they did in that first round.
Knock Knock really ran circles around Elevate that round on the attack. It looks like they were poised to do something direct inside a library and maybe in through the basement, but then they decided better of it. They thought, for whatever reason, that library just wasn't safe, and maybe they realized that the setup for a library was like a false sense of security type of setup because all the players of Elevate were playing like these long lines of sight facing in towards library and mezzanine rather than playing in library itself. Strategy that we've seen come into a bit more fashion these days, and instead Knock Knock went and tried to directly attack where the players of Elevate were playing instead, but by the time they actually got themselves into kitchen, Elevate had then fallen off from those positions in towards the bomb site. So yeah, Knock Knock, I mean, yeah, they effectively sort of just ran circles on a goose chase for Elevate, and it worked out because I don't think Elevate were really keeping track of the road, like the cross-map rotation that Knock Knock ended up making. And I think in all the confusion, somehow Knock Knock found a couple picks and they translated the round win. Very strange round, but they did it.
Banshee set.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Actually,
Will they find more?
The more that I think about that strat, the more that I kind of like it, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's just
Really?
yeah, I don't know if that's something that Elevate have just done like on a whim, but like you're the castle barricades in lobby,
Was
right?
it quite
So
purposeful to rotate, to try and use the castle barricades to protect them as they entered in through West Main?
yes,
Is
that's
that
what
the
I
idea?
thought. That's what I thought. You know, like they decided to flip the setup so that they had the castle barricades like on the inverse side to the attack, right? But like the main thing that I'm thinking is like you've got the castle barricades that are like segmenting out lobby, right? So like going for a lobby rush is like pretty tricky, but it also means then like the main points of contest are like really high traffic. Instead of like playing in it, you just watch it from afar, right? I don't know. I feel like against a team like Knock Knock, where they're probably going to go for rushes and that type of thing, it's actually not a bad idea to like lock them out of the bomb site. At least like lock out one half of it, right? Anyway, nevertheless, I'm overthinking it probably.
Well, Sandy's just gone pretty direct. He's jumped straight into Trophy. I like the usage of these E1Ds as well to try and punish Elevate's positioning. They can't make rotations while that's going on without being revealed. Speakeasy seems hyper cautious though. If there's one lurker who's snuck into Trophy, if he's looking the wrong way though, he could get timed here. He has a C4 opportunity, and he does take down Jittery. That's a beautiful C4 up through the floor. However, Sandy's not actually trying to capitalize on any of that movement. He's still playing quite passive.
Yeah, once again, I actually feel like Elevate have got a pretty good read on what Knock Knock are going to try and do on these attacks. They really don't look like they're willing to sweep the map at all. It's always like these direct takes, trying to face them where the Elevate players are directly in their positions towards the bomb site. And I think they've got a pretty good read on it at the moment. They've got all their players positioned up for this solar-sided take now in through Trophy as well. The entry early from Sandy got shut down pretty easily by the crossfire on the player in Solar and inside a Trophy / West Main. So yeah, I think Elevate have got a pretty good grip on the round so far, at least strategically. And it's going to force Knock Knock to try and do something different.
And part of that just comes down to the waiting game, right? Like if Rattler here finds a pick on someone that's overexposed or over-rotating, over-complicating things, then it might be very doable. But I like the way Elevate are just playing really simple, like, you know, 2 players here. Neither of them over-peaking, just looking to try and support each other. Okay, never mind, I take that back. And Hycal is about to over-peak. Might not matter, I guess, especially since Beat is in a 1v4, and this is the time for Enhyker to jump outside and jump back inside before he gets taken out. 1v4.
Another puzzling round, I think, for Knock Knock. Yeah, they really got a bit hasty, I think, on their attempts at going indirect there. I thought they essentially played into the hands of the crossfire that was being held by a couple of the Elevate players that was starting out early and towards the bomb site, ready for that rush to come on through. And yeah, left in this numbers disadvantage puts Elevate in a really great spot. Ape has just been flying on our windows for the entire series, and yeah, he can claim the last one as well.
Ape's a bit of a gamer. He really went off on Oregon in particular. Actually went 10 and 8 kills in not very many rounds. MC actually was the one that top fragged that first game. Actually survived 6 of the 10 rounds that they played and got 11 kills while doing it as well. Quite impressive. MC and Ape having a good day. As for Knock Knock, it's actually Rattler who seemed to frag out in those first couple of rounds. He was the bottom fragger. He got 2 kills in the entire of Oregon. He's already beaten that here on Chalet. I want to see Knock Knock continue firing up. Like, if they can get 3 rounds of attack here, I honestly wouldn't call it done. I think that if they can string together 2 more, that could be a win for this half. And moving on to their defense, which clearly is their favored side. Like on Oregon, they found 3 defenses. Then, yeah, maybe there is a decent shot of pushing us the distance. And if we do go to quarter, I don't know where that puts Elevate, right? Like if they fumble this. Of course, long way away. Just speculating. Elevate have looked reasonably solid here, but I think they've been pretty confused by some of these attacks of Knock Knock, right, Andy? Like, it's quite hard to read how Knock Knock are playing at the moment.
Yeah, Knock Knock, they're doing some strange things. I'll give you that. It's really hard to read the pacing of the round, I think. But in that last round, Elevate looks really ready. Maybe I'm just reading into the way that they were playing in the previous one too much, but I think as the attacks have started to go on, they are getting more of a feel for what Knock Knock will do here. Now, Knock Knock have actually elected to sweep the map this time around instead of do something direct, which is probably a tough call here, especially with the way that they've got the display shield set up from MC, who I believe is playing with the ACOG at the moment. And all the Valkyrie cameras that face this side of the map as well, right? We were on board with Ape through the prep phase, and he was essentially setting up all of his info inside a library, inside a mezzanine. So if Knock Knock actually push into this, Elevate are going to know exactly where they are, and they've got the perfect lines of sight to deal with the setup going down as well. So yeah, this is a tough sweep for Knock Knock. I really feel like they're playing into the strategy for Elevate, but that's a nice cutoff from Jittery.
Unfortunately, he does miss his opportunity. Don't blame him, though. It was a very fast retreat there. Well played there from the defense. But good progress from Knock Knock to their credit. Like you can see 3 players established. Ape's down below. Does he have a C4? No, he's actually got impacts. Never mind. I mean, he could double impact if he spots a player, but I don't think he's going to get to that position. He is still tempted to play down below. What info? It's a nice info on Mez.
Oh, there's a player there. Oh, he gets taken out. Speakeasy through his own lines of sight, somehow gets taken down by Sandy on the entry, and wow, doubling down as well as Rattler.
Yeah, this is really solid. Fortunately for Elevate, they do find 1 trade on back, and Ape feels the need to look for more. He does get his. This has been extremely chaotic. He's looking for more again! And he is traded on back. He gets a little bit greedy there, doesn't retreat in time, but nor does he go for an impact to secure that kill, which he potentially could have done. Doesn't matter, because Enhyker has gone for a wall bang and taken down the player on the fluke balcony. Now up to Beat to try and pick up Sandy and salvage this one, but oh, they know about it. There's info on it. Thank you, Valkyrie. Might gift a kill, might gift the round. MC farms once again. And Elevate redeem a round that really did not look like it should have been theirs, forcing the tactical timeout from Knock Knock.
Yeah, I think like I pointed out at the start of the round, it felt a lot like Knock Knock were playing into the setup that Elevate had set up for them over in Library. The way that they had entered in and loitered around in Mezzanine and inside a library just didn't feel safe. And all the info that the Valkyrie cameras are giving out through the mid-round enabled those mid-round plays. Like Ape, for example, re-aggressing inside of Library Box. He was able to make that play and he knew exactly that this player was prone here because there's a Valkyrie camera there. Same thing with this Mezzanine pickup that's going down. There's a Valkyrie camera in the top of Mezzanine and MC is able to go in, get the double kill as the pickup is happening. So yeah, for Knock Knock, I think probably not assessing their options early on enough in through the prep phase and through the drone phase for these guys on the attacking half, and they keep choosing to do these attacks that are kind of playing into the resistance of the defense for Elevate.
So what's the tactical timeout really going to net for Knock Knock, do you reckon? Like what are they going to change their philosophy completely? I guess they could probably have a decent hint that we'd be going down to the basement. That said, Elevate have had a few chances to go to the basement, and they didn't go back to it. Well, I guess they had last round. Instead, they decided to go to a fourth different bomb site. Knock Knock's probably expecting at this point it's going to be basement, because, I mean, it's either that or bar, and I don't see why Elevate would go back to bar when they've lost it already. So Knock Knock thinking about their basement attack. Hopefully they're talking about just forming up on like a more simple win condition, because I think last time they got a little bit too overzealous at hunting those roamers, right? They found a pick on the roam, they found a pick on site, and then when they thought they could find more picks on the roam, they ended up feeding and dying to up, getting a 2K.
10 seconds to go.
I think for Knock Knock, I would like to have seen them slow down. I think in the early round, they have this tendency to overcommit in the early game to one point of entry without really thinking very hard about it. And I think it's cost them a lot of rounds so far. You know, for example, that last round, playing straight into library, into the mezzanine, all the walls around you open, it's not safe. Even in the round prior, trying to go for a direct hit. Yeah, there goes N high Cal.
That's insane, man. Like, not only is he ballsy to peek that rock in the first position from the double window, but he jumps out. Insane eyesight to be able to see that. I certainly couldn't see that kill on my feed.
You need new eyes. We cannot see.
Well, you've got glasses. You've got an excuse. I don't have an excuse. I probably need to go to the optometrist.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Knock Knock, I would really like to see them actually properly assess what they're trying to do, because I think every round they've brute forced their way on in. Sometimes, especially in Rainbow Six, brute forcing isn't always the way. Thinking is important.
Well, Speakeasy's given the Bandit license over to MC. He said, look, last time I got killed by a Maverick, so I'd rather not do that. This is good. Oh, beautiful read. I think? Yeah, okay, so nice job. Actually, good coverage. So the fuse charge did actually detonate, but then it was shot by Speakeasy after it drilled into the wall. And that meant that only one of the pucks actually detonated. End of the day, they do get a breach using the fuse's secondary hard breach, but I still think that was decent value out of it for MC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you wasted plenty of time. There's only a minute that you left on the clock here for Knock Knock. And really, the only point of entry that they've made is in through library, through the top floor, and the rest of Elevate have used that time now to fall back into the bomb site and play in the safety of the backside of the site. Not even like that, but there are still 2 players in the ground floor, in fact. So if Knock Knock elect at this point to do their overthought, like, random flip of the map, then yeah, they'll be facing some resistance. Okay, never mind. The rest of Elevate have decided to fall back into the bomb site too. So yeah, this is where I'd actually like to see Knock Knock actually ever think about what they want to do and they execute. They got 50 seconds left to do it. That is some planning time.
My concern though, Mandy, here is that we've got the Maestro on the board, which Knock Knock know about. Oh, speaking of knowing, doesn't matter if you can see him. Arpe's got the long angle, beautiful shot there. And Knock Knock are really on the ropes now. There's a Maestro on the board and they have no way of dealing with it. None of these operators left up have any util to counter these evil eyes. You see them keep pinging
He's
them.
on the bubbles.
He's on them right now. And Rattler's got to deal with this keyword barrier he can't deal with. Oh my god, get destroyed! Beat now being teased on out. Evil Eyes pinging him. He sees it. Bubble sees him. Uppe's hungry for more. They all just go marching forward, jumping out the breach. Elevator well and truly fired up, and they are looking to dominate here. 4-1 up on Chalet.
Yeah, that was arguably the least competitive round I think we've seen so far on the attacking side for Knock Knock. They were completely shut down in everything they tried to do. Not only did they lose out on the minigame on the wall, until eventually they got the secondary hard breach charge out, but by the time they actually did enter into the bomb site, Arpe was there to greet them. By the time they tried to make the push work down into the basement, the rest of the team was there to meet them, and they were under the eyes of the Eagle Eye the entire time. What on earth is that?
I can't believe he lost that,
I can't believe he's lost that. How has that happened? Oh no.
How's it happened, eh? How's it happened? What's going on here?
I can't believe you've done this.
I was watching some EUL and listening to Democast is so fun.
Yeah.
It's just his accent. I love that, man. He's like, what's that then? I can't do it. What's that then? I don't know. I can't
The Brits are so weird. I can say that because I'm half Brit, but they're so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, look, you even got a passport, don't you, you cheeky one?
I do.
I'm jealous.
Do. Yes.
I'm jealous.
I mean, it doesn't mean much anymore, but we don't go into the politics in the broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, let's exit that conversation as
Exit
quickly as we went to it.
Yes. Oh god. Anyway, pointers.
I'm kind of proud of that one.
That's terrible. All right, yeah, no more political talk in the broadcast. That is our badge. That is the end of it. Elevate are looking really good on their defense so far of Chalet. Oh my gosh, that is a really interesting keeper.
It does kind of block part of the window angle. I call that jigsaw, that window. Of,
yeah.
Yeah, all-made jigsaw.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It does block a lot of it, actually. It doesn't completely block it. Like, someone crouching could peek underneath that keeper. But it does block that really, like, finicky angle from the snow bit of the roof there. But it can counter it easily with the DMR.
MC is going to be playing in the dark corner of library instead, as will I, the perfect operator to be playing here once the burn does come through. Keep in mind that Capital gadgets do get caught out by Wilmai, so thankfully he's not Jaeger. Flashbangs are going to be sent on through. Invi's on the other side with the Capital bolt, and he's going to send that one through as well. He does start to land the burn onto MC. He thinks he can't keep with his life, assuming that he's not Doc.
He doesn't know. He does not know that he has escaped. They have to redrone it, unfortunately. No one was on that angle. No one was able to get that shot onto him on time. Oh my god, Shed!
That is
brave. The Mad Lad! He just crossed straight over 2 lines of sight. Goes back into the deep corner after he was droned out. Unfortunately for him, he's going to go straight into a nade, and he will die. And Haikal, though, has found his kill and is actually retaking a very aggressive position. Like, Elevate, this is pretty disrespectful, to be honest. Like, the way that they are disregarding obvious lines of sight and playing in cheeky positions, they don't think that Knock Knock's going to win. But apparently Sandy wins that fight regardless. A good trade from Ape and hungry for more once again. Now, Elevate have numbers advantage. Knock Knock both low HP. This is very awkward for them.
Yeah, so chaotic as well on through the top floor. I mean, the first clear came out, the second clear came out, but in the midst of all the chaos clearing out one corner of library, somehow the rest of Elevate are able to find picks onto players on windows, barely even in the building. Now there's only 2 players left of Knock Knock, on pretty low HP as well. It's looking not too good, Dev. It's looking rough.
In it.
In it.
Not too good, in it. So what do Envy and Jittery do? Jittery wants to rotate. He knows that there's a player in office, so he wants to take this 1v1. Smart move. Oh my god! Timing, mates! He's going to watch that back and actually punch his monitor in.
No, we've already had a player do that. Don't encourage them to do another one.
Stop watching Jinxie, guys. Stop watching Jinxie. Alright, here's the one pick for Envy. I don't think he's going to get anything more than that. He's going to have to sprint to site. Even if there were no defenders, I don't think he would get to site in time. Especially not with a goo in his foot, and he will die to that goo mine. That is pretty sad. And we get to see instant replay. Ugh. Unfortunate for him. 5-1 half, Mandy! Elevator straight up farming. Like, this is not even a contest on Chalet. Oregon, bit of a contest. Chalet, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely not. Oregon looked relatively competitive in some parts of the map, but this one has really just not looked competitive at all. Elevate have been absolutely farming these guys in the server in every way possible, both in their setups. Knock Knock just really didn't look like they had the understanding of how to deal with a lot of these at all, except for, I suppose, clearing out library, so there's some fundamentals going down there, but for the most part, yeah, Elevate look really confident, willing to re-aggress into some of these positions and take the gunfights, be ballsy about it. And it's really shut down Knock Knock.
So what do they do on defense? Go to bar first up. Yeah, I can see that working potentially. Ooh, Envy. This is a nice little...
What?
How long is he going to struggle? Oh, he's not going to waste too much time doing that. It is cool though, if you can get that to land, but presumably halfway through the deploy, like, the game detects that you're not standing on anything and it gets it off. But yeah, it's a cool idea. That would be quite hard to... I I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Like, you just shoot it.
Yeah.
You're an attacker. It's not like you have to knife them anymore. So, doesn't really matter.
Should you have to knife Malusi's?
No.
I don't know why, but sorry. I've had this conversation. I've had this very argument with some friends recently, okay, about whether Malusi should have a nerf inverted or reverse. Sorry. Anyway,
No, I think
Arpe.
I think Arpe needs a nerf. He's too good.
I
He's
think he
just too
definitely needs
good.
a nerf.
Look at this guy. Look at this dude. He's going big. He's going Arpe shit all over site. In a 3 versus 4, Knock Knock look to try and stave off match point. Elevate poised to really knock on the doors of those semi-finals. And what can the defense do from here?
I don't think you can say that, Dev. That's not fair. Elevate, they're looking pretty good. Once again, one of those I've completely lost you after that one. MC is the perfect operator to deal with Envy in his position as well. I absolutely lost him. Sorry.
I'm glad that I'm keeping you entertained at least, Mandy. Because Elevate have entertained me, that's for sure. I want to see a bit more out of Knock Knock. Here we go,
Oh, we're
Shed.
doing it.
Yes, flash. Okay. Oh, that looks cooked here, mate. Watch this. No, not flashed. Okay, those magnets. Well,
MC is in, I think. Maybe he's not.
No, he's out.
I thought he was.
Here's
He's
the
not.
Cappy.
He
could
knows.
force the Malusi into his line of
Knows.
sight and go to take that fight.
I think he's going to wait for a mate to come over. And then they're going to do... Oh, no, he's not. He's just going to do this. That's... Oh, that was a good try. Oh, it works out anyway! And Hightail's all the way down to the ground before he jumps in. Beats there for the refract, though. 2v2.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's dead. I was going to cook something up, but Elevate have
so
just
exciting.
steamrolled on the side. Back and forth, Mandy. Like, Elevate just like, 3, 2, 1, go! I'm going to fire him. You're going to jump in the side. We're going to blitz them. We're going to roll over them. And Knock Knock now. 5 rounds in deficit, Mandy. It's going to have to be the comeback of a lifetime. We saw a big upset from them yesterday, and they just got a mere point out of their game against Jalita. But can they actually come back from something like this? I think it is far too much to ask for.
Yeah, no, definitely not. This game is over, I reckon. Elevate look in complete control at the moment. I don't really know what else to say, to be honest. I don't want to overanalyze it at all. They just look phenomenal right now. Ape's just walked into the bomb site and got 2 kills. Damn, that's crazy.
Well, let's see if changing up the bomb site means any more success for them. At the end of the day, not only is this Elevate's map pick, and there's the extra stress on Knock Knock of this being match point, elimination point, like 3-2-1, you're out. One more round and you're done. The chance of going to the major, the chance of going to a semi-final, let alone a grand final, and actually fighting for that major spot in Manchester, that's done. But on top of all that, like, this has just been quite a one-sided affair, and I think that in itself is pretty dejecting. I think Knock Knock would have been pretty fired up after that match yesterday, getting a point off Jalita. Perhaps Jalita going down today maybe recontextualizes that a little bit. I don't really want it to. I want to give Knock Knock something to fight for. And I want to see South Asia thrive. But sadly, it's been so challenging for them to make these games competitive.
Up in for the entry. What are you
Ouch.
doing in library? Okay, it doesn't matter. It works anyway. He's standing right in the middle of the room, but lands the headshot, does jittery, and that's Arpe going down. Now, Arpe has been pretty lethal in the server, so if there is any player that you want to take down early, it is him. And the rest of Elevate are going to look to try and pick up the pieces. And iCal on a cutoff at the moment, they seem pretty aware of that.
Ooh, this is a freebie. This is a freebie. Sandy, be careful. Okay, no, he does move just out of the way in time. However, Jiri is overpeaked. Sandy, completely unaware of how exposed he is to this window. Oh, jump in from Shed! Elevate collapse on the site at the drop of a hat, but Speakeasy has been taken down. Diffuser, cold on the ground. Oh, but Shed's found the timing. He's found the down and the kill. Rattler in a 1 versus 2 to stave off elimination for Knock Knock. with death knocking at their door. Can they pull through? Can they come up big? And Haikal's got the diffuser. Is repositioned. He knows he can play with his teammate. Good coverage from Shed, who's already found a big entry. 2 big entries in this game. That smoke ain't gonna matter. It's too little, and it is far too late. He spots out one player. They're down! It's a 1v1. I think he knows it, and Haikal locks in and locks out. Knock knock. A spot in the semi-finals confirmed for Elevate. This European Southeast Asian mixture is not done just yet. And they have a rematch scheduled with Fury in the semi-finals.
You said it right at the start, baby. Knock knock, who's there? It's Elevate. They're back in the server. They're looking good and ready for that semi-final. It's going to be a pretty epic rematch going into the best of 3 next week. I'm really excited to see them play. They look absolutely fired up right now.
Sorry, my hair's getting a little bit too excited at the 6 rounds in a row that Elevate just won to take their spot in a semi-final. Big ups to Knock Knock. They gave it their all. Oregon was a little bit more of a contest, but Chalet was nobody's game but Elevate. Big win for them, as I'm sure the guys will break down on the desk.
Well, what do we say, gentlemen? Do we say expected? Do we say unfortunate for Knock Knock, guys? What camp are you in?
I think, honestly, it's probably elements of both, right? At the end of the day, Elevate and all the numbers suggested that we were going to see a result akin to this, which does mean, unfortunately, for Knock Knock, they're on the receiving end of it. I think they fought valiantly at times. It wasn't a complete stomp, and on Oregon, defensively, quite sound, a 3-3 split. You take that. Fortunately, from that point onwards, very much Elevate's game. Obviously, clean defensive from them, 4 rounds in a row, and then only a singular round on the second map in response from Knock Knock. So good job from Elevate, and certainly build some confidence for them going into their match against Fury.
Xenox, look, some games are just games, and unfortunately for Knock Knock, they do have to kind of brush this one off as just a game. What are the positives you're taking away for Elevate in this one? I know it's tough to look at these games and really take, you know, I guess elements of it out to really push forward with Elevate, but do you have anything you saw that impressed you or excited you for the future?
For Elevate or Knock Knock?
Elevate. Sorry about
There's a lot of things that excite me about Elevate. I think they're a good team. They got through this pretty comfortably. I think for Knock Knock, the fact that they even just got to the playoffs is kind of step one. I kind of kept touting throughout a lot of stage one that was always going to be a learning stage for a lot of the South Asia teams, including Daystar too. Not from South Asia, but I think similar level, similar pedigree. And I think they learned a lot this stage, or at least hopefully they did. And as much as they would have learned from the group stage, and as we got to the end of the group stage, there were certainly elements where we started to see them get a bit more competitive. Best of 3, finals, whole different, you know, playing field, and in the end, Elevate way too good. And I think for Elevate, they've got themselves a matchup as well that I think they should favor. Well, not favor. They'll back themselves in, though, against Fury. Fury, I think, go in as the favorites, but internally, Elevate will feel that's a matchup they can win.
I think one thing we mentioned coming into this, guys, was the focus on Elevate obviously performing to a high standard and to ensure that their ceiling was as high as it could be going into Fury's game. I guess we looked at this as kind of a bit of a runway for them to take off, you know, for the actual semi-final, for the grand final, should they be able to make it. Are you in high hopes now after seeing this? Do you think they will actually get the best of Fury?
I think Fury probably... It's a tough one. All the numbers suggest that Fury do just edge out, but it is very, very close. How much do you take away from today? Honestly, not that much, outside of the fact that it was dominant from Elevate. In terms of translating their playstyle and what they brought into the server today into that Fury match, you've got to be so careful, because Fury are going to punish you far more than Knock Knock naturally will inside of the server. I think that goes without saying. And also, and I'm sure we'll touch on it before the game, but quickly noting it now, Fury took down Elevate 7-0. That was a real messy performance from Elevate, by far their worst game so far in the stage. But it has proven to be maybe just a flash in the pan. That was just a one-off. Perhaps we won't see Consulate in that best of 3, or they'll just let it slide and give that to Fury as their preference map. Not too sure. But as in terms of translating today to that match, yeah, I mean, you take elements of it. I think Arpe had a great day. It's not every day of the week Arpe's posting huge numbers, so big takeaway there. And if they can have those players activate in the Fury match, it could be enough to turn the tide.
Well, I know for a fact Shed's been able to hear all of that, so you've just opened up an old wound for him. Let's welcome in Shed after a very impressive performance. Shed, we'll talk about Fury in a little bit. We'll talk about the semi-final in a little bit. I know it's hard to digest. Well, not digest, but really kind of rip apart what just happened then. I actually want to know, previous to this, what's the mindset going into a game like this? I don't think that it would be rude to say that, you know, you guys were heavy favorites heading into this, but what is the mindset? What are the preparations looking like?
For today, well, we weren't actually expecting to play really because we kind of backed ourselves to a win yesterday, and then after we lost, we had a very long talk, a very long sit down, a lot of mistakes we made, and I think the goal today was just to fix those mistakes we made yesterday and just keep working on them, and that is the plan going forward for the next week for like practice, like just a lot of things we need to fix, we need to work really hard, and it didn't matter who we were playing today. Our goal was just to play our best and fix those mistakes that we were making.
You can't make that many mistakes, clearly. There's only one slot from Asia League to get to the major. You're aware of that. You play Fury next week. Do you have that pressure going into a best of 3 like that? No offense to Knock Knock, but Fury's going to be considered a team of higher caliber. Is that a kind of game where you've kind of just got to block out all the external noise, just got to treat it like any other game?
I mean, it kind of takes the pressure off us. Like, they're the regional favorites. They won every stage last year. So for us, it's like we're the underdogs, and that takes a lot of pressure off, you know. So I think we'll be fine.
Heading into that game, I'm actually looking at your attacking win rate compared to Fury. Fury, for instance, 58%. You guys are trailing at 53. I don't want to beat a dead horse too much, but you did have that 7-0 loss. Obviously, you guys didn't get an attacking round against Fury on console. Is that going to be a focal point and something that you guys are going to be working on over the next week?
Yeah, we have a lot of things to work on, attacks and defense, like mistakes that we're making. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, we need to improve everything at the moment. It's still really early days for us, so we need to improve attack, we need to improve defense, like same. Yeah.
Sounds like you obviously know that there are things that you know, you need to focus on. One thing that kind of I'm getting from this, well, the question I want to ask you is, where are you sitting as a team at the moment? Because you know, after a very convincing 2-0, expected a little bit more chipper from you. So what's the feeling like in the camp? Is everyone feeling okay? Are they feeling like, you know, there is more to focus on than just this series?
Yeah, we're very happy with the result. But
Yep.
I don't want to bash the other team, but it would have been kind of crazy if we didn't win. So like, we're not crazy hyped about it, but I think we're definitely happy. I think we're moving in the right direction after yesterday. But yeah, you know, spirits are good. The main thing is just we all want to get better, and we all want to just improve as much as we can this next week for Fury.
Well, that's the beauty, right? You got a good test ahead of you. So we'll leave it there, mate. Do you have anything you want to say before we let you go?
No, GG's. Well played to Knock Knock, and see you guys next week, hopefully.
Perfect. Thank you very much, mate. Best of luck.
See you, mate.
Bye-bye.
All right, multiple things to be working on, multiple things to be focusing on, Xenox. But overall, I mean, that I feel like Elevate are probably in the camp that we expected them to be in, right? A loss after yesterday has kind of left them with a little bit more of a self-realization that this is not going to be easy, that they do now have to double down.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think subdued celebration for a reason. I also think that the beauty of the format that we've got, there's a week to improve and VOD review and look at where the mistakes went last time against Fury and what they can do to improve themselves. You got to remember as well for Knock Knock, they were ultra competitive yesterday against Jalita, and I think actually should have won that game. They had to fight tooth and nail for them today. Maybe it's a different circumstance. They're in the playoffs. They already gotten that goal. I'm sure the goal for the South Asia teams would have simply just be competitive and make playoffs. So once you've kind of reached that goal, the next step is just kind of play for fun and see what happens. And when that mindset shifts, this is the result you get. So that's going to be the learning. And the next step in stage 2 for a team like Knock Knock and those from South Asia is to try and go one step further. I paid the MVP for today. I mean, I think you could have probably picked a few for Elevate. It was a pretty solid team performance, and it was a very dominant performance too, which was really good to see. And I know that we didn't kind of mention it there in the interview, but you can beat these teams and beat them well and comprehensively, or you can kind of just scrape through. And I thought the way that they got the win was a really good sign going into next week's game.
Yeah, really is probably the conversation of how they've done it, right? That's the positive to take away. That's the focus that we needed coming out of this series. So Elevate well and truly breeze past Knock Knock, and I mean, in that we can probably talk about how today went as a whole. The earlier game saw a 2-1, and in favor of Direwolves. Guys, coming into this, most of us had picked Jalita. We didn't do predictions, but obviously most of the conversation was heavily around Jalita and being able to get this done. But Direwolves do show that they've got a little bit more backing than maybe expected.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it ended up being a really competitive match between the two. I think the big takeaway in terms of an analytical perspective was it pretty much on the third map especially came down to mistake minimization. Whoever made the least mistakes ultimately got the result across the line, and Direwolves looked a little bit more polished in that regard, which was surprising considering Jalita, the squad that they have, the amount of experience they have in similar qualification or bracket positions. They capitulated a little bit under the pressure there, so good work from Direwolves to get that result across the line. I don't know if it really changes our perspective on them going forward, if we think they're a real chance at the major slot. I think they're still very much an outside chance. And then as for Elevate, as we've said a couple of times, a really just good, solid, strong performance. I have highlighted a couple of weaknesses from them, especially on attack compared to Fury, which could get exposed in a best of 3. But clearly off the back of the interview, Elevate have done a bit of soul searching over the last week or two. They know that they need to continue to improve, and I think that's great because they've beaten Bleed. So they're obviously still a very strong team, but they've identified that they have a long way to go.
Certainly do, and let's just recap the bracket, of course, that will be played out next week. Unfortunately, for those that are just joining us, you have to wait a whole 6 more days before we get back underway with the playoffs, but of course, we still have the best yet to come. We've got Fury, Elevate, Bleed, and Direwolves. Those will be the semi-finals that I think most will have their eyes firmly fixed on. And then to, I guess, center the conversation a little bit here, Knock Knock Jalita for a 5th place match, and then the loser of both semifinals will go head-to-head to see who actually finishes 3rd in the league overall. Now, unfortunately, because this region has lost their last chance qualifiers, this is unlike Japan, this is unlike Korea, there is no second spot. It is brutal. If you do not make it through to that grand final, it's going to be a tough way to finish the stage. But really, at this point, I think it's fair to say all 4 teams, I mean, Direwolves is probably that outside conversation, so maybe we say 3 teams really have a firm grasp on the conversation in terms of who could be headed to the Manchester Major. But as we've said with Direwolves all along, outside chance, they're the dark horse. You never know what to expect going into that grand final. But we can start to recap your own thoughts here, Xenox, on the opening play day for playoffs.
Yeah, I think largely when it's expected. Certainly the Elevate result, you could make arguments for Jalita. I probably had Direwolves just coming in as the favorites off the back of that Elevate win yesterday, and Jalita's very awkward and poor performance against Knock Knock, where we really did see remnants of that sneak into today's series. So, look, Jalita started well, but yeah, in the end, congratulations to Direwolves for coming through in that game. It was certainly a very fun one. And my predictions kind of for next week, I think that the winner of the Fury Elevate game, whoever that is, which I look at that as maybe not a genuine 50-50, you got to give Fury the respect. They go into that as a slight favorites, but I do generally think the winner of that series can contest Bleed. Bleed are the outright favorites against Direwolves. They are the underdog.
We love a good underdog story.
Underwolf.
That's a damn sure. They're the Underwolf, mate. But they might bite harder.
Yeah, how hard do they bite, Jake? That's the question.
Oh, well, you know what? They may just make their opponents bleed next week. We'll go to a very nice, relaxing week ahead. We've still got plenty more action across all the regional broadcasts, so be sure to tune into them as we start to decide who will be heading to the Manchester Major. But as for Asia, we have to wait until next Thursday to claim that spot. Thank you very much for watching. Please take care, stay safe, and good night.